Good morning, Mikhail. Can you hear us?
Good morning.
Good morning. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the 7th International Colloquium on Bioethics, Neuroethics, and AI Ethics. We are very glad to resume our activities and we go straight to our first panelist, Professor Josep Miquel Piqué, President of the International Association of Science Parks and Areas of Innovation, and Executive President of Salle Technova Innovation Parkin, Barcelona. Thank you very much, Professor Piqué.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Okay, good. Thank you very much for this invitation. I am so happy to be with you here in the cloud, this cloud that is connecting us every day, this cloud that is remembering us that we're in the same world, wherever you are, in Russia, in Brazil, or in Barcelona. The idea of my presentation today is to talk about smart cities, and for this reason, I will share my slides just for talking in the next minutes about the challenges for 21st century smart city. The idea behind my rationale will be that we are nowadays in a digital world. The challenge here is how can we use this digital world for serving our society, our economy, and also our environment. For that, the agenda that I have today, and I'm taking advantage that this is a symposium on ethics, and I feel that make a lot of sense to understand what is the nature of what is happening nowadays in our lives. And one of the elements that I would like to remark is how we're really living this new revolution, this digital revolution. Let me tell you that some of them, they explain, in this case, Bill Gates explained that nowadays we're opening a new era, that is the AI revolution, the artificial intelligence revolution, that will be a new one era because it will change the nature of the human being, because we're going to be transhumanism. We are going to blend our natural life with a digital life, and we're going to create new societies and also new ways of relationship. But in any case, we know that every revolution is a transformation, impacting in the economy, impacting in the society, and also impacting in the territory. For instance, when we had the opportunity to transform the electricity and transforming and providing electricity in different places of the world, we provide the opportunity to create activities in cities or in regions that if you couldn't have energy, like rivers, you could develop new things. In computing, we were discovering how was important the internet and so on, but nowadays in the digital revolution, or in the industrial digital revolution, the industry 4.0, and if we add the artificial intelligence, what we are is transforming our lives in a blended life. And let me focus on that, because digital transformation means a lot. We have a lot of tools nowadays in our hands, not only sensoring, also like Internet of Things, also communications, 5G and so on, but also artificial intelligence. It means that we have a set of data, a set of tools that we can use in one way or another. The technology is not good or bad. Innovation is not good or bad. The challenge is the purpose. Why we do that? I say always the innovation starts when we have a challenge, and we have challenges when we have a purpose. It means that the origin of innovation is the purpose, why we do the things. And in digital transformation, we see how we were changing in companies in relation with employees, the working, they engage with customers, people that are not really connected with the company more than digital. Nowadays in Amazon, we can buy everything in the cloud and we download what we need. This is a transformation of different things, but these different things make a lot of transformation. One of them is ethics, and more than ethics, also identity. What will be our identity when we are merging this identity with digital identities? For that, I'm sorry, I would like to deliver to you the first, for the debate and the reaction, 5 post-COVID laws that I was writing with some professors from La Salle, trying to understand what laws we had in COVID and what laws we will have in post-COVID. The first one is what a bit can do is not for an atom to do. What I mean is that we put our papers, our data, our videos, our music, our signature online. Our money is online. It seems that disappear from the earth a lot of physical things. The second post-COVID is the relationship, the digital relationship. We see that we are not reducing the physical relationship, but we are increasing the digital relationship with people in the family, with WhatsApp, with Facebook, Twitter, and different elements that we engage not only people with people, also companies and organizations with people, or government with e-government, with citizens. The third law that I would like to express is that we know that in this life, in this future life, we will not have any atom without bit. What it means, if we don't put the places, the things in the cloud, in the earth, in the land, the chairs, the houses, the cars in the cloud, we cannot share, we cannot really use. And that's the moment that we start to see how everything in the earth must be connected to the cloud. Must be means that it means that what is not connected will not exist in our iPhone, in our phone. It not exists means it not exists in our digital era. I suppose that will be a lot of things that will not be in the cloud and will be existing in the pre-COVID times, or more than that, in the pre-digital times. The important thing is that, and this is perhaps the more important idea that I would like to share, is that the natural things of the things, the natural place of the things will be the cloud, because we'll be in the cloud that will have everything that we need, and we will download from the cloud what we need in any moment, not only from Amazon, from 3D printing, or more than that. We will merge the cloud and the earth. We'll create virtual realities or merged realities, hybrid realities that we will be very difficult to see if it's physical or digital. More than that, 2 hours inside a virtual life is alive or is not alive. It's a reality or it's not reality. It's an interaction, it's emotion or not, it's not emotion. Because we'll create a lot of digital things that will transform our perception. At the end of the day, our eyes are really anthems, our earth and real anthems of acoustic anthems and electromagnetic anthems. We are censoring. If we put sensors in relation with the cloud, perhaps we will change. And that's the reason why and I would like to put this for the debate, in this debate of where is starting a person, where finishing a person or human being. And the last thing that is post-COVID is more than, it was not only for virus, it's for whatever. We are now going to be in a very digital life, where we will recognize with digital artificial intelligence who is in front of us. The people can really empower and increase the knowledge that we have. And now ChatGPT seems that will change the way that we're analyzing what is happening in the reality, because we are going to read ChatGPT instead to think about what is what we have in front of us. This is just different topics that I would like to debate, because we are in a digital world and we don't know what means indeed the digital world, not just in a practical way, also in a philosophical way, in an ethical way. And as always, we will not be anything that we are not imagining. But imagination is something that we have to think about what the success look like and what we want to imagine. If we don't imagine the future, perhaps others will imagine the future for us, and we will forget what we wanted or forget, or we will not have or obtain the future what we want to create. In terms of smart city models, that's the basic of my presentation, because these general 5 digital laws was just for understanding the impact of the digital tools in our reality. Is that the smart cities are, as you know, we are more and more in a world with cities. The 60% of the population will be in cities in 2030. It means that the challenge of the world are the cities, and the solutions of the world are in the cities. This is important. Second, it's about that cities are growing, and some of countries like China or Brazil or India are growing in the number of people living in cities. And also, in terms of impact, we have the consumption of the world. The 70% of the consumption is in cities, or in terms of carbon footprint, the 70% of the carbon footprint are created by cities, or the impact that we have. Cities like Tokyo are the 40% of the GDP of all Japan. That's the moment where we discover that cities we have a challenge, we have an opportunity, but also a problem to solve. This is the list of cities, and as you can see, some cities are bigger than countries. Like Tokyo is bigger than Spain in terms. It really is like city-states. In terms of the technology that we have on our hands, we have a lot of authors that were working about how the IT was transforming cities into smart cities. Different authors are also talking about different definitions, but one definition could be how the smart city is providing a place for smart citizens. And the first question, if I am not a smart citizen, I cannot be a citizen of the smart cities. For instance, if we have digital analphabetism, it means people that they don't have the skills of digital skills, they will not be ready for this life. It's the same that we had in the past, people that cannot read, they cannot be citizen as cities in a city that is, in this case, with digital tools. Different technologies that I was talking, but I would like to stress the digital twin as a focus of tendencies, of trends. Digital twins mean that everything in the city will be in the cloud, and if I don't have the city in the cloud, I cannot manage the city. For that, it means that we're going more and more in the concept of data-driving cities managed by data, and what you have to know is what data you have from your city in order to make the right decisions. And different services, because the challenge of the cities are a lot of them nowadays: water, health, environment, waste, different things. And what smart city is helping is to censor everything and to understand how can we work with digital tools with these different challenges of public transport, health, or energy. The trends in terms of the topics are more and more in a smart government, how the policy makers, the government is in relation with the citizens, but also in terms of transport, and utilities are growing in the number of topics. Different authors were working from top down and ICT oriented. Different authors like Marshall and Lacuna were talking about how we define the city from a top down decision. Second could be more social smart cities like Barcelona with the superillas, or you know that Barcelona now is inviting the cars not to be in the city. It means it's not the place, it's the place of citizens. It's a big transformation because we have a good public transport, but the cars are not welcome. But we were living in a car life, and new ways of mobility, and new ways of mobility system. But also there is another approach more in relation with the co-citizens, or working with the smart citizens, just providing to them different ways of managing the city, or in this case, urban entrepreneurship. New startups are coming, like Globo, like Airbnb, like Uber, changing the way of managing the cities. This is also a new approach of how the digital economy, the platform economy, is changing the cities, or in the case of the data, the big data citizen-centered, that is more how the government is managing the reality, like a big brother, no? Knowing everything about what is happening. And this is something that we saw in China with the last COVID, no? That you had like a code for allowing you to be in any place, and it means data. And the data is not bad. The challenge is who is using this data. And the last thing is the data-driven cities, that at the end of the day, what data they have and how can I make decisions. We decided in Barcelona to create a city protocol with different verticals, providing sensors in water, energy, mobility, and waste, and really was a good way for managing the city as a whole and as holistic, with a smart city director, and also understanding that we had to solve the urban, the economy, and the society and the environment to manage all this data. And with that, we have the opportunity to connect and common services. For instance, the lighting system, you can have a ICT platform managing the lights of different cities in the same moment. Let me go to my last conclusions, that is about the importance in a smart city to combine the quadruple helix. It's not just the government. We know that they have to manage. It's also about the role of the industry, the university, and the citizens. Quadruple helix means that we have to organize it from top down to bottom up approach, where the citizen is actively included. And with this, we can really promote that we can really work by projects, and we can have digital tools that can really provide to the different activities that we need in the city. Let me go to the last slide just for closing my words. If we talk about the smart cities, really we talk about Ayuntamiento is the prefectura, the city council. That is the model that we were developing at La Salle for understanding how can I manage my city council in a digital way. How can I manage my city, the municipality, in terms of mobility, sustainability, infrastructures on service, public services, but also how can I manage the economy in the city in a digital way, or how can I manage the city in terms of living for health, education, culture, and security. But the more important thing is people. How can I provide to the people tools to be smart citizens? Because if not, we have a smart city with no smart citizens, or we have very smart people, but not connected with the city. That's the last message. Is about, remember that if we put everything into the cloud, we have the challenge of the cybersecurity. And it means that we have to be sure that we could avoid any impact. That's my conclusion. And I would like to stop in order to listen to the rest of the panelists and to talk and to debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Piqué. Would you like to take the questions and comments right now, or can you wait until Mikhail does his presentation? I'm afraid okay.
Yeah. Perhaps it could be better to listen Mikhail, and after that to open the questions and discussion together.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are very glad to announce our second panelist, Professor Mikhail Khorkov from the Institute for the History of Science in the Polish Academy of Science in Warsaw, and from the Institute of Philosophy in the Russian Academy of Science in Moscow. Professor Khorkov is going to give his talk on AI and new perspectives in the history of philosophy. Thank you, Mikhail. You have the floor.
Thank you. I must open my presentation. Please just wait minutes. Moment. That. Oh. Okay.
Mikhail, if you can,
Sorry.
Can you open? If not, you can send to us and we can open for you.
Unfortunately, something happened, so something that just doesn't work. The computer couldn't see the presentation. I don't know why.
Okay, perhaps, Mikhail, if you send to us, we can open and we can open the discussion and take advantage of the 2-3 minutes that we need.
Thank you. That would be fine.
Okay.
So send just how? Why?
To me or Nythamar?
Yeah, you can send by email, just by replying to that last email to all of us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just send the PowerPoint or PDF file. This will be good enough.
Okay, and perhaps we can open the dialogue using this time that Mikhail is providing to us for the debate. I don't know if you have any question. I'm sorry because I was providing to you a very big impact of the digital world, but I prefer to stimulate the audience with this debate about how really the digital tools are really tools that are going to transform our reality. And I suppose that Mikhail will express also with artificial intelligence.
Did you manage?
Okay, I open it. No problems. No.
Very good. Thank you, Mikhail.
No. It happens. Sorry, it happens from time to time, you know.
Okay, you can put in fulfill the screen.
Yeah, if you try the slide presentation, slideshow. I don't know if it's.
Yes.
Or you can do yes.
No.
If you go down, just near at right. Down.
Right, it's going to be one of those.
Okay, right.
This.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for waiting. So first of all, I would like, after solving all these technical problems, warmly thank the organizer Nythamar and his team for this great conference and for inviting me to speak today and present some of my research outputs and related reflections. So, beside the declaration of originality of my presentation, so which will probably very soon become mandatory in the common age of the growing social demands of digital and AI technologies. I would like to start my talk today with a student remark, which I quote from a comment on one of the well-known social network platforms. So I quote, "We would like our philosophy professor to be as smart and emotional as ChatGPT, rather than telling us all sorts of nonsense about things that can be found on the internet." This striking quote appears to me to be a remarkable symptom of the current state of affairs, where it seems that with the expansion of AI technologies in education, first of all, a confrontation between students and teachers regarding how they feel about the emergence of artificial intelligence technologies is beginning to heat up. In my view, this is fueled largely artificially, as it is not so much an attempt at a thoughtful phenomenology of reality, as it is a play on emotion, if you like, on the panic that paralyzes the minds of both students and professors. AI is presented as a challenge, if not as a threat, that will destroy the ideal of the classical university model with its structured routines of lectures, seminars, examinations, and degree ceremonies. An ideal which, it should be also noted, never really existed either in the Middle Ages or in the modern period of history. The previous unresolved conflicts of the university, interpreted as a social institution, only reinforced this fear. They are not so much of new technologies as of the unknown future of its own existence. Will there still be a continuing necessity of teachers, so ritualistic as it's already the case at many universities worldwide? Or will they all be dismissed after everyone is displaced by AI? Will students remain students? And if so, will their career chances be as zero as many of their teachers? Will the university remain the university as we know it, or will it look so different that it ceases to be a university? Who will work at the university of the future? Who will study there? And will Homo sapiens, as one frustrated sociologist aptly puts it, be displaced by Homo GPT? So I quote this interesting remark. I quote, "Nobody knows how AI technology will change the university. But one thing is certain: if the university remains unchanged, it will simply cease to exist as something meaningful, and instead of humans, there will be hominid GPTs taught by similar hominid GPTs." In answering all these inevitably arising questions, frustration and the associated readiness to panic are usually bad advisors. So in my talk, I would try to avoid them as much as possible and instead concentrate on the perspectives, possible perspectives that the field of philosophical research that I have the pleasure of representing, namely the history of philosophy, might expect from artificial intelligence. First of all, It's worth noting that the history of philosophy has long made successful use of databases of digital documents, the number of which is constantly growing. This refers both to simple PDF copies of books and to digital editions, say in TEI format, including XML TEI format, in wonderful combination with resource description framework, RDF format. The digitalization of archival documents from ancient papyri and medieval manuscripts to the personal archives on contemporary philosophies is also important. There are already so many of them that even just listing them would take me a long time. But if these databases are somehow used for writing research papers and dissertations, it's almost impossible to find references to them in textbooks, especially those intended for first semester undergraduates. Trying to do this is useless. They are simply not there. As a result, it's reduced to a professor repeating long-known generalities that students must simply accept passively and uncritically instead of being introduced to actual research methods, which both the digital databases and AI technologies offer opportunities for. More to the point, if professors supported by their universities do not start doing this, then AI technologies will be used to an extra academic environment, threatening a serious crisis in the culture of knowledge on which contemporary civilization is based. It's not only about smart cities, because all contemporary life is dependent from the scientific knowledge and development of scientific knowledge. In short, knowledge will no longer be different from facts. Even if it remains, it will become part of the facts. And the main responsibility of professors, especially in the humanities, social and political science, and probably economics and law, will be to spread these fakes. As is well known, the bottomless databases of digital data, the boundless streams of information on the internet, artificial intelligence technologies, which are growing in number and will obviously grow even faster, to name here but a few, for example. So it's a system of very different new and not so new already tools. Are not saving against fakes and misconceptions, nor can they save as such. The danger of AI turning into a constantly lying Pinocchio is openly warned about by the most important public media, such as, for example, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. So I quote from one publication made in March of this year by Michael Nythamar. So I quote in German. Microsoft muss den Sprachroboter ChatGPT nachbessern, denn der verbreitet Lügen, sobald ihn verlässliche Quellen fehlen. Das sorgt für täuschend echte Propaganda und dient Kriminellen. English translation. Microsoft must improve the ChatGPT language robot because it spreads lies as soon as it lacks reliable sources. This produces this deceptively real propaganda and serves criminals. Thus, AI technologies are the main and sometimes only source of fakes, as much as they are a source of reliable knowledge. The question is what one does with them. In other words, it is a classical question of implementation of new technology. Regarding of teaching of the history of philosophy, the question can be formulated as follows. How can the achievements of digitalization and AI be used so that both the professor and his students can remain homines sapientes? Let me give one illustrative example, which is related to my current research in the history of philosophy, but not to my teaching practice, because I don't have any at the moment. Let us imagine as a mental experience that a student has decided to write a term paper on Parmenides in a course on the history of ancient philosophy. To save time, he or she turns to AI technology for help in selecting the relevant information, translating it, if necessary, into the required language, and writing a text of the proper length in the appropriate style. All the student has to do is to submit this opus to the professor and receive a note that he or she has passed the test or exam. But when the professor receives this fruit of AI's work from a student, he or she opens it and reads. I quote, Parmenides, the philosopher, invented logic on the Caucasus Mountains. To make it more scholarly, the phrase is accompanied by the original Latin sentence. Parmenides philosophers in rupe montis Caucasia logicam invenit. A situation of natural perplexity arises. Is this a fake? Is this a mistake? Paradoxically, but it's not quite a mistake and not really a fake. AI has indeed selected in the endless ocean of digital sources on the web the most common phrase about Parmenides, which is invariably present in all sources from around the 13th to the 18th century AD. And these sources are now also freely available online. Here, for example, is a folio of a chronicle. There's passage, I don't know if you could see that, so it's highlighted in red, this passage. Parmenides philosophers in rupe montis Caucasia logicam anyway. A chronicle, and this chronicle, this manuscript will be soon appear online. It's not yet appeared, but it will be appeared very soon, I think, on the relevant library's website, and with links to leading portals devoted to manuscript databases, such as Manuscripta PL or Manuscripta Medievale DE, and so on. In other words, AI has done a fair job. Fair in its own way. Algorithmically honest by selecting statistically the most frequent phrases about Parmenides. Hamad Alexandrodis, the editor of the fragments of the Presocratics, Fragmenta der Socratica, whose work is familiar to everyone who studied and studies the history of ancient philosophy at its earliest stages, was not yet familiar with the wonderful technologies of our time, and guided by the critical methodology of the 19th century. He rejected the fragments about Parmenides on the Caucasus Mountains as definitely false. And he had his reasons for this. Practically, all the lectures and textbooks on the history of ancient philosophy are still based on these fragments and their translations. And even the new editions of the fragments of Parmenides' works, prepared by modern scholars, for example, by Alan Coxon, so here, or Deals and Coxon, and critically agree in this case with Deals' choice, so there's no difference mostly. And fragments about Parmenides on Caucasus Mountains are not mentioned. Deals never explained why he rejected this information. There is only a result of that, so no real study. But what about the student? If all the historical documents dedicated to Parmenides published before Deals are now also available on the internet, and these are mostly medieval manuscripts in which Deals found his fragments, regardless of whether he considered them true or false, because very few manuscripts have survived from the antiquity and known from the lifetime of Parmenides, with a few exceptions of epigraphy. And what is a professor of ancient philosophy to do with this fact as well? The easiest answer would be just to forbid reading anything but Deals and Coxon. But then the students would not know how the research really works. More importantly, restrictions don't have from the fakes that AI technologies can produce if a professor leaves them out of control. For example, they will create a magnificent and seemingly quite scholarly text about Parmenides' stay in the Caucasus, where, to the delight of local tourism, they will immediately find a cave in which the great philosopher Parmenides lived and where he invented logic, in addition to the already existed rock of Prometheus. What could be done to avert this treacherous possibility? In my view, this is a very simple matter to deal with. In this case, the assignment for the student should not simply be to hand in some term paper to the professor, but to prove clearly that the story of Parmenides in the Caucasus is the result of the compilation work of medieval authors such as Hugo of St. Victor, Vincent of Beauvais, Peter of Spain, Walter Burley, or John Hagen the Indagine, a fragment of whose unpublished manuscript could be in here again in my presentation. So it's text written by John Hagen, actually compiled by John Hagen. It's not original. As well as numerous editors and copies of their text. So there are thousands of these manuscripts. In the assignments to the student not only can, but should make use of AI technology. from the didactic point of view, through this small exercise, the students will learn where and how knowledge about ancient philosophy comes from. And he or she will develop not only knowledge, but also his or her research skills. It's also important. So AI technologies could support learning skills in contemporary research technologies. That's also important. As far as AI is concerned, AI platforms and systems are known to algorithmically need to be asked new thoughtful questions and given tasks that allow them to self-learn. Now, AI system must be must self-learn. That's the very important for all of them. After all, it is the ability to self-learn that is the main attribute of AI systems. And behind all this will be a scholarly competent professor of ancient philosophy who will maintain and elevate his or her dignity as a scholar who's competent in new forms of research methods, and teacher who has great students, and who, by teaching students to a new qualitative level, will no longer be afraid of artificial intelligence. He or she will not be afraid of artificial intelligence because he or she will teach it, including with students. It is hoped that such practices can also give new meaning to the existence of the university as real Universitas Studiorum et Studentium. Thank you very much for your attention, and muito obrigado. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Mikhail. Thank you very much, Professor Piqué. So we now open the floor for questions and comments from the participants. Now, there is one question here from José Renato. Can I read your question, Renato, or would you like to ask the question yourself?
Yeah. Good morning for all. Thank you, Professor Piqué. Congratulations on your lecture, your presentation. I have a question that you told us that the smart cities presuppose the smart citizens. Yeah. In your opinion, how to reconcile the concept of smart cities with the reality of poor or developing countries, especially in Brazil or Africa or in other countries too? Thank you.
Thank you, José Renato. Thank you for the question. It's an interesting question. Can we create a smart city without smart citizens? The challenge here is how can we provide and educate our citizens for using the digital tools, to be full citizens. And that's important because this is not about that this is only for developed countries. Let me take advantage of one example that you will see that non-developing countries are leading some sectors. For instance, the m-banking, the mobile banking in Africa. Africa, they had in the past the tradition of banking, the traditional offices of banks that we have in a lot of countries, and they had the challenge how to develop, in this case, banking. And they were using the mobile phone as first for the credits of the calls, and after that for managing money from one to other. Nowadays, Africa in this case is leading the m-banking, the mobile banking. What I want to show with this in the digital world is not who is the first, who was in the first in the past, it's who is the first now. And we have really an opportunity for accelerating transformations, for instance, health, education, culture, with the digital tools. But it means that we have to be sure that our citizens, all the citizens, first, they have connectivity. If they don't have Wi-Fi, I was visiting Morro da Cruz here in Porto Alegre days ago, last November, December, with Professor Karina Rapetti. We were analyzing this zone, and we had the wonderful view that providing digital tools in Morro da Cruz, we were providing like water, because, or lighting. Connectivity was the opportunity to have connection, and connection means a lot. It's not connection only between them, it's a connection with the libraries, books, or whatever you can imagine. It means, first, connectivity. Second, are tools or machines or devices for the people to be connected. The good news on that is nowadays everybody has a smartphone. Everybody is very cheap and you can really get with no problem. The important thing is that if you have a smartphone devices, you have connectivity. Let's see what we do with that. And here is when we provide and promote education as a way of, for instance, to have relationship with the government. You know that Rio Grande do Sul was providing a digital tax, you know, Professor Jorge Toneto from PUC, and also now is a visiting researcher here at Barcelona, La Salle, and he is leading a program of tax back. It's a process of taxation, the VAT, how can you return to the citizens? More or less the 50% of the cars, they could not, Barresul, give to the citizens. It means you had a digital tool, wonderful tool, that the citizens were not using. That's the moment that when you have change management, you need three elements: information, training, and coaching. And that's the moment that you need to coach the citizens for helping them to be more digital citizens. What we did in Barcelona was, and let me tell you in a very interesting approach, that from the first moment in the history is the young people, the people that are ready for the digital transformation. Because the young people, they were born in the cloud, they are digital natives. And the challenge are the digital immigrants, like some of the people that are here, that we were starting our life in an analogic world, and now we're living in a digital world. In Barcelona, we were using the students for training grandfathers and grandmothers. It means for helping the young people, for the young people help the people that they were not educated in digital world. This is innovation also in social aspects, but means that we have to be ready to be in touch what we need in a social life, but also in a professional life. If you can really work in a with digital tools, you can work from Porto Alegre to any company in the world. This is new economy. This is wonderful opportunity for doing different things. It means that smart citizens is not just to have citizens in relation with the government, also it's in relation with the society and also in relation with the economy.
Thank you, Professor Piqué.
Thank you, Professor Piqué. We have a question from William.
So, thank you, both of you professors, for the lectures. I'll have a small question, which is not that small, for Professor Piqué, and another question for Professor Mikhail. For Professor Piqué, we all do understand that we all live in a voluntary panoptical society, that we all divulge our data, and then it's all public and it's all being used for commercial purposes. But it's interesting in some societies when you're talking about a smart city and a government managing the data of the town, of the municipality, maybe some people have some difficulty with public trust on the government side, which is funny, because when private companies are managing this data, they don't seem to realize, or maybe some do and criticize. So, well, what will you be present a public tactic to enhance public trust, to build more a stronghold to a smart city or smart state or smart government that could maybe protect the citizens from these companies? And for Professor Mikhail, it's interesting, the argument of Omni GPT. It's very interesting, because we were arguing yesterday about how some people and have this kind of realization of an uncanny valley when talking with ChatGPT, when it's trying to be more like a human. And when we're talking about the relationship between a professor and ChatGPT, maybe when the comment that said, well, I'd rather have a professor like ChatGPT, isn't a commentary on our own didactics ability of giving a better lecture. And do you really think that this new revolution of AI, it will be much like the internet when it first started, when it was just like, well, we should be ahead of this thing, and we should be looking forward and demonstrating for our students that ChatGPT doesn't have all the answers, and that we should be ahead of this thing? Or it may be, or looking for something like an Omni GPT, which is more of a bad scenario for my taste. But thank you.
Sorry, William, because I was listening also the question of Mikhail, and I forgot the question. Can you repeat the question for me? Because
yeah,
I was. It has.
Yeah. No problem at all. No problem at all. So the idea is that we voluntarily our data to private companies, and
okay,
some people.
Okay, understood. People, yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. Let me tell you in this two things. First, there is a big debate in the world: who is the owner of the data? Who is the owner of the data? And it seems that there will be like three approaches. That the data is in hands of the companies. This is the North American point of view. That the data is in hands of the public administration. This is more the approach of China and some Asian countries. And the European approach that is more that the data is in hands of the citizens. And whoever has the data of one citizen has to communicate to him, and he can remove, change, or whatever this data. If this is a private data, because anonymous data could be for everybody. But this is a big challenge. But if we don't trust the government, we have to create the agencies to validate what uses of data you are going to develop. And usually, for instance, in blockchain, you can see who is using this data, who is connecting this data. It means that you can really validate whatever is anything happening with this kind of technologies. My understanding is that data is the key element of this new knowledge-based cities or smart cities, and we have to be sure that we are managing a proper way. The regulations of Europe in public and private data are clear. We have the specific laws. This is not only a technology approach, this is a legal law, legal approach that can really validate or regulate who is doing what data and for what. Because when data, for instance, you have the data of your health is good for the doctor, that's not bad. But if you have data of your health, perhaps it's not good for the insurance company, or it's good for the insurance company, but not for a personal approach. And this is something that we have to do a big dialogue and to regulate for sure, and to create the tools, digital technology tools for avoiding any bad use of the data. Mikhail.
Well, I think it's a great question. Actually, it was a rhetoric argument or just remark of rhetorical nature. I think no human being could be just from a GTP. It's just impossible. But my point is my point is what professors and students do at the university, what the university is about in the situation of development of AI technologies. I mean, I'm not very much surprised. I think it's great opportunity of this panel that my picture of the internal situation at the university is wonderfully connected with the talk of Professor Piqué, because part of smart city is educational system and university research institutions. So they work only under condition of a proper time and proper place, because all students and professors could be very good connected to all digital services, but surely it's not a good time and it's not proper place at the university to apply for e-services at the government, or pay taxes, or to provide online banking and so on. And you all know that a lot of people are doing this when they at the university, despite making research and studies. So it's a question of good timing and to find proper place and to organize your life. University is a time for is a place for study and for research. That's the point. So it's not place for to be online, to be connected to all possible services, including ChatGPT, including services of the banks, of the government, of local transportation systems, booking flights, and so on and so on. So that is the case, because if they are doing all that at the university, then the university couldn't have sense to us as university, as a place where we students and professors together must do research and knowledge that is important for our smart city. We produce this knowledge. Only we can produce that. No bank, no government. That is the responsibility of the university. That is the point. So if university couldn't do that in a proper way, in a proper time, then smart city and digital society couldn't exist as a good society, a society that is, and I think it's also important to remember all these technologies will work if they make people happy. So one of the greatest consequences of that, what of the was experience of the COVID time, that all these technologies were mostly about control the people from the government, if the people will that or not. So it was not only happiness, it caused mostly protests and the people were very happy when it was all over. So the conference on Zoom are great technology and other social networks. But when people meet together after COVID time, during the conferences, they are really very happy to speak together, to spend time together as normal human people. So I think all smart technologies, all digital and AI technologies could support the natural idea and reality to be more happy as the people are now. If it wouldn't be the case, so nothing will work in a proper way. So I think it's important. So it's classical idea of Aristotle's, but it remains. Our experience say also during the COVID time, it works and it's important. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. One question first to Professor Piqué. Regarding smart cities again, Renato asked about smart citizens, and my question was actually about smart government, because it was also on one of your slides in your presentation. Because this is quite a huge challenge, and I was wondering how, in your own experience in Barcelona, Spain, and Europe, what do you make of this polarization among politicians in terms of having different approaches to environmental issues? For instance, not all politicians are really interested in protecting the environment or going into green technologies, etc. So this is a major question for us, because right now in Brazil, we have a big polarization between politicians who really think that we should protect the Amazon and the native indigenous populations, for instance, and other politicians who think that agribusiness is much more important in terms of going just for economic development in the Amazon without any kind of environmental concern. Now, for Mikhail, I really enjoyed your presentation, and I was just wondering, Mikhail, what would you make of this hype of a chat GPT in your own experience in Poland? Because we understand that the perception of hypes and new technologies may vary from country to country. And I was wondering whether you noticed different social behavior as you travel from France to Poland, or even comparing to Russia. What do you make of this behavior, even in Warsaw, as you think of people in the academia, as opposed to the average a Polish person, or the way the media portray the usage of new technologies in Poland and other countries in Europe? Thank you.
If I can start, yes, answering your question in two levels. The first of us about the smart government. Smart government means different things. First is to have a digital governance or government. It means how can you put all your services in a digital way in order to be sure that any citizen or company can really make interactions digitally inside with the organization, in this case, the government. This is important because it allows to accelerate the times to fulfill the law, but in a very fast way, and make a lot of sense. The second approach in digital is the digital services that you can really provide in terms of the health service, educational service, or whatever. It's not just what you could digitalize, the services, how to pay a tax, how to pay whatever. It's more, what can you do for your citizens in terms of health, education, or whatever, because it means that you have tools for providing for security, providing better citizens, better cities, because you are using the tools. This is in one hand in terms of how you use the digital tools for the digital government, but also for the services and also for the employees that you have. But beyond that, we have a wonderful opportunity for censoring the reality, because the reality needs science, needs data, needs objective data, because if not, we cannot create the truth in an appropriate way. And that's the moment that with this data, you will decide if 27 is good or not. 27 what? 27 years old, 27 degrees, or 27 cars? First, put the data, and after that, make a decision if it's good or not, depending on the information that you have around. Data, information, and knowledge. This is the path, important path for, because it's not the same that you have 27, 26, and 25. It's a reduction of tax, or 27, 26, and 25, that I don't know. Is the reduction of potatoes that you provide to the citizens. I don't know. The same data and the same information needs knowledge on that, the experience. For that, my understanding that the cities must be really collecting data for making decisions. That's the reason why we talked about the digital or data-driven societies, or data-driven cities, with data of the mobility, with data of the people in the school or in the streets. With this data, you can make real decisions. It's not just that I feel that there are some people that are not going, or some children that are not going in the schools. No, you need this data for making this decision, and you can really make actions for that. For this reason, my understanding, if the government, not the parties, the government managing a city or the state or country has no data, is making decisions blind, with no, or with feeling, or with some data, but not the real data. Data is what will help us to make, at minimum, decisions with data. If you can do bad decisions with this data, it's the hectares or square meters that you have in Brazil that are green are enough for Brazil or not. Make a decision. You will decide if you want to increase or not. But this is something that you have to debate based on data. My feeling, and going back to what your debate that you had in what is happening in some places, for instance, in the case of some rural areas, that they are more green or not. It depends. If you are changing the nature, I have been in Lucas de Rio Verde. I don't know if it's good or not to be there, but we have a La Salle institution there. I was visiting, and they are doing a great job providing milio and also other cereal. That with technology, they are really taking advantage for developing things. If you are creating economic growth and social growth, and environmentally, they are managing very well, in this case, the water and whatever, because they need to manage well. My understanding, this is not soja. Okay, thank you, soja. That's the reason why I feel that the decisions must be in relation to what you agree as a country, or we agree as a world. But the problem of the world decisions is very complex. Perhaps it's better to agree in a local, regional, and national. I don't know if I am really answering your question, but the two questions I divide into smart government. You need a smart government because if not, you will not manage your reality. And second, put data and make decisions about what you do in terms of the sustainability or whatever.
I would divide my answer in two parts. First of all, how digital technologies and AI work in Central and Eastern Europe, because it's not only about Poland. First of all, there are a lot of e-services provided by the state or by local authorities, and they are normally very good. So a situation in Poland, Russia, Germany, Sweden, so the countries I have personal experience with, they're good. They're working, and they're very helpful sometimes. Online banking, and that's what is organized on national level. Services on the European level, for example, are not so developed. So national level is prevailed, and that's my experience. Other problem is that social it doesn't help to solve social or political problems. Sometimes it supports, for example, discrimination. So if you apply for one service for all people, it works perfect sometimes, or mostly perfect. If you apply for services at the immigration office for foreigners, it works very bad. And it has a lot of symptoms of hidden discrimination. Long waiting time, some services doesn't work, no help at all, and so on and so on. The key is very long normally, and so it's quite typical today, comparing to all style key at the office with the real officers. So electronic key is full discrimination, I would say. Not as a technological organized discrimination as it works, as a fact. It's a great question, is that just mistake or intention? So it doesn't matter. For people who apply for the services, it doesn't matter at all. So that's reality, unfortunately, in many countries that use digital technologies, digital services for foreigners in European countries. other part of my answer would be how universities and research institutes, how research groups use digital technologies and AI. I would say they work better at the international level. So as a result of international cooperation. And it's a very slow process. We must be realistic. So the fear is that at the universities, that with the help of ChatGPT, students and doctoral students will produce fakes for their projects and dissertation publications and so on and so on. So it's a new form of fiction. It's if science remains science, it's not a great problem. But the real scientific use of digital and AI technologies is at the moment at the beginning. So one example, there's a wonderful project organized at international level with great support of some scientific foundations by Holland, Slovak, and other people from many European countries to train artificial intelligence systems to find in all possible digitalized medieval manuscripts typical signs. So, and first version of the program, the name of the project is Queere. You can find a lot of information about that if you just will think for Queere. So the first version of the program worked very bad. They could identify, so artificial intelligence could identify only 5% of the signs in the manuscripts. And that is a science of secondary meaning. It's not about text, it's about signs on the margins, which were the same in many manuscripts. So the artificial intelligence could identify only 5%. And then the people from the project learn the program, modify the program, and the second result was about 30–40%, and so on. So the last version, it's more than 70% right identification. So not 100. And 100 is a result that they perhaps never attain. So we must be realistic. It's just beginning. So it's too early to speak about proper use of that technologies. But it's already created. It's a slow process. It needs to be international because it works very bad at the national level, and it works very bad also at the closed world of the universities. So it's a product of cooperation, it's also work when the project is open for cooperation. Yeah, as a real project must be. So that's my remark. So and there's already a lot of that project. They are very different kinds, but as I said already, it's just beginning. Just beginning. It's too early to speak about consequences. It's just beginning. So that's my experience. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Both Professor Piqué and Professor Khorkov. Please feel free to raise questions We still have some minutes left. Mary Rawlinson is in London, and she's going to be entering the room very soon. Any other questions, please?
Perhaps if I may, yes, for talking and also taking advantage of the speech of Mikhail, I would like to ask him about the change of the nature of the human being when we cannot live without technology. We were living during all the history of the life with technology, for instance, with fire, with iron, with, I don't know, different technologies, with electricity. But it seems that we didn't have really a change in the nature of the human being, because we were using this technology for living better, but not changing our mind. It seems that at the beginning of the history, the Greeks, they were worried about why the people were writing books, because if they had in the book, the memory was not used, or the brain was not used. It seems that when in this case, Gutenberg was creating the print and was printing books and books, it seems that also we had a new change also in the way of using the books as a way of sharing more knowledge with more people, and it was not a monopoly of the church, of the monopoly of the monks, or whoever. But nowadays we have a very big challenge, because it's not just that the web, that we have all the books in the cloud and we can download, is that the nature of the interaction between ChatGPT and the people is that perhaps we will reduce, more than that, we will delete the criticism, the how to be critic in our thinking, and how can we make decisions, because perhaps we have an artificial intelligence partner that will be our alter ego, that will provide to us the right decisions, perhaps better than us. But better than us is not only for one shot, it's that you are learning because you are making decisions. If you don't make decisions and somebody make decisions for you, for instance, your artificial intelligence body or artificial intelligence paddle one, or the name that you prefer, it will change dramatically our way to be human, in the same way that we are losing our way to walk in the mountain because we go by Google Maps and we forget the traditional way of walking the mountains in order not to be lost. My question in this case is really in terms of impact. Do you think that really this you say ChatGPT, ominous ChatGPT, it's really a new nature of the human being? It's a new way of rethinking the humanity?
Well, is it so? We are now in the realm of the so-called philosophical anthropology, the field that I like very much. I think the answer of the most theorists in this field of philosophy is that human nature is not just changeable, it's open to all possible changes, and it's unpredictable how it will be changed. So I would say, so I'm not sure that the already existing technologies could change human nature dramatically, that human beings just to be human beings. So I think it's not the case. because human nature is not just about mentality. It's first of all biology, and ChatGPTs and something like that couldn't change human biology, and that's already good. That's already good news. From my point of view, I don't know, but biology is not changeable by digital or AI technologies. Human nature is also open. It's not fixed. And it's, as for example, Helmut Plessner said, it's eccentric. That means the sense of human life and the sense of human identity must be somewhere out of the existence of a human being. It must be. It could be idea. It could be an image of the future. It could be just other person. It may be God. It may be something. What is the best form, or what forms a best form, a better form of human life? So. In this sense, the idea of changes is not only negative idea, it's also positive idea. I'm not sure that it goes so far as some transhumanistic projects, because it's just impossible. Sorry, it's transformation of human biology is a very sensitive question, and from various points of view, it's just impossible. Possible technologically, but it's not possible from juridical, cultural, technological, as mass technology, supported by political, social system. It sounds like utopia as a negative or dystopia. In this sense, I'm not so sure that it's a serious question. And I'm also not sure that is the most important question of contemporary situation. Conditio humana hodie, to say. They have a lot of other questions, so it must be less stressed and a bit more realistic. So real phenomenology of human life is important to understand what we have. Is it really bad that we have already? No, it's not bad at all. Do we need to change ourselves? Actually, not so much. It would be good to be a bit better, to live longer, to be healthier, to all that positive images. But for what? What purpose? And how? What is the price? You mentioned that new technologies need a lot of supplies, electricity, energy, metals, a lot of materials, and they are not cheap. So smart technologies, digital, are not cheap. So, and that is also a responsibility of humankind to be enough rational to decide what is really important. Is it really important to be 24 hours every day online in ChatGPTs to write all possible bullshit? Not at all, because it's not cheap. That's the point. In this sense, hominis DCP is just rhetorical exaggeration and not more. But it's a good rhetorical example, I think, to understand.
You mean that will be more more than biological, will be more social impact. For instance, all the ChatGPT will replace a lot of lawyers, a lot of coders, a lot of people that are working, that it will be more social or economic impact, but not, I agree that it's not a bio change, but when you combine artificial intelligence with pharma, you can really develop new ways of pharma, new digital devices, and this is a mix that you can really try to put. But there is like a two impact, no? The impact of the society, the artificial intelligence is going to delete a lot of jobs that we have until now. You told about the university, but really it's lawyers, coders, and so on. The health, medical decisions until now are in front of one doctor, and perhaps artificial intelligence can manage 1,000 or 100,000 cases in order to validate you. What it means is that there is a big change in the economy, and there will be big change in the society. If we are a human being, what we will do with all this new scenario? If we don't have to work all the day, that's not bad. That who will pay our food, or who will pay our parties? Because this is something that until now we have the economy trying to balance the consumers and the workers. But coming back to your reflection, what I was reading and learning from your messages, ChatGPT, it's really changing things, but we have to validate what things can change the human nature, or really can change the society and the economy. I don't know. It's like a division, no? The people will be the same, but the world will be different. That's my reaction.
Well, I think that human nature, as I said, it's changeable, and it's very adaptive. And what I could see today, comparing to the situation 30 years ago in the great cities, that digital era and new technologies, digital technologies, and so on. So technologies as a signs of smart city and so on, actually don't need any kind of new industrialization. They're all post-industrial technologies, and they have return of nature in the great cities already. So wildness, not because of the COVID time, but it was already before the COVID time, and it's now the case. So the countries that have more digital technologies and AI technologies already used by the people have much more greens and kind of nature in the great cities. So it changed human life, and adaptation and development of human nature means that the people are more flexible. They can work, for example, online and use all digital services with their devices in the park, and at the same time enjoy wildlife. For example, there is a park here in Warsaw, very close to my apartment, and there is beaver there. And you can see that on weekends, a lot of people with families and so on goes to there, and children with devices, and then they find beaver. And they forget already all devices, all their digital life, and enjoy direct contact with the wild nature. The beaver in the city center is fantastic. and birds are fantastic, and trees and flowers and greens. That is real human life, and that is also product of new exchanges. So digital life doesn't mean new techniques. So techniques of life is a term of Max Scheler, for example, and it means, so it's not only new technologies, and we became part of these new technologies. In this sense, Homo GPT is just utopia or dystopia. It's not possible in real life. The people who use GTP services, like these people in the park, forget about that. When they find something more interesting in this, this is real life and real nature. They're happy to contact other people, to meet other people, to play together, to play football, and just enjoy summer day and meet wildlife. That's fantastic, and that is also consequence of new digital life in the cities. So that may be my remark. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you, Professor Piqué. And welcome, Professor Mary Rawlinson from the Institute for Advanced Studies, University College London, Emerita Professor from Stony Brook University. Professor Rawlinson is going to give her talk on feminist bioethics toward an ethics of life. Thank you very much. Please, you have the floor, Mary.
Oh, thank you, Nita. Thank you for that very kind introduction. When Nita invited me to participate in this conference, my first response was, Nita, I have very little to say about neuroethics, and I don't know anything about AI. But as we began to talk, we thought that it might be interesting to bring a feminist bioethics perspective to this discussion. So what I'm going to talk about today is why bioethics, if it's to live up to its promise as an ethics of life, must become a feminist bioethics. And my work in this area is largely inspired by the philosophy of Luce Irigaray. So those of you who heard my paper some weeks ago that focused on Irigaray's ontological and epistemological revolution in philosophy, we'll have an opportunity today to hear me draw out some of the ethical and political implications of her work, or at least as I see them. So just a couple of introductory remarks. I want you to keep in mind that a feminist bioethics doesn't really focus on extending rights to women. Rather, its project is to transform bioethics from a narrow focus on ethical issues raised by medical research and new medical technologies toward a focus on public health, social justice, and structural injustice. So it really calls for a kind of revolution in bioethics, similar to the philosophical revolution that we talked about a few weeks ago. So without further ado, feminist bioethics toward an ethics of life. In his 1927 essay, Bioethics, a review of the ethical relations of humans to animals and plants, the German philosopher and educator Fritz Jahr proposed the extension of moral regard to all living beings and emphasized the continuity and interdependence of human life with other forms of life. Under a bioethical imperative, humans would be responsible for preserving life in its diversity. Situating bioethics within a global and ecological perspective, Jahr argued that medical science requires supplementation by ethical thought to ensure that it serves life rather than undermining it or being hostile to it. In 1971, the American biochemist Van Rensselaer Potter revived the term bioethics, proposing bioethics as a Bridge to the Future. While no Luddite, he was deeply aware of the ways in which science and scientific progress threaten the environment and the quality of human life and even human survival. Potter made a concept of sustainability central to bioethics, arguing for the incorporation of environmental ethics and the ethics of our relation to other animals into a global promotion of human health. In the 5 decades since the publication of Potter's Bioethics, A Bridge to the Future, bioethics has become something more narrow and instrumentalist than the conceptual project envisioned by Yar and Potter. The original mission of developing an ethics of life has been obscured by a reliance on rights discourse and an focus on problems raised by medical research and the use of new technologies in the clinic. UNESCO's bioethics section, for example, completely erases the origin of bioethics as the pursuit of an ethics of life. Quoting from their website, stem cell research, genetic testing, cloning. Progress in the life sciences is giving human beings new power to improve our health and control the development processes of all living species. And I think it warrants some attention to be paid to this phrase, control the development processes of all living species. Concerns about the social, cultural, legal, and ethical implications of such progress. Again, is it really progress, this control of all of the development processes of all living species? Is this really progress? Concerns about the social, cultural, legal, and ethical implications of such progress have led to one of the most significant debates of the past century. A new word has been coined to encompass these concerns, bioethics. So again, the origin of bioethics in Potter and Yar's concern about life is completely erased. Conference programs, journals, and funding opportunities in bioethics reflect this narrow focus on the ethics of research and the development of new technologies of medical intervention. Bioethics' emphasis on issues of consent, the control of exotic technologies, the calculation of costs and benefits, and the apportioning of rights often seems to imply, as Honora O'Neill remarked, that the field is more concerned with liability and property rather than ethics or life. Certainly, contemporary bioethics does not exhibit the broad concern with conditions of life that was reflected in the work of Yar and Potter. They tasked bioethics with reinventing social and economic infrastructures, as well as humans' relation to nature, to better promote global health. Contemporary bioethics, for the most part, seems to accept both the current scientific and technological control of nature and the current disposition of wealth and power, rather than recognizing the unsustainability of this control and of structural inequality as inimical to health around the globe. More specifically, despite data revealing a clear link between gender equity and women's education on the one hand, and community health on the other, bioethics rarely offers a critique of the gender division of labor or gender inequity in the economic, political, and social institutions that govern life. Indeed, in bioethics, gender equity is treated as a, quote, separate issue, not properly included in rights related to health. And you see this very clearly in UNESCO's Declaration of Human Rights in bioethics. There's no mention, for example, of reproductive rights in this entire document. And I can tell you a story about that because I was participating in the meetings where this document was actually drafted. Very interesting backstory there. Within contemporary bioethics, feminist bioethics is usually considered to be a subfield that deals with issues specific to women, particularly reproductive rights and the use of new reproductive technologies or the responsibilities of caregiving, because caregiving is overwhelmingly a female enterprise. It is often argued, as for example, Beauchamp and Childress do in their classic text, Principles of Bioethics, that the issues of feminist bioethics can be addressed by merely extending already articulated rights to women, and that the concepts of feminist bioethics are fully covered by notions of autonomy and responsibility already developed in the discourse of rights. And there was no mention of gender in the first editions of Principles of Bioethics. And when Tom and Jim did their last revision, they put in this disclaimer that really it's already been taken care of because we just extend the already articulated rights to women, and whatever rethinkings of autonomy and responsibility that have come out of feminist ethics are already absorbed in, the classic notions of autonomy and responsibility. Needless to say, there were quite a few feminist bioethicists who argued with that, including myself. So their position assumes that there is nothing to be learned in philosophy and ethics by reflecting on women's experience. Either women are a special case of the human, and any principles or concepts drawn from their experience would apply only to them, or they are already fully absorbed, fully subsumed in the concept of man and the discourse of the rights of man. Just as medicine has often assumed that it could approach the female body through nosologies and clinical practices drawn from a study of the male body, so too philosophers and theorists have seemed to think that if feminism requires an extension of the rights of man, it does not require any rethinking of the concepts and strategies of ethics and politics. In fact, taking sexual difference as irreducible to any figure of the generically human, a figure which in the history of philosophy is always already marked masculine, requires the recognition that there will be more than one narrative of human experience and more than one field of experience in which to discover universals. As Luce-Irigaray remarks, quote, "Men seem to have wanted directly or indirectly to give the universe. Man seems to have wanted directly or indirectly to give the universe his own gender, as he has wanted to give his own name to his children, his wife, and his possessions. But human being is at least two, and this truth will require a rethinking of all the fundamental concepts of philosophy and ethics that are built on the fiction of a generic rational subject and the logic of the same, or the metaphysics of the one." And this is what we talked about a few weeks ago. The irreducibility of sexual difference exposes the contingent origin of the discourse of rights, on which contemporary bioethics depends, in laws of property and sexual propriety. While social contract theorists from Hobbes to Hegel attempt to authorize their narratives by an appeal to nature, the validity of the law of property as a social and political form depends not on a science of nature, but on the mythology of an originary violence. This fiction of the state of nature installs the law of property and a logic of mastery as necessary to tame human nature, necessary to the transformation of its natural violence into the exchange among equals that defines fraternity. And as I mentioned a few weeks ago, feminism makes a big mistake when it focuses on patriarchy as the infrastructure of subjection. For patriarchy depends on fraternity. A man is only recognized as the king in his castle if he is recognized by the other brothers, in the lateral relations of fraternity, as having that authority and that power of ownership. So patriarchy is always set within the infrastructure of fraternity. The actual history of the abstract rights of the human person reveals their complicity with the history of property and their production as safeguards of the privilege of property. As Rousseau remarked, quote, the true founder of civil society was the first man who, having enclosed a piece of land, thought of saying, "This is mine." The mythological accounts of society's origin in a voluntary contract obscure the way in which these rights were instituted precisely in order to establish the validity of ownership and to secure inequities of wealth. As Anthony Whittiwis remarks in his 2005 text, Human Rights, quote, "The emergence of human rights is coterminous with the emergence of what are commonly referred to as structural inequalities. That is, with the emergence of forms of inequality that are independent of personal attributes and instead derive from modes of economic, political, and cultural organization. The rhetorical strategies of rights, the fiction of the state of nature, the myth of the voluntary social contract, the abstraction of the person, the recreation of man as a generic, the ideology of equality, and the institution of fraternity as a figure of the social bond, install a social logic that legitimates inequities of wealth, as well as the subjection of certain classes of humans as the servants of that wealth. Within this conceptual history, women have been defined not as agents, but as property, the medium of exchange through which the bonds of brotherhood are elaborated, as both Freud and Levi-Strauss demonstrate. From Aristotle's account of her as a nutritive medium to Hegel's sequestering of her in the family, apart from public life, where she tends the body, the tradition renders woman at best a supplement to man's agency, lacking the self-consciousness and rational capacities necessary for autonomous self-directed activity. Moreover, women's fate provides a paradigm of subjection that is deployed upon other identities. Man's concepts of universality, equality, and dignity install the hegemony of particular racial and cultural, as well as sexual identities. So you might recall from Hobbes this phrase that recurs throughout the Leviathan, women, children, and savages. And this names the class of entities that lacks the adequate rational capacities to participate in the regime of rights, and thus is appropriately deemed property. He also uses the term chattel to refer to this class. Man's hegemony has produced not only the subjection of women, but also a world that is inimical to our health. So now we come to bioethics. The universalism of fraternal rights hides its own origin in a system of concepts linking the right to property, not only to social inequality, but also to war and the mastery of nature. In the Critique of Judgment, for example, Kant defines man's moral vocation as the mastery of nature and the mastery of nature in man. It is man's destiny to subject nature to his rational purposes. In explicating this vocation, Kant valorizes the warrior character as the most noble and insists on the necessity of war as a formative activity. Like Hegel, Kant argues that war solidifies the identity of a people and demonstrates the necessity of a sovereign power to security and to a liberty at once limited and guaranteed by law. Prolonged peace, Kant insists, debases the way of thinking of a people. In this passage, Kant also emphasizes the necessity of structural inequalities. Some serve so that others will have the leisure for science and art. The latter, Kant writes, must keep the former in, quote, a state of oppression, hard labor, and little enjoyment. And this difference of class is gender marked. In fact, the edifice of culture, its institutions, practices, and artifacts, as well as its history, science, and philosophy, depends upon the subordination of one gender to the other. The discourse of the rights of man absolutizes forms of life that belong to one gender and even to a group within this gender that also bears other markings of race and wealth. Its operation in complicity with regimes of power invested in war and the mastery of nature has produced an almost uninhabitable world that undermines our health in at least 3 ways. First, it installs a negative relation to nature that in our time threatens the earth, which itself, which is the necessary condition of our health. The threat of nuclear disaster, all too real today, unfortunately, the threat of nuclear disaster demonstrates against the assumptions of philosophers the mortality of the earth. The very scientific and technological progress invoked by UNESCO's Universal Declaration of Norms for Bioethics produces a world that is too noisy, fast, insecure, and polluted to be conducive to human health. Second, the discourse of rights legitimates war as a political strategy and renders historically necessary its catastrophic human and environmental results. Nowhere is the duplicity and immorality of the abstract discourse of rights more evident than in the sophistries used to justify war. As Irigaray remarks, huge amounts of capital are allocated to the development of death machines in order to ensure peace, we are told. This warlike method of organizing society is not self-evident, it has a sex. This ideology of the political necessity of war takes life, inflicts suffering, and forestalls the elaboration of more effective forms of social negotiation. And you can find this Orwellian, sophistical rhetoric everywhere. So for example, if you look at the EU peace facility, it turns out to be a military operation. Or if you listen to the rhetoric that Putin has used to justify the special military operation in Ukraine, it's all about liberating the Ukrainians from Nazis and so forth, all of this, sophistical rhetoric as if he's the one that's on the side of justice here. And someone who's particularly good on the way in which sophistry is used to justify war as if it were serving peace is Arundhati Roy. I would recommend her great essay, War is Peace. And finally, the third way in which the rhetoric of rights is linked to undermining our health. In installing man as the universal figure of the human and denying the difference of gender, the fraternal discourse of abstract rights provides the paradigm for the reduction of all difference. Actual human beings are rendered mere units in a social process, or mere instances of some general form, worker, consumer, immigrant, welfare mother, which, as Foucault has argued, abets the disposition not just of individuals, but of whole populations to serve the concentration of capital and the elaboration of elite zones of security. The reduction of difference sets the stage for the unconditional power of money, which serves as the measure of all things. It provides the single scale with respect to which all entities can be evaluated and to which all differences of value can be reduced. So in cost-benefit analysis, for example, which still very much holds sway in bioethics, it's as if all differences are differences of degree. So the value of a new car can be arrayed on the same scale as your child's kidney, as if there were no difference of kind here, but just a difference of degree. How much does each one cost? Social relations tend to be mediated by wealth, and social activities tend to focus on spending. Let's go shopping. The public discourse within which our being together must be negotiated when it is not drowned out by the surfeit of media and communications concerns almost exclusively questions of war or money. And I challenge you to look at the front page of any newspaper. It's very hard to find a story that's not about war or money, unless it's Boris Johnson's political scandals or Trump's political scandals. It's almost always war and money. Given environmental crises, the ubiquity of social and state-sanctioned violence extremes of social inequity, the sophistry of public discourse, and the explosion of lifestyle illnesses, such as addiction, heart disease, or diabetes, related to habits and stress, it is tempting, when it comes to the questions of health, to strike an apocalyptic tone. This critique of rights demonstrates the link between this discourse and the violence, economic inequity, and pollution of the earth that threaten us. Perhaps, as Derrida remarked in another context, this discourse, which at one time served to spread liberty, at least among a certain class of men, has worked itself to its point of exhaustion, so that it now has effects contrary to its own intentions, serving, for example, as a convenient mask for real inequality. So again, if you look at something like the Declarations of Rights, there are a variety of them that the UN has promulgated. They articulate things like a right to bodily autonomy and bodily security and a right to participation in public life. And then when you look at the signatories of these documents, you see that they represent cultures in which these rights simply don't exist. So being signatory to one of these documents is a kind of fig leaf for the real, covering over the real inequality that afflicts these states. Moreover, the rhetoric of equality of rights cannot address the problem that these rights derive from concepts of ownership, exchange, and identity, in which women's agency is impossible, as she is the paradigm of property whose exchange establishes the fraternal bond. As Irigaray remarks, quote, the assertion that men and women are now equal, or well on the way to becoming so, has served almost as an opiate of the people for some time now. Men and women are not equal. And if you look on almost any social indicator, this is obviously true. While the idea of equality may secure women wider rights in the domain of acquisition and the ownership of property, it does not address her lack of agency in the context of fraternity, nor the rights that might be necessary to discover and secure a distinctively female agency. The discourse of equality is to be rejected on two counts. First, proclamations of equality of men and women are empirically false. Women are structurally disadvantaged with respect to men economically, politically, and civilly. Poverty is feminized and women's labor underpaid. In many parts of the world, women enjoy limited, if any, real property rights. Women are drastically underrepresented politically in almost every part of the globe. Most importantly, as it is a condition of women's agency, the figure of woman is not recognized as a figure of the universal. Thus, women are denied the experience of themselves as a site for producing the universal in science, politics, and philosophy. Secondly, we must ask, equal to what? Declarations of rights, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights or UNESCO's Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, do not take into account the differences in the bodies and experiences of the two sexes. Inevitably, they reinscribe fraternal power as if the lack of attention to the conditions of female identity and agency did not matter, as if man could indeed, as he has always done, speak for all of us. If, as Article 21 of the Declaration of Human Rights insists, everyone has the right of equal access to public service in their country, then why are there so few women in leadership positions? If everyone has the right to the security of their person, then why are women more likely to be the victims of domestic violence or human trafficking? How does this Declaration of Rights assure the security of my person if the state can intervene in my intimate decisions about reproduction? In fact, gender discrimination was so taken for granted by the authors of the UDHR and the covenants that no one realized there was a problem about confining the applicability of human rights to the public sphere of courts, politics, work, and welfare, until this was pointed out by feminist scholars. It was as if things like structural inequality and domestic violence and sexual abuse and so on were not issues that should be covered by human rights. So the Declaration's abstract rights, in fact, reinscribe both women's subjection and the invisibility of her identity within the fraternal order. The critique of the universalism of fraternal rights calls for a public conversation on the link between social justice and health, instead of a continued reliance on proclamations of abstract equality and dignity. Irigaray remarks that we might begin by letting women do half the talking. Discussions of human rights need to begin from a critique of current structural inequalities and the hegemony of certain identities and forms of life in order to move toward new forms of social negotiation. Reframing bioethics as an ethics of life depends on no longer being lulled by the opiate of abstract concepts of equality or dignity. An ethics of life suggests a different methodology for moral and political philosophy. Perhaps rather than focusing on the rational calculation of rights and duties, philosophy would better serve human health and happiness by developing a moral imagination focused on the production of a more livable future. Perhaps philosophical reflection on women's experience as mothers would provide a bridge to a more livable future. Again, recalling Yar's idea of bioethics as a bridge to the future. Identity and agency are formed in social institutions and depend upon a culture of possibilities to sustain them. It is only through his embodied performances in the context of collective practices and institutions that the scientist or the politician experiences himself as freely participating in a universal project. Social justice then depends not only on redistributing wealth, but also on redistributing power and possibilities, on the collaborative authorization of institutions and practices appropriate to sustain the agency of each and all. The patriarchal family and the culture of fraternal rights provide no recognition of women as responsible citizens. The subjection of women renders the family a scene of violence, and this domestic violence provides a paradigm for the public violence that occurs between men's states, armies, religions, and tribes. Thus, providing civil rights for women is not only a matter of justice for women, it also promises to open up new ways of relating that may improve our health and ensure a more livable future. There is no mention in the philosophical history of the discourse of rights or in contemporary declarations of rights, not even in the declaration concerned with bioethics and health, of the right to decide one's own destiny in relation to human reproduction. This reflects the differences in embodied possibilities that comprise men and women, as well as the appropriation of women and children as property within the discourse of rights. By refusing her this right, the state denies her agency and indicates that she cannot be trusted with this decision. Quoting Irigaray, "This job, mothering, requires more subtlety and intelligence than any other. It would certainly be done better if women had the full benefit of their identity. But to date, those who engender and protect life don't have a right to it. In an incredibly distrustful maneuver, it's suspected that they would no longer want to protect life the moment they themselves have a right to it." And of course, this is very much the theme of the post-Roe v. Wade debate in the US. We can't trust women with this decision because then they'll be, rampantly aborting for no good reason. Hence, women are now suffering very, very serious health consequences because they don't have access to the full range of reproductive care. The right to life in contemporary political discourse refers not to the bodily integrity and agency of the one on whom life depends for its reproduction and care, but to the subjection of that integrity and agency to the fraternal power of the state. A woman's agency is institutionally established only when women are entrusted by the state with this decisive power over reproduction. Proclamations of women's rights are empty without the elaboration of social and political forms that recognize a woman's bodily integrity and sustain her authority with men in defining the future. Even in those states where a woman is accorded so-called reproductive rights, these are generally reduced to the right to have an abortion. But the agency and health of women also depends on the codification of specific rights that recognize the authority and obligations of women as mothers. While children have historically been viewed as the property of the father and subject to his authority and recognized only by his name, the actual work of caring for and rearing children has historically been the responsibility of women. The realization of women's agency requires the elaboration of new civil rights which recognize this responsibility. Irigaray suggests that just as women ought to be free to manage their own reproductive destinies without civil and religious tutelage, so too it should be the mother who registers the child's birth with civil authorities and is identified by law as the guardian and authority in their children's lives. Changing legal codes in this way would require new forms of negotiation and new ways of relating among men and women. While proclamations of abstract rights and equality abet the continued hegemony of the male gender, these changes to law and social forms would precipitate a reconfiguration of the distribution of power between the genders. Investing women with real agency in their reproductive and maternal destinies might improve the health of each and all by undermining the structural inequalities that underlie the discourse of rights, as well as the link between property and the violence and degradation of earth that threaten us all. Beginning to think from women's experience requires the philosophical and ethical recognition of the interdependence of all life. Everyone has been born of another. This is a truth that philosophy just never pays any attention to, and yet it's a real universal. It's not a hypothetical, mythological account of nature. It's a real, concrete universal. Everyone has been born of another. This has profound political and ethical implications. Rather than relying on the speculative fiction of a generic rational subject that is the same in all of us, perhaps philosophy and ethics should begin with this genuine concrete universal. We might ask ourselves then, as an opening gesture in ethics, how must we organize the world to ensure that every child is born in security and health? Such a question would refocus our attention in bioethics, not on problems raised by medical science and exotic technologies, but on basic conditions of agency: security, nourishment, clean water and air, shelter, mobility, and liberty. The problem of defining human capabilities or addressing cultural difference, which so plague intervention efforts today in, say, Nussbaum's capabilities approach, simply do not arise if we begin by imagining the conditions of maternal agency. The relation of mother and child in pregnancy provides a paradigm of human respect and solidarity, which ought to inform our social and political life. While, as Irigaray notes, our culture has blindly venerated the mother-son relation, it has not appreciated the political significance of pregnancy as the toleration of the other's growth within, without regard to its difference from me. Sexual difference doesn't matter, racial difference doesn't matter, cultural difference doesn't matter. The maternal body supports the child, regardless of these differences. Our culture has failed to reflect on the meaning of this economy of respect for the other. A discourse that begins from this model of generativity would directly counter the ideology of war and social inequity at the heart of the rights of man. Beginning from women's experience in her generative role in human nature leads us to imagine a livable future in which each man and woman, in which each human being enjoys the right to life, to air, to water, to light, to the heat of the sun, to the nourishment of earth. And ethics of life is oriented by the immediate concern of the salvation of earth, not only because a new relation to nature is essential to our health and happiness, but also because actively imagining and pursuing a world in which each one enjoys this right to life will necessarily produce new forms of association, negotiation, and solidarity. Community doesn't fall from the sky. It emerges out of people working together, aiming toward a new, more livable future. A critique of the rhetoric of rights, persons, and equality, and of fraternity as a social form opens up the possibility of reconfiguring the concept of justice so as to deploy the subjected in new forms of moral agency. A bioethics, an ethics of life, that begins from women's experience would not be organized by man's myth of a violent origin, but around human generativity and the agency of women as the custodians of that generativity. This critique reveals the impossibility of approaching the issue of health apart from that of social justice, and refigures moral agency as socially constituted rather than a property of an autonomous person. It reconfigures bioethics itself as an activity of the moral imagination, not a calculation, but a moral imagination, as a matter of imagining the future differently in order to build the solidarities necessary to collective action while sustaining the singularity of each and all. In our time, we live on a polluted earth of diminishing resources under the threat of nuclear annihilation. Global capitalism concentrates wealth, creates elite zones of security, massive social dislocation, and engulfs populations in the logic of commodification. As Irigaray remarks, we should not delude ourselves that history can redeem all our mistakes. Still, perhaps, by using women as a lever of intervention, and particularly her maternal agency and generativity, it is possible to tell a different story of how we stand on the earth together, and for bioethics to fulfill its original task as an ethics of life and a bridge to the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rawlinson, for this beautiful, thought-provoking talk. We'll now open the floor for questions and to have our moment of discussion. Well, I may start, if you guys don't mind, as you keep thinking of questions to be raised to Professor Rawlinson. Mary, I really enjoyed the way from the very beginning you introduced the whole thing of principlism or bioethical principles such as autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice, not necessarily in this order as evoked by Beauchamp and Childress, is being submitted to a logic of universalism that neglected both gender and ethnic racial issues, but as you pointed out, also the environmental dimension, which was already present in E.R. and Potter's original writings. So your whole project of reframing bioethics as an ethics of life is also a way of rescuing this idea of a bridge to the future. And here we are in the future already, dominated by ChatGPT and stuff like that. So my question is, in terms of your overall understanding of your critical approach to feminism in different versions, in your highly original undertaking of feminist bioethics as an ethics of life, is there anything relating to this critique of a universalism, let's say in more traditional metaphysical terms, is something that, of course, cannot fall back into this traditional understanding of a metaphysics, but still has something philosophical that would respond to very particular situations as we think of a feminist movement in very different regions of the planet, as you think also of an environmental challenge in Brazil, Russia, China, Africa, different parts of the planet with very different normative claims. But what do you make of the metaphysics behind it? Or should you rather forget everything about metaphysics because this is not the best way to proceed? This is a provocative question. Thank you very much.
Well, as you know, I don't want to forget metaphysics. I mean, again, you heard my paper a couple of weeks ago about a metaphysics of sexual difference. I mean, the issue, it's true that I would say the American or Anglo-American feminism of, say, the 70s to the 90s, there was very little critique of rights discourse. And the idea was simply to kind of the sort of Beecham Childress idea of extending the rights of man to women. The key concept was the concept of equality. And I think there was a concern that any sort of critique of universalism has as its only alternative relativism. So if we don't have the logic of the same and the logic of the one that, you know, has dominated metaphysics since Plato, then we don't have truth at all. We can't talk about universals, and we're just condemned to a kind of cacophony of relativism. And I think the genius of Irigaray's work is to show that this is not true, that we can have what I like to call concrete or specific universals that are generated from very specific experiences and remain tied to those experiences, but that have a universal value. So let me use the example I used a few weeks ago because I think it's so apt. We've rebuilt our physical environment. We've remade our curbs, our elevator, you put braille on our elevator knobs and so forth in order to make it possible for differently abled people to fully participate in society. And remaking the built environment in this way has immensely increased human productivity and human agency. Well, this teaches us something universal, that we ought to build our environment, our physical environment, not to promote the flow of global capital, but to promote human agency. So this is something that we learn from a very specific experience, that of the differently abled, and yet it's something that has universal implications for the way in which we should build our physical environment. I've just been writing about the great African-American author Chester Himes, whose crime stories are situated in Harlem, and he painfully details the way in which the advent of the automobile and the superhighway destroyed whole communities. Because again, it was we wanted to sell automobiles and facilitate trade, facilitate the flow of capital, and literally no attention was paid, because of course these were Black people, right? No attention was paid to the destruction of communities that were simply branded ghettos, right? As if they were unlivable spaces without, you know, a vibrant street life. So again, this is something universal that we learn from this very specific experience of the way in which the physical environment has been rebuilt in order to promote the agency of differently abled people. Similarly, if we start with maternal experience, if we make maternity philosophically relevant in a way that it's never been in the history of philosophy, the whole idea of the individual autonomous subject is immediately undermined, because individuality and autonomy is secondary to relationality. We originate in a relationship to another, and we come to be as individuals, as autonomous subjects within the context of that relationality. So all of the political strategies and policies and that promote, a kind of radical individualism are actually undermining our health and welfare, because they're undermining the very relationality that sustains us in the first place. And this is such a problem in philosophy. And you see this particularly in analytic philosophy, that, people start tying themselves into pretzels, trying to reestablish intersubjectivity. We have to have all of these arguments and so forth, to just try to somehow overcome the gap between individual autonomous subjects, to the point that solipsism, even looks like a plausible position to take, when in fact, if we begin with a phenomenology of maternal experience, we don't have this problem. We begin in a world that is fundamentally, inextricably intersubjective. So I think this is the project that's only just begun. This idea that we could have universals that are rooted in specific experiences, concrete or specific universals, without being condemned to relativism. And this is what I mean when I say I think there's got to be more than one narrative of human experience. And because these are narratives, I can participate in yours and you can participate in mine. And it's really important that the voices that have been silenced are heard. So for example, if we had paid attention to the experience of Indigenous people a long time ago, we wouldn't be in the mess that we're in. Because the first principle for Indigenous peoples is never do anything without thinking about what the effect is going to be 7 generations down the line. It's always about imagining the future and looking at future effects, right? Imagine how differently our technologies would be structured and deployed if we had paid attention to this truth of Indigenous experience. So it's crucial to our survival, not just our health, but our survival, I think, that we get over this idea that's either universalism or relativism. We've got to begin to think about specific universals and look at the experiences that have been silenced as sources of the universal. So.
Thank you so much. William, please go ahead.
So thank you, Professor Rawlinson.
Hi, William, nice to see you again.
Yeah. So I was going to comment that last time I mentioned to you the idea of the contextual transcending that Professor Rahel Yegi works with, and now seeing a bit of the political side of the argument, I can follow that up with this thought that how do we thread the needle between a moral, sorry, a new moral imagination, this new imagination that is that should be forward-looking, and between the crystallization of this new imagination. What I mean by that is, how do we not romanticize our new imagination, or should we keep this imagination towards deconstructing the impediments that we have for realizing this, and bringing to our conference I can see very clearly that in most of spaces, and especially in conferences that deal with AI ethics, it's easier to foresee a future of either AI dominating the world and ending human species, or either enhancing life and solving all the problems. But a problem like gender equality in a conference about gender equality is not that easy to foresee that future. That future is not that clear. So should we keep looking and criticizing our problems, or should we foresee this moral imagination?
Thank you for that comment. I really appreciate it. And I think, one of the problems I have is that it's too easy for this to sound like a romance. I completely agree with that. And I think the two have to go hand in hand. I think the only way we're going to reimagine the future is by grappling with the structural injustices that we're now afflicted with. So, for example, 10 or 15 years ago in bioethics and even in feminist bioethics, there was almost no attention to food justice. There was almost no attention to environmental injustice. And when we started the International Journal of Feminist Bioethics, and I proposed that we do an issue on food justice, there was, I would say, half the people on the call responded, well, what would that have to do with bioethics? And, I wanted to pull my hair out, right? So it's only by expanding the arena of what counts as a problem that's got to be addressed that I think we're going to begin to tackle these structural injustices in a way that could build community and make it possible to imagine a new future. So, for example, one of the projects I've worked on is a project in Indonesia, where we're trying to use tourism as a way of empowering local communities and protecting local agricultures. In Indonesia, it's about 4 decades ago now, they allowed, unlike Bhutan, they allowed global agriculture and industrial food to come into the country. So PepsiCo was the first company that came into the country and started. They started trying to make deals with local vendors and people who run what are called warungs. They're like little food stands, right? And, if you'll sell my products, I'll give you so much money. So instead of buying from local farmers anymore, most of whom were women, they started now buying from PepsiCo. And so the local agriculture is beginning to be put out of business. And what's happening at the same time? At the very same time that infectious disease is dramatically declining, you see this spike in food-related disease, right? So diabetes, heart attacks, these things were not problems, not serious health issues in Indonesia 4 decades ago. It was infectious disease. And now these are the serious health problems directly related to the introduction of industrial food and global agriculture into the country. This is why Bhutan decided not to join the WTO. They were all ready to go. And then they realized they were going to have to let industrial agriculture, industrial food and global agriculture in. And they said, no, thanks, we don't want to do it. So, I think we have to expand the horizons of what counts as a problem and begin to see how, Leibniz is right. Everything's connected with everything else. So you allow global capital to come in, global agriculture to come in. That's going to change the conditions of possibility for people who are living in those communities in ways that probably will not be conducive to their health and happiness. When I first started talking about climate in relation to bioethics, again, people sort of scratch their head and they're used to talking about new reproductive technologies and technologies of end-of-life care and this kind of thing. But that's now in bioethics recognized as a very crucial theme. Housing, again, I mentioned, let's do an issue on housing. What does housing have to do with bioethics? Well, homelessness obviously is not particularly conducive to your health, particularly insofar it's almost inevitably connected to food insecurity. But there are other issues too. So in the UK, about 10 years ago, the Tories passed what they called a bedroom tax. So if you were two people and a married couple and you had an extra bedroom, you had to pay an extra council tax on this supposedly extra bedroom that you had. Well, what if one of those people was disabled or differently abled and had to have a lot of equipment so that they could function fully, or needed a carer so that they could function fully? They were now being hit by this tax in a different way from the otherly abled, right? So again, we have to look and see, we have to expand the arena of what counts as an important political or ethical problem. And it includes all those conditions of agency that I talked about: clean air, clean water, nutrition, housing. These are the things that we need to be focused on. And we need to listen to the vulnerable, listen to those who've been historically silenced. And we need to find ways of building new solidarities in order to address these problems. Because, the people in power don't want to give up power. They like being billionaires and controlling everything. And again, I'm really reluctant to say anything about AI because it's not my field and I don't know that much about it. I'm a little terrified of ChatGPT, but we'll try not to go there. But there's this idea that somehow problems are technical problems and they're going to be solved by technique. And so we should leave it in the hands of the technical people, in Silicon Valley or wherever. And this will be our death warrant. This is a prescription for disaster. So unless we have the vulnerable and the indigenous and the people whose voices have been silenced and everyone, involved in this conversation, unless these problems are seen to be ethical and political, not technical, then we're not going to find that bridge to the future. And that's really hard work. And I think it's just, we each have to find projects where we can collaborate with others and try to build communities that then can reach out to other communities and, try to make connections that become strong enough to be seen and to get the attention that's required to be effective. I'm afraid I don't have any more helpful prescription than that, but it's just that it's really hard work and it requires solidarities and collaborations that build community, and it requires seeing that the problems are ethical and political and not merely technical.
Well, thank
you,
very
Professor.
Much. Thank you, Mary. One question relating again to this environmental dimension of feminist bioethics as an ethics of life. What would you make of eco-feminist and ecological feminist and deep ecological feminists who resort to this figure of a mother nature or mother earth, or taking the earth, Gaia, as a mother? It's a very ancient, let's say, it goes back to the ancient Greeks, right? To think of the earth as the source of a fertility and life Considering that for some initial criticisms of a feminist, of course, this would be a rather stereotypical reduction of womanhood to motherhood. So how do you deal with this metaphor of a Mother Earth in in your feminist bioethics? Thank you.
Well, again, as you yourself have said, I think you have to be very careful here because you don't want to reduce womanhood to motherhood. Not at all. And I don't have too much problem with the concept of Gaia or Mother Earth insofar as it's a concept of generativity. At the same time, I wouldn't want to limit the concept of generativity to that figure because anyone can be generative. I mean, you've been tremendously generative with your students, where you can be generative in friendships. You're generative every time you go to the grocery store and you're not rude to the checkout person. Every time you recognize a service person as a person, look them in the eye and say, thank you, you're being generative. So again, I think I think there's a lot that can be thought through the concept of Gaia. But it's very important, on the one hand, not to reduce women to motherhood, nor on the other to suggest that only mothers are generative. Also, back to William's point, I don't want to too much romanticize nature. Nature is red in tooth and claw. Nature is ruthless. And nature doesn't really care about us either. That's the other thing. I mean, if you've ever lived through a hurricane, you've been taught that nature doesn't really care about you. We're just an aspect of nature. So I wouldn't want to romanticize nature in the way that I think some of the work on Gaia does. That's to sort of anthropomorphize nature in a way that I think is extremely dangerous. So if I were going to go Greek on you, I would go instead to Demeter and Persephone. And again, they always are seen as a pair. She may be with Hades, but she's also always with her mother. And Demeter represents the sort of fecundity of the earth, the cycle of the seasons, that spring always returns. As she strides across the earth, things bloom and flourish. Whereas Persephone represents the cycle of life and death, or the linearity of birth, life, and death. And we have to think these two things together, I think. So the generativity or cyclical nature of nature, its regenerative capacities, always has to be thought in relationship to mortality. And, philosophers have always liked to think that the earth was immortal. And Hegel says this, he calls the earth the immortal individual, right? And this is why human mortality doesn't matter to him. Get over it and throw your lot in with spirit, because what's really important is that the earth continues, the human race continues. It sort of loses the specificity of the human being that is granted to us by death. But we know all too well that the earth is not immortal, right? And so again, I think one problem with the work that comes out of the concept of Gaia is this kind of romanticizing of nature, a kind of anthropomorphizing of nature, when nature is both ruthless and mortal. And we are only one moment in the natural world.
Thank you, Mary. We have a question or comments from Camila. Please, Camila, go ahead.
Where's Camila?
Good morning. Hi, Professor Rawlinson. Very good to hear you again. Always a great pleasure. I just finished reading a book of Sarah Heinemann's on the Beauvoir sexual difference approach, and it reminded me a lot of your work on Irigaray. And I really appreciate I guess, a similar approach maybe you're both are doing on this taking on sexual difference. Because I guess you enter a very difficult arena in feminist debates. Because, for instance, I guess both Beauvoir and Irigaray has been recognized and entered in American feminist discourse as an essentialist towards the woman's body, right? And always this attempt to not essentialize motherhood or female reproductive system has been in a very difficult debate, right? So I guess the idea of becoming a woman, for instance, was regarded as only a social construct, as Beauvoir come to the feminist discourse. And I guess both of Heinemann and your approach to this author has been a more phenomenological approach, right? To understand, I guess, becoming, I will use the Beauvoir just to make the case, but to this becoming as an embodied experience, right? So it seems to me a kind of a way out of this essentialist way of thinking, but without disregarding the body. That's another end of the discussion. We will once again leave the body out of our political, ethical, philosophical issues, which has been very difficult for positions of minority. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about this embodied understanding. I guess my question is, do you think we need to change or look into how we understand the body? Because I guess we have always understanding the body as an objective matter, and not understanding a more intersubjectivity approach, as you said. And I guess this could be a way for us to understand, and not just sexual different, but sexuality, gender in a more broad way. The colonial bioethics is anti-racist bioethics, racial understanding, in a way that we don't essentialize these matters.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can say it any better than you've just said it. This was brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, I think, in feminism today that there's this kind of either or. You know, either you're going to subscribe to Judith Butler's social construction theory and sexual identity is wholly socially constructed, you know, as if we were like, what, these disembodied, I don't know what. Or, you know, I guess Liz Gross would be the other end of it, where, you know, there is this biological difference. It takes two to reproduce. And, you know, this is sort of the fundamental fact of human identity and sexuality. And I think this is just a false dichotomy. So, of course, de Beauvoir and Butler are right that there is a dimension of social construction of our gender identities. I mean, who could deny that? At the same time, we are these embodied subjects, and the morphologies of our body have implications for our experience. Our upright posture, for example, is what causes us to valorize vision as a particular sight. You know, as Merleau-Ponty says, the body isn't a thing in the world, it's a je peux du monde. It's an I can in the world, right? It's a set of capacities for encountering the world, and that world is always already a world of others, as you said, relationality and intersubjectivity are prior to individuality. And I think the whole problem of essentialism, has been a little bit overworked, especially in relationship to Alegre, because of the at least two, the at least in the at least two. So she argues, what she's arguing against is the idea of the one, this idea of a generic rational subject to which we can all be reduced and in which we're all the same so that our differences don't matter, right? Differences matter. And it's not just sexual difference that matters. It's all the differences of race and ethnicity and tribe, and all these differences are what make us the determined specific subjectivities that we are. And all of those differences are embodied. So if you start thinking about your identity and what constitutes your identity, you're going to start thinking about the foods you eat and the music that you listen to and how you move and what spaces you're allowed to be in and what spaces you're not allowed to be in, and so on. And all of these are forms of embodiment that determine the specificities of our identities. And so I very much subscribe to the work of somebody like Heinemann, who's trying to do this sort of phenomenology of embodiment in order to read off of that what its ethical and political implications are. And this is, I've done this, very small bit of work here on the embodiment of the other within my body, and how that relationality offers us an ethical paradigm of respect for the other through and with difference. So that, again, it doesn't matter to the mother what the sex of the child is, or, what color the child is going to turn out to be, or, her body's going to nourish that child anyway, right? And that's a kind of ethical paradigm for generativity as a fundamental principle of our ethical relationships, I think. So that's sort of the positive take on embodiment. On the other hand, we need to think through all the ways in which structural injustice is invested in the body, so that, every time a Black man is stopped by some white cop for, a minor traffic infraction and hauled into jail, that's another stress written on the bodies of Black people. Every time a woman is raped, that's another stress written on the bodies of women. So structural injustice, again, isn't just about wealth. It's not just about having too little money or not enough to eat or even a place to live. It's about all the ways in which those injustices are lodged in the body as stressors that impede your agency and impede your self-consciousness, and make it harder for you to fulfill all the capacities that you have. So again, I'm not sure I said it as well as you did, but thank you for that comment.
Thank you so much, Professor Rawlinson. Well, I think we are getting close to our lunchtime. Once again, let's thank Professor Mary Rawlinson for this beautiful, instigating talk and wonderful discussion. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a nice day. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you all very much. I was just trying to see if there was anything in the comments that we had missed, but no, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So nice to see you all again.
Nice to see you. Take care. Bye-bye. So this is our lunch break. See you guys later.
Boa tarde, professor. Tudo beleza?
Tudo certo, professor Nythamar?
Como é que tá? Tudo beleza, Stony?
Eu que medio, né? Essa aqui, né?
Boa tarde, Jair.
Boa tarde, professor. Como é que está o senhor? Vamos para o segundo tempo?
Vamos, eu já recebi mensagem do Julian. A William está moderando.
Certo.
O Julian está em Paris, mas ele é da Alemanha, ele é de Frankfurt.
Ah, ótimo.
Eu tive lá no departamento deles, em Paris. Ele trabalha com teoria crítica.
Ah, ótimo. Professor, a gente vai fazer 2 blocos, um em inglês e outro em português. Vai ser assim também, como a gente está fazendo?
Eu só estava revendo aqui, William.
Ok.
Tu tens os nomes aí ou tu quer que eu ponha aí para ti?
Eu tenho os nomes, é o
Tá,
John Sarnek
nessa
o
ordem. Julian Culp, né, porque é em alemão. Julian
Certo.
Culp, a Beatriz Sorrentino e
sim.
John Sarnek, esses 3 falam em inglês.
Ok.
Aí depois
certo.
você diz, now we're gonna switch to Portuguese, e aí podes
Certo.
chamar o Jobim, Augusto Jobim e a Gabriele.
Uhum. Não, eu tenho a ordem aqui.
Tá. Eu enviei o convite já pelo Zoom, então eles devem estar entrando. Talvez o Augusto e a Gabriele acabem entrando. Pode ser que elas entrem mais tarde, né? Isso eu não tenho controle sobre isso, de fato, mas a gente nunca sabe. Eu só vou atualizar aqui, porque tinha uma versão aqui que viria a Mira, mas como ela não respondeu, deu para a bola.
Pois é.
Falamos tão mal do GPT que ela desistiu.
Será que ela previu que isso ia acontecer?
Não. Eu estou brincando.
Eu sei.
Esse pessoal, eles não têm. Eu acho que não. Eles só querem vender o peixe deles.
Que está bem vendido.
É que nem Veja o Elon Musk. Aquele cara é muito cara de pau. Agora mesmo, eu sempre acompanho a CNN americana, ele lançando aquele candidato DeSantis, que é um cara de extrema-direita na Flórida, e é ele que está fazendo. Ele quer ganhar dinheiro. Então, se vem um cara neonazista oferecendo dinheiro, ele vai para cima. Ele não tem ética. Realmente ética. Eu fiquei pensando muito isso, sabe? Esse evento aqui está ajudando muito a gente a ver isso. A gente tem que ser realista. Ética, a gente fala aqui no Brasil, na minha opinião, é coisa para inglês ver no Brasil, mas no resto do mundo não é muito diferente, né? Tanto é que quando eu dava essa disciplina Business Ethics, a maneira como os estudantes americanos mesmo, o pessoal bem jovem, né, que vem de high school para college, dizia, this is an oxymoron, né? Um oxímoro.
Business and Ethics.
É como leite quente, gelo quente, né? Não, são duas coisas que não combinam. A business, para um americano médio, por mais jovem que seja, todo mundo sabe que é para ganhar dinheiro. E aí, ética, ele já acha que é um negócio assim, religioso. O americano médio, né? Eles não pensam.
Sim.
A filosofia tenta fazer um trabalho objetivo e sem religião. A maior parte dos americanos, mas muitos brasileiros têm essa ideia errônea, que ética é uma coisa que, assim, o cara, já que ele é da igreja, não sei o quê, ele obedece a Deus e aos 10 mandamentos. Mas é lamentável que, hoje em dia, não tem ética nem entre religiosos, eu diria.
É verdade.
A ética foi para o beleléu, cara. Eu tenho essa impressão que a ética hoje nunca teve tão mal.
É verdade.
Eu vou colocar aqui, só para você ter aí escrito, porque depois a gente pode... Beatriz e o John. Aí depois você faz o break. Augusto, Gabriel.
Sim, eu acho que...
Estão aí os nomes. Começando às 14 horas com...
sim.
A Beatriz está entrando.
Eu acho que daí a gente faz primeiro as falas e daí depois perguntas, né?
É melhor sempre, porque como são 5, para não arriscar, são 5 pessoas para uma sessão de tarde, nem sempre todo mundo fala menos tempo. Eu acho que o Julian é um que nunca passa, o John também, mas eu já não... Boa tarde, Beatriz.
Olá, boa tarde. Tudo jóia?
Tudo jóia, Beatriz. Obrigado pela tua contribuição.
Imagina, eu que agradeço pelo convite.
Nós queríamos só confirmar contigo, Beatriz, se o Julian não entrar no horário, que ele deve entrar às 14 horas, ele seria o primeiro, em princípio. Depois você, depois o John Sarnecki. E vocês 3 falando inglês. É isso? Você vai falar inglês?
Posso falar sim, inglês, sim. Eu fiz
bem.
slides em inglês, supondo que o público seria, em geral, em inglês, mas eu não tenho certeza.
Não, é só para deixar claro. A gente combinou para esse evento fazer 2 agrupamentos, o que é online e o que é presencial. Isso já foi feito, foram 2 dias presenciais, segunda e terça, agora é tudo Zoom, e o outro agrupamento é por línguas. Então, ficaria o Julian Beatriz e John in English. E aí depois 2 colegas vão falar em português. Tá? Só para ficar claro, porque a gente não quer... Até o John me escreveu ontem, ele é muito gozado, o John é ótimo, ele disse, eu acompanhei várias palestras, mas o meu português não é muito bom.
Pois é, eu tenho assistido também algumas que deu para ver e eu percebi que vocês estão alternando, né, os grupos. Mas tudo bem, tudo certo.
Tá, obrigado, obrigado. É só porque o William, que é o moderador da mesa. A gente só vai aguardar um pouco. A gente tenta começar no horário para não atrasar em efeito cascata, né? Mas até agora está indo bem. Até o colega russo falou de manhã. Eu vi que estava uma situação meio assim, porque tinha uma colega americana que estava em Londres, a Mary Rawlinson, e ela falou umas 2 coisas ali da Ucrânia, da invasão russa, de sair. Eu estou sempre...
Eu fiquei receoso também.
Eu também fiquei pensando, eu espero que a Mary não leve adiante essa conversa. Não queremos falar sobre Rússia e Ucrânia, porque esse colega russo ele está sendo hostilizado. Ele está na Polônia, que é um país que está recebendo o maior número de imigrantes ucranianos, e, obviamente, ele não apoia nada do Putin, nem da extrema-direita russa, mas ele disse, o fato de ser russo, ele está falando, o nome dele, Mikhail, a pessoa pensa que é nome russo. Então, e uma outra colega russa pediu para não participar, porque ela está nos Estados Unidos, também ela disse, está havendo uma coisa de russofobia, e aí a pessoa, às vezes, no caso dela, que tem filho pequeno, ela não quer se expor para não ser hostilizada depois, não é? Porque sabia que o nosso evento aqui, a gente tem uma tentativa de fazer ligação com Rússia, China e Índia para os outros países. Até o John Jair, ele perguntou isso ontem, porque o John é canadense. Ele conhece o Norman, ele já esteve aqui na PUC 2 vezes. E ele diz, o Canadá, embora seja confundido com os Estados Unidos, porque são muito próximos, né? Mas quem conhece o pessoal canadense, eles têm muita gente mais de esquerda, né? Inclusive o sistema médico deles é todo socializado, como em países escandinavos, né? É um sistema público muito bom. Mas o John achou muito boa essa iniciativa. Ele até se ofereceu para ir para a China. A gente... Ele disse, para ir ver a Dilma, eu queria conhecer a Dilma.
Deixa eu só fazer uma perguntinha, só para confirmar. A gente tem ali uns 40 minutos para fala, é isso?
A gente pede para não passar disso em consideração com o tempo de perguntas e de debate.
Tá,
né?
Tá bom.
Porque se o speaker passa muito, vai tirar o tempo que era para o debate. É por isso. Acho que é no interesse também de quem fala de propiciar um debate. Né? Mas eu sei que nem todo mundo que fala está querendo realmente mas está indo bem. Por enquanto, estamos tendo bons debates e até a nossa percepção, Beatriz, você que é da área, é que a inteligência artificial está levando chumbo aqui. Não, a gente ficou bem impressionado com as críticas de pessoas da área da computação. Né? Sobretudo, logo no primeiro dia, o grandão aí da IBM fez críticas contundentes à inteligência artificial. Então, isso é interessante, é importante também, porque é sinal de que não temos uma leitura ingênua de ChatGPT, né? Porque gerou muito hype. Né? A maior parte das pessoas, da maneira... Né? Eu achei legal do Mikhail, do colega russo, falar do uso do ChatGPT em sala de aula lá na Polônia. O Julian está entrando, então a gente vai ter que voltar para o inglês. Hi, Julian. Can you hear us?
Desencadeou o negócio, o Paulo saiu.
There is a bit of echo.
Nythamar, tu consegue mutar o Jair?
Ah, é o Jair que tá.
É.
Ah, ok.
Consegue mutar o Jair. Aí.
All right. Sorry, Julian. We had a bit interference.
No worries. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Very good. Very good.
James William is our moderator. And Professor Beatriz Sorrentino is already here, our colleague from Cuiabá, and Julian Culp from the American University of Paris. What's the weather like in Paris right now? Oh, excellent.
Dave, 10 out of 10.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's
25 degrees, it's sunshine, and it wasn't so nice the last few weeks, but this week is perfect. Not too hot.
Did you guys finish the semester or still have classes?
No, we finished last week. So this week we ended grading, we submitted the grades, and now the summer is here, but it's still, it feels more like the transition still to the full research with the grading and some final meetings, and we had a graduation celebration on Tuesday. Yeah. So all of these formalities. Excellent. So that the semester was fizzling out, but now it's over.
Fantastic. Julian, are you going to share anything? You're going to show slides, PowerPoint, just in case you wanna make a test, quick test. Still have a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So I need to change my system preferences, but that should work.
Hi, Augusto.
Olá, boa tarde. Tudo bem?
All right. Augusto, you're going to have the first panel in English, then we switch back to Portuguese with you and Gabriela.
No problem. Yep. Let's get.
Does this
excellent
work?
Yeah, excellent. Can you try to do the slideshow? Yeah, like if you make it for like the full slideshow. Yeah, slideshow could be a larger slides for everyone.
I put on the slideshow mode. Do you see it or not?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
That's because I'm using two screens. Let me check. Hold on. Are you now seeing my screen?
Yes, we're seeing your screen.
Yeah, okay. I need to stop sharing quickly.
PowerPoint.
Or if not. Yeah, I need to stop sharing quickly. Okay.
Sometimes a way to do that is to put it on full screen on PowerPoint and then use your keyboard to go back to Zoom.
Right.
What you have to press is Alt Tab in most keyboards. I don't know if in all of them. Switches windows.
So what are the exact steps? So I first go to PowerPoint and then in PowerPoint.
Yeah, and then you can get your presentation on full screen on PowerPoint, and then press Alt Tab together so that you can switch screens.
Yeah. Okay.
Go back to
tab
Zoom.
and comment if you have a Apple.
Thank you for that.
Keyboard.
Right.
Yeah. Command tab.
Yes. Right. Perfect.
There you go.
Okay.
Good work.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much.
That's perfect. So, James William, please go ahead.
Yes. Well, let's start another session here at the Colloquium. And without further ado, I'll give you guys the talk with Professor Julian Culp. He is Associate Professor of Philosophy, Program Coordinator for Philosophy at the Center for Critical Democracy Studies at the American University of Paris. So, please, Professor Julian, the floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Hi from Paris. It's a great pleasure and honor to participate in this colloquium on AI ethics. Today, I'm presenting a recent paper of mine on the paradoxes of digital technologies and democratic citizenship. And just to make sure, do you also see the tab with the people on the screen, or do you just see my PowerPoint? You just see the PowerPoint?
And the tab with people on the screen.
Yeah, both.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't. So that's better, probably. No. Okay, I think it's better. Okay, can you see it well now, the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very good. So what I'm trying to do in this paper is to analyze the relationship between digital technologies and democratic citizenship. And to do so, as it says here in the outline, I will first of all provide definitions of digital technologies and definitions of democratic citizenship before I then talk about the status quo in the literature about that relationship, which is for a long time has been characterized by dichotomy between optimists and pessimists. So people who think that digital technologies are extremely useful for promoting democratic citizenship, and on the other hand, people who are very critical of the effects of digital technologies on democratic citizenship. And to add some clarity to this debate and to analyze as to what might be the drivers of the controversy in the debate, I want to point to three different paradoxes of the relationship between technologies and citizenship, namely the participation paradox, democracy paradox, and methodological paradox. And I will explain them in greater detail. The basic idea is that depending on whether you understand participation, democracy, and the method in one way or the other, it's likely that you will be either a pessimist or an optimist about the effects of digital technologies on democratic citizenship. And so rather than endorsing a general view where we wholeheartedly embrace digital technologies or fully reject them, we need to develop a more complex picture that takes seriously the tensions or paradoxes, as I call them, that arise if we have a more ambivalent look, a more holistic perspective on that relationship, which looks at participation, democracy, and methodology from both sides of the coin, so to speak. And so the basic aim in this paper is really to offer a more well-rounded conception of the relationship between digital technologies and democratic citizenship, which is neither pessimist nor optimist, but something in between, so to say. Okay. So the three paradoxes concern participation, democracy, and methodology, and I'll explain them in greater detail. Before that, however, I want to clarify the use of the key terms in this talk: digital technologies and democratic citizenship. Starting with digital technologies, I differentiate between three different aspects of digitalization, namely computerization, digitization in a narrow sense, and the internet, because there's a lot of talk, at least in philosophy and ethics, but also in political theory and social theory about digitalization, but sometimes the technical changes are not clearly defined. So what are these changes? It's computerization, the use of algorithm executing calculators that process data. Digitization, the binary representation of information, so that we can show films or pictures. We can represent them just by sequences of O1 series, and we don't need to reproduce the film or the music, but rather we can just have the sequence of 0-1 statements and thereby express information and data. And that's the digitalization revolution in a narrow sense. And then we have the internet that is capable of connecting computers. And all of these three developments that have taken place over the past 4 decades, roughly, have brought about the technologies of the digital computer net. So when we speak about digital technologies, or when I speak about it, I mean all these three processes and not just one of them. Okay. Regarding democratic citizenship, I draw here on general distinctions that can be found in the fields of democratic theory and political theory. And I defend a deliberative understanding of democracy. I don't defend it, I use it as my basis. So a lot of what I say in my argumentation really hangs on this deliberative understanding of citizenship. So what I say doesn't apply fully or to the same extent to alternative communitarian or liberal economic conceptions of citizenship. So what is this deliberative conception of citizenship? Here I have a slide on which I differentiate between the understanding of rationality, understanding of rights, and the understanding of the political process in the deliberative understanding, where the deliberative account thinks of rationality both in an instrumental as well as an ethical and moral way. That is, it's on the one hand about means-ends rationality, finding the most effective means for given end for the determination of political solutions, but also the ethical use or moral use of morality in the sense of being capable of reflecting about ends, reflecting about what we owe to others. So that's the rationality part, the understanding of rationality in politics, not just instrumental, but also moral and ethical. And then when it comes to rights, all three generations of rights, following the distinction of Marshall, civic rights, social rights, and political rights, all are equally important. That is, it matters that you have negative rights and protection from state interference. It matters that you can participate in politics, so you need to have political rights, but it also matters that you have social rights, which are the presupposition for the enjoyment of civic and political rights, which is different from liberal and communitarian understandings, which put more emphasis on civic rights on the one hand and political rights on the other hand. That is for the liberal and communitarian understanding of citizenship, respectively. What it means for the political process is that on the deliberative picture, it is the case that elections matter. You need to aggregate individual preferences at the political level through elections, but that's not the only thing that matters. What also matters is deliberation, a process of self-reflection among citizens, which is a process of discovery of new norms, of new ideals, but also an invention of norms that have not yet existed. So the discovery would be the identification of norms that the community already shares, and then the invention of norms would be norms that through deliberation are actually established in the first place. And what that means then on the more individual level of the deliberative citizen, that citizen is partly self-interested in the pursuit of his private ideals, relying on the protection of civic rights, for instance, by participating in a religion or in an economic or athletic society, pursuing his self-interest, but also being motivated by the common good, being able to reflect morally and political about what is valuable for certain political community. So the deliberative picture of a citizen is the idea of a citizen who pursues their own interests, but at the same time also cares about the community, engages in deliberation, in the search for better alternatives. So there's some form of ethical motivation, even if more recently we might question that the validity of that anthropological assumption for several reasons, but for the purpose of the paper, this is what I assume. Okay, so that's just more as a way of clarifying the use of the term democratic citizenship. Now, regarding the discussion of the, and I will close this off quickly. Like switch it a little bit around, maybe here. Yeah. Okay, so what is the status quo in the discussion about technologies and citizenship? You have optimists and pessimists. Broadly speaking, the optimists were those who first discussed the importance of technology for democratic citizenship. People like Benkler, Clay Shirky, or Daniel Allen, who were very positive about potential improvements through technologies. And then later on, since 10 years or so, you have pessimists like Morozov, Lani, or Subov that are highly critical of digital technologies and skeptical of the benefits of that technology for democratic citizenship. And I will explain it now a little bit more carefully. First of all, by referring to a description of Joshua Cohen and Arkin Fang of the optimist's view of the effects of digital technologies on democratic citizenship, where they describe the view that was shared among many of the optimists in the 90s and in 2000 as follows, quote, digital technologies would drive the cost of bits to near zero, enabling virtually costless communication at a scale eluding central control. Low information and expression costs would reduce the need for gatekeepers, vastly expand opportunities for participation, informal communication, exploration, and persuasion, and increase the diversity of perspectives in circulation. Easier horizontal communication would cut the costs of collective action, strengthen civil society, citizens, sharing information, expose new ideas, and acting in newly nimble concert within broader networks would have greater power to confront political and economic elites in democracies. End of quote. So a very positive view of the effects of technologies on citizenship, empowering citizens to be more effective, to be more active citizens in the public sphere. That view has shifted dramatically within 20 years or so. So if we look at the characterization of the pessimists that have come on the scene like 10 to 5 years ago, we find the following description of this pessimism, namely, quote, mobile technologies distract adults and depress kids. Twitter is a honeypot for assholes. Facebook and YouTube blend trickly cheeriness, insufferable self-display, and politically malignant deceit, delivered algorithmically to hyper-personalized addictive filter bubbles that generate massive ad revenue by absorbing attention and amplifying extremism. The open web is a vast, soul-sapping wasteland of sexual depravity and medical malpractice, a wormhole of darkness that eats itself, and the Internet of Things and emerging panopticon. Behind all this destructive work lies a small band of predatory monopolies animated by a toxic mix of swashbuckling ambition and self-satisfied moral preening. With brains hacked, communities fragmented, truth crushed, and public discussion subject to suffocating private control, social media is rotting democracy from within, end of quote. So a very opposed view to the very gloomy, optimistic view that we saw in the 90s and 2000s. And on the understanding of Cohen and Fang, and also my position in this debate tries to stake out a view that sits somewhere in between the pessimist and the optimist view, trying to develop a more complex picture, showing the ambivalencies, the paradoxes of digital technologies and democratic citizenship, revealing the Janus-faced ambivalent character of digital technologies. Okay, so there are three paradoxes that I focus on in particular. The first is the participation paradox. And nope, sorry, in this participation paradox, the paradox is that for some, there is an increase in participation, and for others, there's a decrease in participation. And I want to explain this paradox or this disagreement by saying, well, those who look at the agency side of the effects of digital technologies, they will see an increased participation, whereas those that look at the structural side, they will identify a decrease of participation, which explains, so to speak, the paradox. So if we focus on the level of individual citizens, yes, individual citizens have greater access to communication technologies at a low cost, almost zero cost, no publishing barriers, no editors, no gatekeeping. So they have individually vastly more capacities. And this is illustrated, for instance, in this Here Comes Everybody model, which is the title of the book by Clay Shirky from 2008, in which he explains the impact, the positive impact of digital technologies on agency. You also find this view in the book by Danielle Allen and Jennifer Light, in which they argued that digital technologies improve participation because they drive down participation costs, they allow circumventing gatekeepers, leading to a more participatory culture overall. And that would be beneficial, they say, because whenever a certain political issue comes up that needs resolution, that needs to be solved, one can then draw on the already existing civil society organizations or communities that have developed digitally, and then one can tap into these existing political communities for solving political problems or for addressing political issues. And one example that they provide is that gamers that meet online to play certain video games, they together have protested the online privacy, the Stop Online Piracy bill together. And there was a political mobilization that was facilitated by this participatory culture of video gaming. So that's an increase in agency on their view. You also have this idea of greater agency, of initial very positive, if not naive, versions of the enhanced public sphere, where through the use of social media, you would have greater access to the public sphere, the digital public sphere, and that would immediately increase your impact on politicians, also again focusing mainly on the individual level, on the agency level, rather than the structural level. The point is now with this paradox that there are many structural conditions brought about by digital technologies that are problematic for participation, and that make participation more burdensome, that make it more difficult to realize. And here are some problems for deliberative democracy brought about by certain structural conditions of digital technology, social and political environment. So you have filter bubbles, echo chambers, and fragmentation of political discourse through the use of personalized algorithms that group people together, so that engagement is increased, so that they have spent more time on the screen, so that they increase the data that they leave, and thereby facilitate the generation of profit of the social media companies, and that tends to lead towards filter bubble echo chambers and fragmentation. And from a deliberative democratic point of view, that's problematic because it undermines inclusion. It's not fully inclusive if people are fragmented into different groups, rather than trying to find a common point of view that would potentially be shared by everyone. Another structural condition of the internet is the affect orientation. And here I have a quote by Andreas Reckwitz, a German sociologist at Humboldt University, who describes the internet as follows. He says, quote, to a considerable extent, the internet is an affect machine. Its circulating elements excite, entertain, cheer up, relax, arouse, and generally affect people. In light of all the arguments about a supposed knowledge society, it can be easy to overlook the fact that in large part, the digital objects that captivate recipients and producers are not cognitive in nature, but rather possess a narrative, aesthetic, design, or ludic character. This is true of images, films, text, sounds, and games, end of quote. So since the internet is not mainly made for facilitating text-based discussion, but really increases the use of video, the use of pictures and partly music, and appeals to emotions and affects rather than reasoning, that's also problematic from a deliberative point of view. When in deliberative democracy, you would try to find a better argument as to which public policy should be implemented, which should not primarily address affects or emotions, but rather the right types of reasons. So that's the second structural problem of how to participate politically under conditions of digitalization. And the third problem is the economic colonization of the public sphere. That is the fact that the infrastructures that we use to communicate politically through social media or other digital technologies, they are economically biased, they're economically distorted, because these are private companies that are providing us with these networks, and so they are tilting or manipulating the use of these technologies in such a way that they are conducive to their profit interest, and not necessarily to a well-functioning public infrastructure of political deliberation. So Shoshana Zuboff, for instance, states, quote, surveillance capitalism represents a ubiquitous networked institutional regime that records, modifies, and commodifies everyday experience, from toasters to bodies, communication to thought, all with a view to establishing new pathways to monetization and profit, end of quote. So the structure of engaging online is tilted towards economic profit, and thereby impedes rather than facilitates participation. Okay, so this is the main analysis of the participation paradox. Depending on whether we have an agency-based or structural perspective, we will evaluate the effects of digital technologies on participation differently. Okay, here's a summary. And I now move on to the next paradox, the democracy paradox, which is that if we look at the national level, then it seems as if digital technologies tend to undermine or tend to be a problem for national democratic systems. By contrast, if we look at the transnational level or the international level, then it seems as if digital technology still holds some promise to improve international or transnational democracy. That's at least going to be the argument that I'm going to defend here. So first of all, the national perspective and how from a national perspective, digital technologies are problematic for democracy. To argue in that way, I first want to present briefly the view by Chantal Mouffe that over the past few decades, many of the established or recently established democracies have actually suffered from some form of democratic decline. And as you know, there are many different theorists out there who have analyzed these forms of democratic recession, these forms of democratic decline. One of them is Mouffe, but you could also look at Jan Werner Müller or Levitsky, Ziblatt or Munk. There are others who have analyzed that, but one of them is Mouffe. And Mouffe argues that one of the main problems of contemporary democracies dates back to the 90s, when with the end of history, there was this this belief that liberal democracy would be the right model for all societies across the world, and therefore all politicians acted as if there was no alternative to market-based liberal solutions. And this dogma of the idea that there is no alternative to liberal market-based solution has brought about a certain type of political apathy, because citizens were told that they don't have a proper say in democracy, they just have to abide to the dominant neoliberal norms already in place. And as a consequence of that dogma of there is no alternative, many citizens eventually have turned away from democracy and have become more extremists, have turned against democracy, have developed populist leanings, populist orientations that oppose this dogma of Tina, this dogma of the idea that there is no alternative, and that populism then brings out the original idea of democracy, which, according to Mouffe, based on her reading on Carl Schmitt and the idea of the political as being essentially antagonistic, she says that populism demonstrates the essentially conflictual character of politics. The idea that all would agree on some liberal democratic model is problematic, because politics is fundamentally conflictual, is fundamentally agonistic, and therefore any other system which continuously tells citizens that they have to accept some liberal paradigm is not going to be sustainable in the long run. So we have these stories about the decline of national democracies, and it is also the case that at the same time, while these democracies have been declining, say in the US, to some extent in France and Germany and maybe Italy, and other examples would also be fitting probably. At the same time, you see an increase of the development of digital technology. So you have more and more social media platforms. The use of smartphones is exploding, especially after 2012. So 2007, the iPhone is introduced, but then it's around 2012 that the majority of people are actually using the iPhone, at least in North America. And then you also have a huge increase of artificial intelligence and machine intelligence becoming more and more powerful. So what this suggests is that there is at least a correlation, a co-occurrence between the erosion of national democracy and the development of digital technologies. It's not quite clear whether there's also a causal relationship, of what the causal relationship necessarily is. It could be some of the structural conditions that I mentioned in my earlier section, but it could also be the case that people are less and less willing to engage in burdensome, complicated forms of democracy if they become more and more used to a very easy, a very smooth, seamless digital culture, a culture of convenience, a culture of participation where things work easily, where everyone can participate. But that's not the case in democracy. So you have this mismatch between the slow pace of democratic decision-making, checks and balances, committee work, opposing parties on the one hand. On the other hand, you have this very easy to participate, low cost, low barrier, digital technology-based culture, which seems to suggest that people might be not satisfied with national democracies that just no longer fit the technological environment in which they happen to exist. By contrast, however, if we look at democracy from a transnational level, the picture is different, because we didn't really have a well-functioning transnational democratic system at any point in human history. And so in a sense, there is no decline of democracy as it was the case, or still is the case, at the national level. By contrast, at the transnational level, we're still trying to figure out how to make democracy work. And so we are still more hopeful that technologies might have a positive impact on the facilitation of transnational democratic decision-making, so that citizens could participate at international fora, that they can engage in transnational political discourses facilitated through digital technologies. And there's not so much the sense that there's this mismatch between the facility, the ease of technology on the one hand, and the very complex decision-making processes of democracy, because at the international and transnational level, we haven't yet really experienced effective democratic participation. And so there is not this feeling that participation at the transnational level is necessarily way more complicated than our usual experiences with democracy. So potentially, at least, we have a better view of the effects of digital technologies on democracy if we focus on the transnational level rather than the national level. When in the national case, we seem to be more pessimistic, and in the transnational case, we still seem to be more optimistic. So again, it matters very much which perspective we take on digital technologies, whether it's the transnational or the national perspective. The final differentiation or distinction that I will use so as to develop a more complex picture of the relation between digital technologies and democratic citizenship is the relation or the distinction between ideal and non-ideal theory. It's a distinction that comes up in Rawls's work, where Rawls says that ideal theory concerns the justification of a moral target, the identification of some form of a realistic utopia. By contrast, non-ideal theory is the task of bringing about a more just society, given the unjust status quo in which we presently live. So it's much more concerned about addressing injustices, rectifying and compensating injustices, rather than identifying an ideally just society. My claim is that depending on whether we have an ideal theoretical or non-ideal theoretical approach to the analysis of digital technologies or democratic citizenship, we will either have a more positive or more negative view. And the more positive view arises from a more ideal theoretic approach, where we assume that most citizens, ideally, they share democratic ethos, they're oriented towards finding a consensus, they listen to others, they're tolerant of diversity and difference. And if within such a setting they employ digital technologies, then supposedly these digital technologies can further improve their effective democratic participation. It could also be that we assume that in ideal theory we have found forms in which we can extend deliberation across borders, so we don't have just national deliberation, but also some form of transnational and international deliberation. And if that would already work relatively well, then through the use of digital technologies could further expand the demos and potentially bring about even a global demos where everyone who is affected by certain rules can also understand oneself as the author of these rules. And finally, in ideal theory, one would also usually assume that there is some form of socioeconomic equality among citizens. So there wouldn't be as many inequalities which allow the owners of social media companies to use these social media companies for influencing public debate, for structuring public debate in such a way that it's beneficial for their economic interests. But rather, if we would have more egalitarian relationships, then probably we would opt either for a public-based model of social media platforms or some common-based model of social media platforms, so that we can avoid the problems of the private ownership of these social media platforms, which renders them subject to domination of those who are the owners and who can control the communication within that context. So again, if we would have ideal conditions, then probably we would assess the effects of these technologies in a much more positive way than we would if we would analyze them from the point of view of non-ideal theory, because in non-ideal theory we have the opposite problems. We have economic inequalities that allow elites to influence the social media platforms, to manipulate public opinion and manipulate the political decision-making processes. Within non-ideal theory, we have a lot of fragmentation, differentiation, opposition between different groups. We have difficulties of finding a consensus. This problem is further exacerbated through digital technologies that are devices and lead to fragmentation. And also, rather than having some form of democratic ethos preventing people from abuse the digital technology for their economic interests, in non-ideal theory, citizens are not so ethically motivated, but rather give in to the business interests, the profit interests, and consciously or unconsciously engage in some form of economic colonization of the public sphere and the life world more generally. So again, depending on whether we have an ideal theoretical, non-ideal theoretical perspective, our assessment of digital technologies will be very different as a consequence of that. Okay, so what I've tried to do in this talk is to point out several ambivalences or paradoxes of the relationship between digital technologies and democratic citizenship, showing that depending on whether we focus on agential aspects or structural aspects, on the national scale of democracy or the transnational scale of democracy, depending on whether we have an ideal theoretical methodology or non-ideal theoretical methodology, we will assess the impact of digital technologies on democratic citizenship quite differently. And that puts into question those analyses that are more one-sided, that focus only on the national level, only on the agential structures, or only on ideal or non-ideal theory. So what I'm asking for is for more caution in the analysis of digital technologies. It needs to be clear that depending on whether we look at agency or structure, national or transnational dimension, ideal or non-ideal methodology, the result can be very different. So our normative assessment is just very much dependent upon the perspective and the particular presuppositions that we put into the analysis, so that we shouldn't be just optimists or just pessimists, but optimists or pessimists depending on a particular perspective, or be both optimists and pessimists, recognizing that both views are plausible if we take into account the multiplicity of perspectives that we can have regarding the relationship between digital technologies and democratic citizenship. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Julian. It was a very great talk. I will have 1,000 questions for it, but we don't have time for that. So I'll go straight ahead for Professor Beatriz Sorrentino Marques, which is professor at the graduate program at the Federal University of Mato Grosso. And please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm very happy to be here. So first, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me and for putting together this great event. I'm sharing my screen. I'm hoping you all can see it, and I'm hoping you all can hear me okay?
We can hear you, but the screen is not yet sharing. Not
Oh,
yet.
really? Just a sec then. Oh, it says here it's loading. Wonder why. Maybe I'll try again then. Has it come up? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
great. So I want to talk about the sense of agency. I noticed that many people have been talking about AI. I won't, but I'll make some comments about issue is related to or responsibility, and how some discussions in cognitive science can aid us in the reflection about these issues. So the title of my talk is I Can, when sense of agency is more relevant to more responsibility than the epistemic condition. I'm Beatriz Sorrentino Marques from the Federal University of Mato Grosso. So the overview of the talk is just, first I'll present the epistemic condition for more responsibility, just to state out what I mean by it, because there are different epistemic conditions that are discussed in the literature. I will then move on to discuss a little bit about the sense of agency, both the explicit sense of agency and the implicit sense of agency. Then I will discuss gender norms and how these affect the sense of agency. Some evidence will follow to advance the discussion. And then I'll go back to the epistemic condition to try to conclude what this all will mean for it. And I have a sketch of an alternative, though that's not the main point here today. Okay, so let's start by stating out what I mean by the epistemic condition. Sometimes epistemic condition in more for moral responsibility is conceived as just the agent knows what he or she is doing. This is not what I'm considering the epistemic condition here. There is a condition that is related to moral significance. So does the agent need to know or be aware, if we want a weaker condition, that her action is morally condemnable in order to be morally responsible for it? So that's the issue that I'm asking. That's the question. That's the issue that I'm concerned with. It's what I want to discuss here today. So do we have to know that we're acting wrongly when we act wrongly in order to be morally responsible? So knowing that an action is morally wrong requires that the agent at least believes currently or latently that the action is wrong. Very few agents perform an action while believing that the action is wrong, right? I mean, mostly cartoon villains do that, but not regular agents. So the discussion in philosophy usually, or many times, turns around the discussion that will encompass examples like a nanny who doesn't know or forgets that a small child is allergic to milk and then feeds her milk. So that's a common example. That's an example by Zimmerman. And he'll say, if someone S committed some act A from ignorance of the fact that he or she was wrongly committing it, then S is blameworthy for A, and thereby for any of A's consequences, only if S is blameworthy for his ignorance. So if we don't know that the action is wrong, there seems to be a problem with holding us responsible, right? An example would be small children, right? We don't usually hold them responsible for what they do that we consider wrong, because we say, well, they don't know any better, right? I think this kind of demand for more responsibility becomes a bit complicated when we encounter more sophisticated cases or more complex cases. For instance, Michelle Silvia, she proposes an example that involves a sexual harasser. So it's a manager who sexually harasses his subordinate employees, the women, and he is described as someone who isn't aware that he is sexually harassing them. He believes that he is innocently flirting, and he even believes things like women like that kind of attention because he was raised in a patriarchal society, in a sexist social environment, and it's a made-up example, the kind that we use in philosophy. So he's sort of perfectly ignorant in that sense. He doesn't have a clue, and there was nothing that he did to put him in that position. It was just the way that he was raised and the context that he was in. So this kind of example, I think, is more difficult because this seems to be an agent that we are interested in holding responsible, right? But if the epistemic condition is correct, then we would have to say, no, he's not morally responsible for harassing the employees. So I want us to look a little bit at a discussion by Nick Brancasi. And the author is mostly interested in sense of agency, distinction between minimal sense of agency and narrative sense of agency, and how gender norms affects both kinds of sense of agency. And I think this will help us, it will help enlighten the discussion about the epistemic condition. So minimal sense of agency is just the pre-reflective experience of acting. It's the experience that we originate the action. So it's my raising my hand instead of someone pulling it up. So I feel that I move, right? I have that conscious experience. There are a series of there's a long discussion in the last decade or so about what gives rise to the sense of agency. A model that is very blunt in the discussion is a comparator model, but not everyone believes that the comparator model will fully explain the sense of agency. For instance, Sinofitzik and his colleagues have proposed a weighing process of authorship cues that doesn't depend on a comparator model. So these cues are perceptual or motor information about actions, such as visual feedback, proprioception, motor intention, action prediction, and important cues for the sense of agency is the match between intention and the distal sensory effects. So the fact that the agent has the intention and then right performs the action, and the expected effect happens too. So that seems to strengthen a sense of agency. Brancasio defends that we also have a narrative sense of agency, and this is in accordance with other authors like Sean Gallagher and Sinofitzik himself. She calls it the narrative sense of agency. So this is not exactly pre-reflective. This is a judgment of agency in terms of the satisfaction of an intention through our action. And she points out that we are, throughout our lives and since very young, exposed to narrative archetypes. These are stories about characters in which we make sense of what the characters do based on the reasons for action, her reasons for actions. And these are usually very coherent with her identity that we identify. For instance, we have narrative archetypes that are very close to gender, like the archetype of the mother, right? Several characters in many stories will display that kind of narrative. And we identify this sort of narrative. It has a particular identity, and there are actions that are in accordance with that kind of identity. Archetypes that we are exposed to since we're very young help us create also a narrative about ourselves, and we fit our actions with our identity in accordance to a certain narrative of who we are and how our actions actually are in accordance with this identity. So that helps us explain to others what we do and how we see ourselves. So the sense of agency, this is also another important point, is also discussed in relation to our intentions. So Elizabeth Pachery has a couple of very interesting articles about this, in which she maps the sense of agency to intentions. Brancasio does this mapping. We have, according to Pachery, 3 kinds of intentions, but we'll only focus on 2, which are future intentions and P intentions. So F intentions are the intentions for future actions that we cannot satisfy at the moment. We need some steps in order to satisfy that bigger goal. For instance, going on a trip, right? There's a lot of planning involved in going on a trip, and a lot of smaller actions that will get me there. So that involves some P intentions. These P intentions are intentions to act now, and they can be satisfied at the moment and place. What is interesting to Brancasio in this discussion is that we form habits. We form habits, but not only habits that I deliberate that will be best for me if I develop the habit of going to the gym, right? And then based on that now established policy, I start motivating myself to go to the gym, I don't know, every other day. So that's not the only way we form habits, according to her. We also form habits based on just our everyday practices. So, for instance, say I start my day by making a to-do list, and I do this today, and tomorrow I check the to-do list, and then the next day I do the same. So I start forming a habit of checking my to-do list before I start my day. So the repetition of this P intention is, in very similar situations, can engender an implicit F intention without the need for deliberation, right? I didn't sit and form this new policy, this F intention that I would check my to-do list every day. And I just started doing that, and that became a habit, a sort of norm by which I guide my behavior. But it's implicit. So gender norms, in some senses, will be close to that. So in many discussions in metaphysics of gender, gender is viewed as a set of norms or a schema, right? And Sally Haslanger has a definition of these schemas as patterns of perception, behavior, and thought that offer a script for how we act. These patterns then shape our expectations based on bodily markers and social roles. So Brancati defends that gender affects the narrative sense of agency through the identification with gender that motivates the execution of actions that are coherent with gender archetypes as a means to social success in playing one's social role. So gender narratives, a gender narrative archetype reinforces gender norms, the various gender narrative archetypes. So we have these social scripts that can originate habit to act in certain ways in given situations. So gender implicitly affects our habits, right? We have these intentions and we repeat the intentions. And these intentions must be consistent with what a person of that gender can and should do. So that agrees even with what Michael Bratman says, right? Intentions must be consistent with our system of beliefs. It also must be consistent with the agent's other plans, right? And her gender identity. So it must be consistent with our other intentions. So these habits, they suggest to agents the possibilities for action. So Brancati is developing her point of view based on the enactive or the enactivist theory. So she accepts that. Habits suggest possibilities for action and inclines agents to act in a certain way. Gender also implicitly affects the minimal sense of agency. So not only the narrative sense of agency, but also the minimal sense of agency in 3 ways. And it results in a phenomenology of I cannot, especially for women. Here I spelled out the 3 ways in which habituation affects the minimal sense of agency. Basically, these 3 ways are it limits our interaction with the environment, it limits action selection, and it limits perception. But I'm gonna explain it a little bit further just so we can make better sense of it. So it affects our interactions with the environment because behavioral differences due to social expectation based on gender produces gender habits that limit body capacities to move. And these body capacities cue our possibilities for interaction. So habituation of action pre-reflectively limits possibilities for interaction. The repetition of actions will also limit our action selection, because the repetition can make these into go-to responses, priming responses for certain situations. So some actions are primed in certain situations, and limiting, therefore, action selection. So P intentions arise from habituation. Action selection then is limited by habituated responses to gender norms. And it also limits perception, because perception is skilled. It is guided by past success or failure of interactions, because she, according to the agent then, according to this view, perceives in order to act. And so salient possibilities prime what we do, salient possibility for action. And agents perceive what they can immediately do, so habituation affects also perception of possibilities for action. There is some evidence, I think, for this kind of theory. For instance, Barles and Obi, they developed an experiment in which the agent was confronted either with very few possibilities for action, like choosing between 3 buttons or choosing between 7 buttons, and the sense of agency seemed to be strengthened by more possibilities of action. So they measured the sense of agency through this implicit marker, which is called the intentional binding. And that's the perception of time between action and the effect of the action, which in this case was a sound tone. So the intentional binding was smaller. The interval of time was closer together, so that tends to be understood as strengthening of the sense of agency. There's another experiment in which Kaspa and her colleagues had a situation in which the subject of the experiment had to follow orders, and direct orders, like very explicit orders. And this reduced the sense of agency. So it increased the interval of the intentional binding. Wenke, Fleming, and Hoggard have this experiment in which they realized that the fluidity in choice due to priming also strengthens the sense of agency. So amongst the choices that the agent had to press left or right, one of them was primed, and when the agent would choose according to the prime, that would strengthen the sense of agency, probably because of the fluidity in the action selection, right? So it seems that greater fluidity in choosing action, even if due to priming, strengthens the sense of agency, while following orders reduces the sense of agency. There are also a couple of other experiments. I think we have time. So those evidence, they seem to suggest that action due to habituation affects the sense of agency. And it may reinforce the experience of control. So if your action is primed and there's fluidity and there's a strengthening of the sense of agency, then you have a greater experience of control, and that may reinforce habituation. There's also this other discussion, which is a hypothesis raised by two philosophers, and they think that women perceive pending chores at home as requiring action, while men do not. So the way gender norms habituate women to domestic labor makes certain actions salient to them, but not to men. So when you walk into the kitchen and see the kitchen sink filled with dishes to wash, women will see that as dishes to wash, and men necessarily see the connection to the action. So this increased salience of possibility for action, together with gender norm, limits the perception of some other possibilities for actions. Here's a little tweet, which I thought was funny. It's an example in the article, and it reads: "My friend and her husband lived in an apartment that had a soap dispenser installed in the edge of the kitchen sink. When they moved out after 2 years, he marveled at her. It's amazing how that dispenser never ran out of soap in all this time." Women's work is truly invisible because clearly the wife was replenishing the soap. So still in the topic of the sense of agency, there are also judgments of agency, right? Not the minimal sense of agency, but the narrative sense of agency. And here's an experiment in which they try to measure judgments of agency in a sense of agency scale, which was a Likert scale. So women reported, and when they answered the questionnaire, they reported lower sense of agency in general, and a lower sense of positive agency, which is the experience of control over body, mind, and environment. Women also, opposing to that, women score higher in the evaluation of sense of negative agency. So they experience a lack of control over body, mind, and environment in comparison to men, right? There's a significant statistical difference to the answers given by men. This may be evidence that gender can shape the narrative sense of agency in a way that women have a lower narrative sense of agency, a sense of agency of I can't, rather than I can. So what does this all mean for the epistemic condition? Let's go back to the morally ignorant harasser, whose ignorance is not his fault, right? He fails to satisfy the epistemic condition as it was stated in one of the first slides. It was Zimmerman's statement of the condition. The action of harassment is not a consequence of some wrong action that the agent performed in the past while knowing that it was wrong. He's completely ignorant. So one way of looking at this is that harassment has often been naturalized and encouraged among men as a display of virility. If unsolicited, insistent advances are exemplified and encouraged in society, a sort of Don Juan archetype for male agents, who are expected to identify with male archetypes, this may lead them to emulate such behavior. The possibility for such actions in certain environments may become salient to them. The perception of possibility for action as salient, as well as narrative archetypes, are this kind of opposite of a moral prohibition. So if the agent is not told that the action is wrong, like right before he acts, he will have to reason critically about gender and gender schemes in order to realize that the action is wrong. That makes the bar too high. So there must be something wrong with the epistemic condition, because it seems like it's very difficult for certain agents to satisfy this condition. For instance, our harasser that was raised in the patriarchal society. Of course, gender norms constrain actions of both men. But as Brancasio points out, it constrains disproportionately and disadvantage to women. So it seems that habituation to gender norms often makes salient for men possibilities for action that disadvantage women. And And habituation to gender norm often makes salient for women possibilities of action that advantage men, such as domestic labor. So without critical reflection, everyday routine may lead to harming and disadvantaging women. So there seems to be a perverse asymmetry in the ability to satisfy the epistemic condition that results in the asymmetric distribution of responsibility, less responsibility for men in this case, because they don't know any better or something like that. So an alternative to accepting this is that we need to give up the epistemic condition, at least in cases in which the social structure hinders the agent's moral knowledge. It may be enough to require that instead of having an epistemic condition, we could have a consequence of action condition, something like when the agent acts, he is aware that his action will be harmful to someone else, something similar to what Matthew Talbert proposes, or that the agent may be enough that the agent is indifferent to whether it is a harmful action to someone, or is indifferent to their testimony about the harmfulness of the action. What I had prepared for today, of course, the alternative I'm proposing is still a sketch. It's a work in progress. These are some of the main references that I used, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Beatriz Sorrentino. It was a great talk, and I'll go directly to Professor Sarnecki. Then after him, we have a round of Q&A. Professor John Sarnecki is from the Department of Philosophy at the University of Toledo. Please, Professor John Sarnecki, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Let me fire up the image here. Oh, wait, wrong one. All right, is that working for everybody?
Yes, we can see that.
Weirdly, I can't.
You can't.
Okay, so if I change it, does that work? Oh, that does not.
Does it work? Yeah. Does work like that, yeah.
All right. So that's okay, everyone can see that?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Sorry about that. Let me start just with a little bit of background about this talk. In November 2020, I gave a talk at this conference about COVID and COVID vaccination strategies and how we were going to order the allocation of the early COVID vaccines. We're going to obviously have a shortage of some sort, and I wanted to understand what's the best way to allocate the vaccine. And a lot of people at that time were suggesting something that mostly didn't happen, and that was using a lottery. And the idea is that you could randomly assign people to a lottery and your number would come up. If you actually see in the film Contagion, that's exactly how they do it in that movie. And maybe that's one of the sources of this idea. But I wanted to look at the idea of using chance in the introduction of a vaccine would make any kind of sense, or whether it would be morally appropriate. And I looked at that idea. This is the paper that I gave. You know, it was at this conference and also on Zoom, though of course for different reasons. And what I believe at the end is that I don't think in general vaccine lotteries are appropriate. That the broader goals of an effective vaccine strategy can't really make use of a lottery, except in situations where people are in roughly morally equivalent circumstances, where there are no, what I call no morally relevant, minimally morally relevant differences, or something like that. And so how to ration? Well, I think the best idea is to come up with a rational purpose. Lotteries aren't really a rational purpose, except when people are sort of tightly constrained. It's sort of like a tiebreaker. In contexts where you don't have enough vaccine for everybody, a lottery could work. But in general, I think it's a pretty bad idea. What I want to do in this next step is sort of look at how that played out. But I also want to look at really how it played out with the United States only. And one of the things I talked about at that earlier talk was vaccine nationalism. And there was a great fear back then of vaccine nationalism, and that all came true. Western countries did not share a tremendous amount of vaccines, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And it was, I think, morally disastrous. And also, I think from a public health perspective, disastrous as well. But I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But I'm not going to talk about vaccine nationalism today. I'm going to focus, in fact, on a very specific period in the US from December 9th, which was the first vaccination of an individual, a nurse, I believe, to April 19th. And that's the point at which in the States, all vaccine restrictions for adults were entirely lifted. So at that point, anybody could get a vaccination who wanted one. I also want to say that when you look at the data that's being computed now and the studies that are coming out now in public health journals, it's clear that we're still very early in our re-examination of what happened, what went wrong, what went right. So the data is limited, and for reasons I'll discuss in a minute, it's also kind of unavailable and unreliable. So sort of developing any kind of concrete conclusions is going to be very difficult in this context. So I'm opportunistic in that I love speaking here, but also, we're early when it comes to sort of sorting out this data. Perhaps not too early to start thinking about the next pandemic, which I promise you is coming, and we will certainly not be prepared for as well. When I was thinking of the original title of this paper, I kind of wanted to call it, so how'd that go, right? How did the predictions that we made work out? And so that's the main goal of this paper, is to look at how it played out. Did we actually meet our goals for exploring a vaccine allocation that was maximally safe? Well, I'll talk about that in a second. So these results hopefully will be suggestive in how we plan our future pandemic planning, which is limited in some ways, but even so, I think we can understand a little bit where we went wrong by looking at this. So how do you ration the vaccine, or how do you ration any actual short-term sort of short supply health resource, right? And I think you look at what the priorities are for that resource, right? What are the priorities of a vaccination strategy? And I guess obviously the first one is a public health crisis. You have people dying. In the United States, life expectancy dropped by 4 years in 2021, which is a dramatic, not seen a drop like that in decades, really, since the war. So when you look at this kind of public health crisis and you think about the safety, and you also think about long COVID and disability, you're seeing something really dramatic. And of course, this was worldwide, but a vaccine strategy is meant to at least alleviate that public health crisis, and with it, the other kinds of crises that it causes, right? There's a social crisis. It exacerbates social inequalities. My children missed 1.5 years of in-person school in my relatively liberal enclave. And I think it's had lasting effects on them, right? So you see school closures. You also see, for example, big changes in how we organize our work, worldwide. So the social crisis has been very dramatic. And I also think we've seen an economic crisis, which I think we're still paying for in terms of debt, unemployment, shortages. So it had a knock-on effect. A vaccine strategy is designed, hopefully, to solve all three of these, but by primarily targeting the first one. And so we'll look at mostly how it affects the public health crisis. And if you look at the studies of what experts felt were the most important, what you're going to find is that most people agree, actually, what's the most important part of a vaccine strategy. I think this study that I'm quoting here used 66 different plans for vaccine allocation, and you find basically the same priorities in all of them, right? You find, let's maximize the benefits of a vaccine. Let's make sure everyone has an equal opportunity or equal treatment with respect to what that vaccine can give you. We want to promote and reward instrumental value. So people who volunteered, for example, to be testers for the vaccine, they might get special consideration consideration. People who are frontline workers, we'll see in a second, they might get extra protection because of the nature of their job and what they're doing for our society. And of course, you want to give priority to those who are the worst off, right? People who are most at risk of suffering the consequences of this disease. So you end up with this kind of consensus allocation. And the order of these is going to vary a little bit as you look through the different plans, but it's something like this, right? So your doctors and nurses, the frontline workers, right? People in ambulances and other forms of emergency care, those people will be amongst the very first group to get the vaccine. Why? They're hard to replace. For one, they're extremely important to our health infrastructure, and they also face a high risk of infection. So it's a natural choice. Medically vulnerable people, of course, are the people who are most at risk of suffering from the disease. This includes, through death, through disability, how many life years you can generate. So the meters, or rather the metrics for this, are complicated, but they're pretty standard, and there's debate. And also, and I think this is a really interesting one, I'll talk a little bit more about it in a bit, is social vulnerability. What do we do when it comes to hard to reach or stigmatized groups? These are groups that face enduring challenges in accessing healthcare. The American system is not designed to be universal, and a lot of people who get sick with COVID, for example, have a lot more difficulty accessing the healthcare they need to mitigate their health circumstances, right? So when you look at that, you can see that these groups are a natural response to the priorities that we're talking about. And using those priorities, the CDC asked the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine to sort of create a draft plan. And this rollout really reflects what I just said. Frontline health workers, people of ages who are comorbid or underlying conditions that put them at higher risk. We're talking about teachers and educators. This is addressing the second, right? The social costs of a pandemic. 3, young adults, children, workers important for the functioning of society. This is a huge group, of course, for everyone else, right, who didn't have access before. Now, AKIP, which is the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, these are the guys that create the recommendations for whether or not a vaccine should be approved. They took that proposal and they changed it. So this is the two models side by side. And I don't expect you to sort of read or grab anything from this, except to see that there are actually important differences between the two. Now, AKIPs came after NASEMs, right? And because of that, you're going to see one of the big changes is that on AKIP's model, all the children are last. The children aren't last because they're less important. They're last because AKIP hadn't yet approved the vaccine for children under 16. The data had not come in yet. So when they did this early allocation strategy, children were moved to the end. That's one of the big differences between these two. But in general, comorbidities, healthcare workers, those in critical risk, those in congregate care, right? So nursing homes, healthcare centers, they were all put into this sort of categories. And these categories, I think it's worth pointing out, are really big. They're extremely large tiers of the American population. And if you look at the first series of prioritizations on this scale, what you find is about 250 million Americans will have had access to the vaccine. That's more than 3/4. So at least the first 3/4 of Americans are in these particular access tiers. And there's not really that many of them, particularly when you consider that some of them will be open at the same time. So we're talking about, again, tens of millions of people all facing an open access to the vaccine at one time, right? And there was no attempt, once you had these tiers set up, to prioritize within them. So the suggestion was made, here's how we allocate it, here's the steps, but each step was a big one. Each step really included a lot of people. Now, one thing I wanted to highlight, just because this is, I think something perhaps that we did without really thinking a great deal about it, is that we started to include social vulnerability and unequal access to healthcare as one of the considerations for our formula. We'd never done this before. If you look at any previous vaccine strategy, we'd never included social vulnerability. And this was worldwide. In India, in the UK and Canada, you see social vulnerability being a major part of the rollout of vaccines. Now, they use a broad variety of indices to sort of calculate this. So in the States, they measured vulnerability by zip code, so basically the wealth of your immediate neighborhood. In Michigan, for example, they use the social vulnerability index, and you can see from this image, this is Michigan's image or graphic regarding what social vulnerability was in this state, which is where I live, by the way. So you see socioeconomic status, family composition, disability, minority status, language minority, and housing type or transportation. So all of these were seen to be relevant to what order you should receive the vaccine, but also relevant, by the way, to where vaccine centers should be placed. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But the idea being that people in these circumstances might not have access to the transportation or the ability to go at particular times to a vaccine center. So they wanted to make sure they recognized that social vulnerability would play a major role in how we roll out the vaccine. Again, never had been done that way. And it's kind of amazing that the consensus between H1N1, which I believe was 2009, and COVID was so dramatically different. One of the things they also used was Tiberius. And Tiberius is a software platform that is owned by Palantir. I'm sure many of you have heard of. It collects a lot of individual information. It also collects information about healthcare options and healthcare availability. And it's a massive big data number cruncher. And 30 or 31 states, I believe, used this Tiberius software to calculate social vulnerability through what they call siloed data sets. That siloed is kind of a coded term because, of course, Palantir does not have the best reputation for privacy. And some of the things they are involved in do raise a lot of concerns amongst those who are interested in civil liberties. But the idea was that not all of this data will be available, just what you need to create the kind of decision matrix you want for dealing with social vulnerability or even allocation centers and things like that, right? So the federal government made huge use of it. It's extremely expensive, by the way, but they made huge use of it to help coordinate based on social vulnerability. Now, I've said a little bit about what people wanted from a vaccine strategy, but we should also talk about what they didn't want, because there were a lot of things Americans clearly, or sorry, rather healthcare professionals were clearly against. One of them was we should avoid a first come, first served system. And this is the standard American healthcare access policy, right? Get there first and you can pay, you get first access to medical care, right? So ability to pay plays an important role, but it's also about being able to get in line first and longest. They also were against things like arbitrary or unprincipled allocations, right? These would be allocations that aren't based on any kind of morally relevant capacity. So for example, some companies were able to secure large doses, large sets of the vaccine to distribute amongst their employees without any concern about age or comorbidities. That kind of thing people found very objectionable. But people also found lotteries or any kind of random chance, which I would argue at least has some virtue in terms of equal access. People were against the idea of using chance in any role for distributing the vaccine. And I think the main reason might be that there was sort of a market preference for avoiding what we might think of as unjust or unfair distributions, as well as those that lacked a kind of a strong rationale or moral purpose, right? You needed to have a reason to give at a certain time. And without that reason, it seemed unjustified. Now, all four of these were things we absolutely didn't want. And all four of them were, I think, primarily the main methods of vaccine distribution in the United States during this 4-month period. It's kind of remarkable that what we didn't want ended up with exactly what we got. And this is a nice example of it. This poster here, this is an ad. It's before everything is completely opened up. But of course, here, there is no restrictions. It's 200 doses available, first come, first serve, until they're all gone. So a lot of people in the lineup likely did not get access. A lot of people might have come out and still not got access to the vaccine. Okay. One of the big mistaken assumptions about the vaccine rollout, and it was, I think, aided by this work of NASEM and AKIP in terms of developing these allocation tiers, was that we thought that there was going to be a strong federal mandate for how the vaccines were to be delivered. And I think Trump kind of gave that impression to a lot of people as well, that they were working really hard with the Army to create a vaccine allocation system. But in the end, they didn't do anything of the sort. Feds delivered the vaccine straight to state distribution agencies with some guidance on how they should be distributed, but no enforcement of what should be done. And this guidance was ignored, widely ignored almost everywhere. Federal deliveries also bypass state agencies often in terms of directing them to straightforwardly federal agencies like WIC clinics, like Veteran Affairs hospitals. So they went around the state and gave them to local institutions. Similarly, they also made a deal with the Pharmacy Association so that federal vaccines went straight to pharmacies. And all of this was done without any kind of coordination with the states. So you have a number of avenues of vaccine allocation all happening at the same time, but without any kind of mass coordination. And this is where I come up with this idea of everything, everywhere, all at once, because our inability to create a kind of last mile plan meant that each state was tasked with developing a distribution strategy on the fly, right? And many of them just devolved the vaccine strategy to the counties, to municipalities, to local health agencies. And these varied enormously in terms of their capacity to handle something like a large vaccine rollout. Some are very large, some are very small, some were in areas where COVID preparation was considered unimportant, some had very little money in which to execute a program like this. So as you devolve things, more and more different strategies got used. In fact, I would say almost all of the strategies got used, and they all got used exactly at the same time. So everywhere, everything, all at once, right? And again, a lack of coordination and devolving vaccine strategies led to this large proliferation of options. So you could get vaccines in a vast number of ways. And I sort of characterize this as a million simultaneous public health experiments. Without a top-down strategy, we had this hugely diverse vaccine programs, many different ways, often within the same states, often within the same counties, the same districts, often at hospitals and other clinics. So this creates, I think, an unprecedented opportunity to evaluate the success of these strategies. Which one was the most effective, right? How did they roll out together? And what is the largest US vaccine program ever, right? And these studies are coming out, right? So we're still not there yet in terms of which ones were most effective, but we're going to see that pretty soon. I mean, they're still in their early stages, right? So the conclusions that we draw here have to be preliminary. I wanted to have some AI content because like everything has to have AI content now. So I asked DALL-E to generate an image of a million simultaneous science experiments. And this is the image you got. And I noticed, by the way, I don't see a million experiments here. So I was a little bit disappointed with it, but at any rate, at least I included it. I think it's kind of a cool image. But I want to be clear. It was a million poorly run simultaneous public health experiments. Aside from having any kind of scientific virtue like control groups or consistent experimental design, they had experiments that changed in the middle of their operation, of course. So these are problematic in many ways that we would like to have, to adjudicate their success. Also, many districts kept very poor records or even forbade certain types of maintenance of records. Some counties, even now, will not share or not transparent about what the records are available. So people are trying to do this study. And of course, some of it might be to hide corruption. Some of it might be for personal privacy. But so it's difficult necessarily to get what we need to understand which allocation strategies worked and which ones didn't. I also want to say that many of the allocation and distribution strategies overlapped, right? We already talked about this. They often took place at the same time, coordinated or uncoordinated. So another reason why we need to be concerned about what was most effective is because it's hard to map how they are being distributed in any particular place. And finally, and I think this is a really large one that may be unique to the American context, is that people move between the districts to find access to vaccines. So if your district did not have access to the vaccine, you could go next door. So I hate to use Ann Arbor, which is my home, as an example, but I don't know a single person in Ann Arbor who actually got their vaccine in Ann Arbor. Most people went to a rural county where the vaccines were not being fully used and got their vaccines there. I got mine in the city of Toledo, where I work, because they ran a vaccine clinic for employees of the university, right? That's that kind of arbitrary thing that we talked about being problematic. So it's very difficult to say, how these panned out, because they panned out in so many different ways. My second Dolly artwork here, I also wanted to point out, I gave exactly the same prompt, 1 million scientific experiments at the same time. But I added, as I always do with the Dolly image, in the style of Van Gogh. And this is what I ended up with, which I think is kind of fascinating, that they would like literally set it on fire. But it certainly suits the context of this discussion. One of the immediate effects of this proliferation of vaccine strategies was the confusion that it caused. And many theorists believe that there was a reduction in access because of this. People were confused. Am I eligible? Am I not eligible? Can I get it here? Can I get it there? Is there going to be a huge line? Is there not going to be a huge line? So this kind of overflowing, number of options, all different, all according to different rules, really discouraged people, I think, from jumping out in front and trying to get the vaccine. And of course, when you limit your ability to get a vaccine or you cause this kind of confusion, you're not contributing to the vaccine goals, which of course are public health primarily. Okay. All right, so I've given you a lot of reasons why this could be problematic, and indeed, I think it was in a lot of ways. And a lot of it has to do with the way that states implemented ACIP's suggestions, right? The way that they employed them obviously changed the priorities, some for political reasons, but it had a massive impact. But I also think we need to be honest with ourselves that the original implementation of that guidance was flawed already. I just want to give you a real quick rundown. The tiers were really much too large, and they included way too many people competing for vaccines at the cost of those who are more vulnerable. A nice example of this is that all healthcare workers, all hospital workers were included in the group who were in that first phase of the rollout. And I remember hearing from my friends who are counselors or psychologists who were working from home, but nevertheless still were vaccinated because they were healthcare workers. Right. Meanwhile, we have people in congregate care who don't have access to the vaccine, people in a much more serious and dangerous context, in a great deal of danger, were held up against the same thing. And of course, these people had less ability to move to go to a place where the vaccines were available. So when you put it in that context, having a tier this large has a really negative impact on targeting who you want to get the vaccine. Also, we used age as a single criteria. If you're over 75, if you're over 65, you should be allowed to have access according to a particular tier. And one of the things that's interesting about in America is that a lot of people over 75 are fairly wealthy. They're fairly white, and they have the capacity to isolate. They have the capacity to stay out of the public sphere and consequently have far less risk of getting the disease. Whereas a lot of people who are younger and more at risk, right, did not have the capacity to avoid social situations or work situations in which they would endanger themselves, right? So this seems to create a situation where you're giving it to certain people who don't really need it and depriving others who really do. This is a more controversial one, and that's the idea that there was no geographical planning in how we rolled out these tiers. Every state got an allocation proportional to their population, but that meant that we couldn't calculate risk relative to things like hotspots, right? There were many hotspots at various times during the pandemic, which if we had done massive vaccination programs at those places, we would have had a better opportunity to stop them spreading. Now, I sort of invite you to compare it to Mpox, where we're in a situation where that disease was highly concentrated in major East Coast and West Coast American cities. It would have been ridiculous to take the vaccine for Mpox and distribute it equally across the country, right? A strategic sharing program looks at where the hotspots are and addresses them that way. It's what we should have done in this context as well. Once we have these groups, which again are extremely large, they include tens of millions of people, there was no effort to ultimately distinguish who was most in need of the vaccine. There was no principled guidance on how to do this. And so this led state health agencies often to enlarge the tiers, right, or eliminate them altogether. So for example, Ron DeSantis, our future president, I agree. He he said he got rid of all the age tiers, and then he moved the healthcare workers behind the older people, even though that dealt a blow to their critical infrastructure. But of course, in Florida, you would understand from a Democratic priority, getting older people, your voters, vaccinated early makes a lot of sense. But having these massive tiers created huge problems. And I mean, it opened a back door, is another way of putting it, for lots of people to get the vaccine who probably didn't need it in that moment. And so I want to follow that by saying, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure that we have the data yet to see how many people moved up tiers illegitimately. How many people, went from having a low priority to a high priority by exploiting gaps in the system. I don't know. I think it's a very difficult number to find, because it's also when people exploit these loopholes, it serves them to hide it. On the other hand, the evidence suggests that within tier groups, priorities were not determined by program guidance. So considerations of risk, need, social justice were largely thrown out in favor of the traditional methods of American healthcare rationing, which again are deeply immoral, right? So we get first come, first serve models, arbitrary dissemination of limited vaccine supplies, group access tied to political or economic strata, and even lotteries, which were used in a lot of smaller situations to move a ton of vaccines at the same time. So what does first come, first serve look like within a prioritized allocation structure? This is a nice example of one of those things. Now, this is January 27th. It's quite early in the vaccine distribution. So in Rome, Georgia. And what you see here is that, okay, they're following the larger tiered idea. Anybody over 65 has access at this thing. It is, of course, because it's always first come, first served. But even still, look at what it requires of you. Yes, you have to be 65, but you also have to have a car, a driver's license or a driver. You have to have access to the internet, and you also have to have a printer, not to mention time to wait in the middle of the day. That tells you that those who most needed the vaccine are likely the people who lacked at least one of those capacities. So while these clinics were provided for groups that met the high priority listing, at the same time, the people that sort of skimmed off those groups were the most advantaged, right? Typically white, suburban, elderly, right? So it's a really, it shows you how we revert back to the system that we use in the States all of the time. Again, another thing I mentioned earlier is that once we do this everything all at once strategy with individuals who are proximate to different healthcare jurisdictions, we're able to move between them to secure vaccines that way. Though, of course, you required certain resources to be able to do that. Not everybody had those resources. So if you didn't have it in your district and you couldn't move from your district, you had to wait. Now, getting back to Ron DeSantis, his method, what I'm going to call the Florida experiment, was a simple first come, first serve model for massive tiers. And I talked a little bit about how he reorganized it. But what you ended up with was things like this, where a lineup, an overnight lineup of people who were 65 or older in the winter, which in Florida is not necessarily terrible, but didn't look great. And you got quotes like this. So this is from somebody who got the vaccine. Although I'm grateful to get the vaccine, I feel that there's got to be a better way to distribute this. For people that really need it, elderly that might be disabled in some way, they can't endure this process. And you can see from this image, a lot of people couldn't endure that process. A lot of people, again, who needed the vaccine more than the people who could. So what are the actual outcomes of employing this kind of strategy? And the data show that it actually does sort of mimic that reversion to standard American health rationing that we suggested. So these are 3 different studies. Here's the first, right? If you look at it just in terms of social vulnerability, it shows that vaccination coverage was lower in high vulnerability counties than in low vulnerability counties, a finding largely driven by socioeconomic disparities. So where there was wealthier neighborhoods, where the social vulnerability index was low, people had better access to vaccines and people were able to procure vaccines. What about cases of wealth gaps between zip codes? So here's an example from the study. In Woodbridge, Connecticut, where residents have a median household income of $138,000, which would be, I think, one of the wealthiest counties in the United States, 19.3% of the population had been vaccinated as of February 4th, whereas in Ansonia, which is the neighboring county, the median income is $45,000, just 7.1% had received it. So nearly, just slightly more than a third. It's a massive gap if you're thinking about the ability, right, for people who need this care, people who might have access to healthcare. It's tremendous. Similarly, if you look at who was getting sick and who was bearing the brunt of the suffering of COVID, you find that they were also unable to get access. So in Mississippi, 15% of vaccinations have been received by Black people. Well, they accounted for 38% of the coronavirus cases and 42% of deaths. In Texas, Hispanic people made up 15% of those who've been vaccinated, but were 44% of cases and nearly half the deaths. So it's pretty clear that the vaccine using this system wasn't getting to the people who needed it the most. Now, some people have said that to avoid the sort of clustering around wealth and privilege within these large vaccination categories, we should have used an intragroup lottery. So when you get into a particular tier, just have a lottery. And this would have been a much more equitable means of apportioning vaccines. In fact, this was a suggestion that I made in my original paper, though ultimately I didn't fully endorse it for reasons I'll get into in a second. But what's nice about a lottery vaccine distribution is it's a simple means of delivering vaccines in individual ways that it's less complex, less exploitable, and avoids that first come, first serve model. It doesn't require any kind of engagement with time, travel, physical health conditions, right? And it doesn't have to be complicated. So I chose this example this is from 1973 in the image here. This is a car, rationing gas lineup. And what they did is they had even and odd days to fill up with. I think personal license plate people weren't allowed to have gas, but everybody else would go by even or odd. And you could really divide a population very quickly using standard forms of ID, for example, and you could do it that way. So there are lots of ways of doing it. A lot of people say lottery is complicated. It doesn't have to be. And I think one of the biggest surprises, at least relative to this sort of use of vaccines, was the speed with which the vaccines became available. When I did the original calculations of when my family was going to be able to get the vaccine, it was October. I got my vaccine early in March 6th. So the availability of the vaccine in America was really very, very accelerated. In part, of course, because many, many Americans refused to pursue the vaccine, even when they were eligible, and this created an unexpected surplus. And also, Pfizer and Moderna got very good at the supply chain side of things. They were able to manufacture and accelerate the availability of vaccines across the country very quickly, much quicker than we anticipated. And so what that meant was that the tiers, the gaps between opening the tiers shrunk dramatically. It was compressed, right? So the windows got smaller. And because of that, we needed people to move faster into the system, and they weren't, right? So what a lot of public health experts said was, let's have first come, first serve. Ashish Jha, who'd become the White House COVID coordinator, he actually in this article here pushed for having a lottery around this time, right? And the guiding principle of these, which is quite interesting, has typically been something like the argument for a lottery is equal consideration, equal treatment. But actually, Ashish Jha wasn't arguing for that. He was saying, look, the most important thing is speed. It's mass vaccination, it's herd immunity. Let's just get people, let's get shots in arms as quickly as possible. That's the main justification, right? A public health one. And of course, that's the perceived advantage. Outside of that is this notion of equal opportunity, and it's quick, right? But I want to say in response, and this is again what I said 3 years ago, is that a lottery system is easily overridden, right? There are many considerations, including potential benefits, like maintaining access to healthcare, the threat to the individuals, impediments to access to healthcare if you do get sick. These offer really, very strong reasons to supersede a simple or even weighted lottery system, right? And this is especially true if we can provide like an equally quick ordering of individuals based on the vaccine priorities we've already established, right? And I think in the end of the day, I think we can. right? I think we do have the ability to do a quick ordering of people that would enable us to sort of move people through the system very quickly, assign positions very quickly, every bit as quickly as the lottery could, right? So we're talking about Tiberius, but there's lots of other emerging technologies in AI and big data processing that are going to allow healthcare agencies the ability to create finer categories, more targeted allocation strategies. And sure, lotteries could still be used to break ties in certain circumstances, but I think in the future, pandemic preparedness would make heavy use of these systems, right? They can be tuned to offering more structured responses to public health priorities than any kind of lottery system. This is an image from a paper that's suggesting one formula for calculating who should get, how people should be prioritized based on a number of different variables. So it's happening. People are already sort of doing this work. I should say they did try this in some places in California to use a software-based method of ordering the availability of the allocations, and the results it created a firestorm, and they abandoned it immediately because it did not give the ones that people found intuitive. Okay, let me wrap up really quickly. I mean, my original reason for talking about lotteries was using lotteries to give people a ticket to getting the vaccine, right? The idea was that a lottery could be used for allocation. In the end, much more thought when it came to lotteries went into using lotteries to spur people to get vaccinated in the first place, right? So instead of using it to distribute an effective but scarce vaccine, it was actually used to incentivize the delivery of the same but now plentiful vaccine to individuals who were reluctant to get it. So many states, including Ohio, including Michigan, where I was, had very very valuable lotteries, $1 million in some cases, sometimes even more. This one's from California, and I guess the question that we could ask is, did they actually work? And there's been a lot of data that's generated, and I can't say for sure I understand or can endorse any of them. But what looks like the best sort of re-examination of the studies from the 12 states that have provided data, I think you can say that there was an uptick in vaccinations after the initial deployment of these types of lotteries. But it's also worth pointing out that the cost for each individual vaccination that they caused was pretty remarkable, right? In New York, for each individual who got a vaccine who might not have otherwise got a vaccine, it cost about $20. But if you actually look at West Virginia's, we're talking about $700 per shot, which is mind-blowing, right? I mean, I got to say, when there are people who want the vaccine in other places, the idea that we're investing $700 per shot is insane. All right, a final question. So the US case is just one example of a ration vaccine rollout, but it's also true that at the same time that 1/4 of Americans were vaccinated, fewer than 1 in 500 people were vaccinated in lower income countries. So a more equitable distribution of vaccines worldwide has to be a priority moving forward, both for moral reasons, but also for public health reasons. And I'd be interested in the discussion, if we have time, to hearing about people who aren't having a similar experience to mine, how they experienced getting the vaccine or how the rollout went in their country, because I find this endlessly fascinating, obviously, but I'd love to hear from you about it. So thank you. I hope I got that right, but thank you for that.
Thank you, Professor John Sarnecki. The mandatory AI was obliged, so thank you.
Anytime.
Let's go for questions. We have signed up already here. Professor Nythamar, you have the floor. Questions.
Well, thank you, guys. This was really extremely interesting, the 3 presentations. Just a very quick question to each one of you. For Julian first, since I tend to be quite optimistic about digital democracy and new technologies used for deliberative democracy, Julian, I'd like to see what you have to say about concrete digital deliberative democratic experiments in Europe. I was thinking of Europolis and all European polls just before the European parliamentary elections in Brussels, but also I know that in Germany and Denmark, many other countries in Europe, you had different experiments. And my question is precisely, do you think that this could be an efficient, credible process of wide public will formation, and especially when you had to take a vote? So this is my question for you, Julian. Now, for Beatrice, I understood that your presentation was very much using the sense of agency hypothesis in neuroscience, right? I was wondering whether this sense of agency could also be applied to non-living organisms, such as we have today in many AI systems, on the level of a pre-reflective phenomenal consciousness, or what they call cognitive self-awareness. What would you make of this possibility of extending enactive models such as yours, in a sense of agency, to AI and new technologies? Now, John, I really enjoyed your presentation. I had been very impacted by the whole challenge of rethinking lottery process for to deal with these social vulnerabilities, socioeconomic disparities, as you showed so well in your presentation. I was wondering what would you have to say regarding a more, let's say, political behavior on the part of general population in the US, especially as, from what we could follow here in Brazil, and of course, you might have a different perception living in the US, how achieving mass immunity, for instance, was a problem in the way lots of citizens demonstrated a certain aversion to anything that would be, considered to be state-run policies, precisely the way you put it, top-down measures. And for a lot of people, they thought there was a strong disagreement in the very policy-making process, as you think of this polarization between people who have very different positions regarding top-down measures overall in the US. Thank you very much.
So who wants to start?
Why don't we go in order? Let's start with Julian.
Okay, Julian.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your question. It's a very good example where this type of liquid democracy or e-democracy might be useful. And it's a good case because it seems to be sitting somewhere in between agency and structure. So the easy answer would be to say, well, it's an instance of where agency is improved to digital technology. But that would then just confirm my thesis, namely that we can be optimists if we look at digital technologies from one perspective, like the agency perspective, and neglect other perspectives like the structural one, which would focus on questions like fragmentation, affect orientation, or the economic colonization of the public sphere. However, it seems to be the case that these e-democracy and liquid democracy and forms of direct democracy facilitated through technologies, they maybe change also the structure or parts of the structure. So it's not just an agency issue, but it's also affecting the structure. And to that extent, it may actually oppose the claim that structurally speaking, there is a reduction of participation due to these structural features. However, then that depends, of course, of the overall analysis of costs and benefits, to what extent we say these positive effects, if we count them among structural one, are weightier than the negative structural effects like affect orientation or fragmentation of the discourse. But I take it as an important addition in the sense that the agency structure distinction supports my argument, but there are many cases, or at least some cases, that don't fall neatly into one or the other category, and then one needs to rethink the argument. So thank you very much.
For your question, Nythamar. The answer is I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I know that that is a discussion and that it's pursued for distant, but somewhat by Di Paolo, Burman, and Paradinara in their Sensory Life, the book. I know they discussed this for a bit because they have this condition for sense of agency in the inactive theory, which is the organism must be a sensory motor system. So it has to sustain sensory motor life. And that's a question, right? Whether AI could possibly be that kind of system. And there are some requirements such as being able to be self-productive, they say, being able to perform self-maintenance and asymmetric interaction. So there are some requirements of agency as well in order to have the asymmetric interaction with the environment. So it's not just that you're reacting to the environment, you have to be able to initiate the interaction due to these possibilities of action. So it depends whether at some point there will be an AI that will fit at least these requirements, and that would perhaps be a start to be able to think about something like this. But as of now, I'm unsure that that's a possibility.
That's a great answer. I guess in my case, I would say, I think you're asking me what is the impact of polarization on the American allocation system. And I mean, it was devastating. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about, I just didn't have time to talk about, was misinformation. I think that the public health infrastructure was not ready for the amount of misinformation that was being supplied, nor I think by the gullibility of the American public. I mean, we assumed people would take the vaccine and then rush to take it. And so we were quite surprised that there were people who were willing to, miss it altogether, right? Even when they were in high-risk groups. That was a big surprise, I think, to the public health establishment. And what was also a surprise, and again, this happened in rural America all over the place. But it also happened in places like where I live in Ann Arbor, which is a very 93% Biden in the zone that I live in. But a lot of people refused to get, a lot of people on the left refused to get the vaccine, largely because of misinformation about the safety of vaccines. So it was out there. It kind of fits with Julian's discussion quite a bit too, doesn't it? Right? That in terms of how access to information is so available at the grassroots level. It's who you believe is often your neighbor or your friend or somebody you know on Facebook, and so that not properly vetted, information became a real problem. And in terms of the public health impact, I don't think that this disease could have ever been snuffed out by a vaccination strategy, but the lingering nature of the vaccine rollout, which took so long, certainly has a tremendously high body count. If you compare how Canada did versus the United States, I think per capita Canada has like 25% the deaths, the mortality rate that America had, adjusted for population. So I think that polarization, I think we are so anxious to see the other side fail that we will adopt policies that will kill ourselves in some cases, which I find horrifying. But yeah, so I think polarization was a huge part of it. I mean, I'd be curious, how that played out in Brazil, where of course, there's similar polarization. So, but yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Professor Otávio.
So thank you all for those great talks. I really enjoyed all of them. So I have a question for Julian and John. The question I have for Beatrice was actually very close to Nythamar, and so I think I know the answer by hearing it. So Julian, you mentioned throughout the talk paradoxes, right? And of course, as you know, paradox is a very, in philosophy, a very technical term. So I don't quite see paradoxes in what you presented. I saw tensions between different perspectives. And each perspective has sort of reasonable stakes. But to get a paradox, I think you need to establish that from the same perspective, you have a problem. So from very straightforward premises, you get some unacceptable conclusion, right? So, because very easily, once you have the two perspectives that you address, from the point of view of someone who adopts one of them, they say, well, the other point of view is just wrong. So, the paradox will emerge if we need both perspectives to be true, and there are independent reasons why we are forced to take that both of them are indeed the case, and we cannot give up, right? So I'd like to hear a little more about what the framing of the talk.
Yeah, thank you very much for pushing me on that one. So certainly there was the lure of opting for the term paradox because it raises the bar, it makes it more relevant. However, I do think there is a real paradox, and this paradox consists in the fact that participation, for instance, can either be viewed as increasing or decreasing. So the analysis points towards a contradiction in the sense that it's a contradiction when the ones say that participation is increasing and others say participation is decreasing, or the ones say that democracy is improving and the others say that democracy is deteriorating, is getting worse. And so on the surface level, there's the paradox, but then I try to show why there is no real paradox, because the paradox depends on a certain perspective that is taken, and when one sees that the paradox arises from the different positionality of those who argue in favor of one or the other view, then it disappears. But it's correct. It's correct. I also speak interchangeably about this as ambivalences, and I'm mostly interested in the tension and in the two-sided aspect of it. I don't have any particularly philosophical stakes in the logical nature of a contradiction in the way in which I use this term. So I understand that for those with more greater sensitivities for logical terminology, it may sound confusing. So I'll pay attention to that. Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you. That clarifies it. And so, John, I also have a question for you. I really like the talk, very detailed and extremely informative. At one point, you briefly mentioned that, well, there will be a new pandemic, it's just a matter of time, and we will not be ready, right? So I was intrigued, and I would like to hear a little more, why do you think that we will not be ready? Of course, looking at the data of what the mistakes that have been done, right? And you clearly indicate so many of them. And is that the reason why you think we won't be ready, or you have some independent grounds to think that we won't.
Okay, so from a biological perspective, we absolutely will see another pandemic, and as we continue to persist in habitat destruction and so forth, we will continue to see pandemics. There's simply no avoiding that, and this one was due, honestly. And as much as I like to criticize the Republicans and the way they handled it, which was massively irresponsible, I don't think, looking back now, given the nature of this disease, we could have stopped it. But if you compare it, let's say, to SARS-1, which was a much deadlier disease, but also much more difficult to pass on. So on the one hand, when it comes to pandemic preparedness, a lot of it has to be done on the fly because you don't know how a disease is going to transmit. You don't know, remember how we were all concerned. I don't know if you had this where you were, but we left our groceries outside for 3 days for a while there, right? And I know some virologists, and they said, we knew really early on it wasn't passed that way. We didn't want to say anything, but we knew really on, because if it was going to happen that way, McDonald's would be like drive-throughs, which were the only things that was open on a McDonald's, or it's how most Americans eat now, as you know. We would have seen outbreaks located to various, takeout restaurants and stuff like that. We never saw that. So they knew pretty early on that it wasn't transmitted by fomites. So some of this has to do with what we know, when we know it, how we can treat it, but mostly it's very expensive to maintain pandemic preparedness. And let me give you one just real quick example. We don't test blood in the United States. We don't know what, we say we know what variants are spreading right now. We're taking a drop or two out of every ocean and taking a quick peek. We really don't know what they are. And in most of the United States, they've stopped that monitoring almost altogether. Now, in places like Denmark, I don't know if you saw this, but almost all of our good studies come from Denmark, because Denmark, geez, they keep great records. And so you see a lot of stuff about the early pandemic and how it affected people health-wise was all from Denmark. And Scandinavia did really well on this in terms of their science. But we don't do that. So we're not going to see a pandemic until it's too late, probably. And we don't have, the other thing, more importantly, I actually have a slide on this that I didn't present, but more importantly, the way that we monetize healthcare let's call it the West, in Europe and North America, we are not giving companies, who really are the ones who direct our healthcare, incentives to have standing laboratories that would be able to respond quickly. So every time something like this happens, we have to ramp it up all together. So we need either a federal system that will do that, we do not have that, or we need to have incentives for private companies to maintain a level of pandemic readiness, and we don't have that. And WHO is very explicit that, and also, to be honest, we're sick of it. I mean, we're sick of it. I mean, even philosophers are sick of talking about this. And I know my family is sick of hearing about it from me. So I think, we're sick of it. Let's not think about it. It's done. It's over. I don't want to have to wear a mask. Meanwhile, by the way, 2 of my colleagues have COVID right now. So it's certainly not, and having a rough time as well. So it's still definitely a real serious health threat. But I think as a society, I don't blame people, by the way, but as a society, we are not putting the importance on it that would move our politicians towards creating the pandemic preparedness that we should. And WHO is toothless in this respect, and really, and they lost a lot of credibility, based on polarizing attacks that were unfair and consequently put them in a rough spot.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is very helpful, and I think you're quite right. And now, of course, you're right. There are a lot of good studies in Denmark, and they might be ready to be pandemic ready, but it's a tiny little country, right, with a lot of money. So it's very complicated to do something at a scale in the US or a country like Brazil. Just the sheer size of the population becomes unmanageable.
But that's also true that countries like Brazil Brazil and Chile did better than the United States, strikingly better. Because they had federal health.
That's right. No, we were very unfortunate, right? That we had Trump, just selling all kinds of insanities, right? And of course, now we have in the US, the Republicans trying to do whatever they can to dismantle, the health system. That will not help either, right? So there are lots of kinds of. So, all right, but that's very helpful.
I want to point out, by the way, I'm a Canadian, so I'm above all of this.
Well, I'm Brazilian, so.
Yeah, well played. And one of I think, I don't know if anybody else is here, but I know you were one of the people who saw my original talks. It was good to see you. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, no, it was a great talk. It was nice to revisit it, a few years later.
I've never done anything like that before.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Otávio. Nobody has yet come up with a question. I have a question for Julian that I would have a question for everybody, but I'm not in that place. So I have one question for Julian, and then we open for more questions. Julian, your talk was very interesting, very much in keeping with my research right now, talking about platform capitalism and the challenges with that. I'm sure you read it and you are aware of the latest commentary, Habermas commentary on digital platforms and social media. So my full argument is that my broad argument is that if we are, it's non-ideal theory that would be a Habermasian. It is really non-ideal. What I mean is that if we resort to a move agonistic point of view, are we unable to escape some type of technocracy, that it's just conflict, irresistible conflict that is going to be hegemonical power always? I talk from perspective from Rahul Yegi on the critical forms of life. She tries to build a different approach, contextual transcending, which is, of course, her argument. But I would like to know your position on that, if you're going to the non-ideal theory or the ideal theory. And also, when you talked about affective orientation, there's another side of that also, which is the affective orientation, that the aesthetics of politics we're seeing with the social media. We see a lot of disasters, a lot of executions that happened during a few years that brought up to our eyes some problems that were bubbling in the social sphere, and we are forced to watch this and reconcile ourselves with the troubles that we have in society, like racial disparity, social inequality. So this kind of statics of politics does speak also for you, or do you see as you presented? I'm sorry if I went too long. It was. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. So it's very difficult to relate the terminology of ideal and non-ideal theory to critical theory in the way it is used by the critical theorists like Hornet and Yegi, although they use it in different ways. And as a shorthand, of course, it's more non-ideal than ideal. So I definitely agree with you on that. But this very idea of non-ideal seems to presuppose some notion of the ideal, which many of the critical theorists, especially the first generation that was entirely negativistic, wouldn't want to accept. So we have to be careful when using the ideal non-ideal with reference to the critical theories of Hornet or Yegi or Habermas, but further thinking through the non-ideal part, yes, I think there are many reasons to believe that there are forms of domination that may be exacerbated, and that the technology is so powerful, and as a very powerful technology, it will further facilitate domination, especially in highly inegalitarian economic environments. So the economic inequality today is much higher than it has been 20, 30 years ago at individual country level, like in the US or in similar countries. It has increased at the national level. It has decreased in the international level between countries due to China and India and other countries. But still, and these conditions of high economic inequality in some countries, concentration of wealth, and highly powerful technological instruments, yes, we can expect that might be the road to hell, so to speak, that things are just going to get worse, as Adorno and Horkheimer have already elaborated on the way in which technology facilitates domination, and with the increase of technology, the means of control and domination will also further increase. However, there are many ways in which these technologies actually do promote also democratic capacities, modes of resistance, and the aesthetical aspects of political and social movements that you pointed towards in the second question actually direct in that point in that direction of ways in which the internet and social media can actually be used for emancipatory means as well. So I really think it's neither one nor the other. We shouldn't be deterministic about it and think about the political struggles that are involved in gaining control over these technologies, because it is very much a political issue, to what extent they're regulated, to what extent they are used in one way or the other. If you just think about regulation of the internet in Europe, which differs very much from that in the US, and which differs very much from that in Russia and China, you see that the effects of the technology depends very much on the regulatory schemes that are in place, and fighting and controlling these regulatory schemes will impact the effects of these technologies. So it's not given, and we need not be all too pessimistic, even though, as I initially stated, there are good reasons for being so nevertheless. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? Professor Nythamar?
Well, let's thank once again Julian, Beatriz, and John for these great talks. And again, thank you very much. This was perfect. Excellent. Now we should move on. William, you're still the moderator.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Really quickly, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, John.
Thank
nice
you, John.
To see you.
Thank you, Beatriz.
Nice
thank
to see you, Julian. Take care. Enjoy Paris. Thank you, Beatriz. We'll see you around.
So now we're switching to Portuguese para falar com o professor Augusto Jobim do Amaral e com a professora Gabriele Salle. Pela ordem, só deixa eu confirmar. Se eu não me engano, a gente começa...
Tanto faz, William, fica à vontade. Tanto a professora Gabriele quanto eu, como vocês quiserem.
Então, vamos começar pela professora Gabriele. Então, a professora Gabriele é professora do PPGD, aqui da nossa PUC, e coordenadora do direito, do programa da especialização de Direito Online. Por favor, professora Gabriele, a senhora tem a palavra.
Boa tarde a todos. É uma grande honra para mim estar participando desse evento. Realmente gostaria de agradecer a oportunidade de ter aprendido tanto e faço na pessoa do professor Nythamar, que me parece uma grande árvore frondosa, na medida em que nos proporciona momentos tão singulares e tão importantes como esse. A possibilidade de falar depois de tantas pessoas brilhantes é importante, porque se por um lado aprendemos mais, por outro fica difícil de acrescentar algum ponto adicional às discussões. Porém, como o Brasil é, infelizmente, muito profícuo em violações de direitos humanos e fundamentais, e a saúde foi desvelada como um dos campos mais trágicos após a pandemia, pareceu importante tratar da inteligência artificial utilizada na área da saúde e, mais especificamente, tratar sobre a inteligência artificial generativa na área da saúde. Portanto, a perspectiva que eu pretendo desenvolver é partindo da premissa básica de que a saúde, ela já há tempos foi definida como algo muito além da doença, da enfermidade, processos esses que, no todo, devem ser vistos exatamente em face da ideia da saúde como um direito e uma obrigação contraída pelo Estado, como um estado de completo bem-estar físico, mental e social. Nessa perspectiva é que a inteligência artificial, de modo geral, mas, sobretudo, essa modalidade, essa aplicação que ela vem sendo bastante emblemática nos últimos meses, sobretudo, que é a inteligência artificial generativa, que basicamente utiliza esses grandes modelos de linguagem para a produção de materiais como imagens, vídeo, áudio, e, na verdade, transmite, a partir da mídia, uma certa insegurança, seja no que toca à sua utilização reflexiva, mas, sobretudo, no que pode ser em relação a alguns impactos, ou, usando uma terminologia econômica, né, da teoria econômica, externalidades negativas que ainda não estão ao nosso alcance. Portanto, a inteligência artificial generativa, na medida em que os olhares voltam para o chat GPT, que parece o grande hype do momento, ela acaba sendo, basicamente, a nossa ferramenta para entender o estado atual da saúde e colocar também algumas novidades, talvez alguns benefícios possíveis e depois refletir sobre os desafios. De qualquer sorte, pensar na tecnologia, é interessante observar que a própria OMS já traz a possibilidade de falar na tecnologia como aplicação de conhecimentos, habilidades organizadas, né? Que envolvem desde medicamentos, dispositivos médicos, procedimentos, sistemas organizacionais de suporte e até a triagem diagnóstica. E aí é interessante nós já mapearmos de longe o que significa, no âmbito global, esse estado da arte na área da saúde. A demanda por saúde ela tem aumentado. É interessante observar que os sistemas de saúde, em geral, eles não estão equipados ou preparados para a demanda, em razão do envelhecimento da população mundial. Os custos estão cada vez mais altos, não só quantitativamente, mas é possível falar também que, na medida em que há mais tecnologia envolvida nos processos, também os custos vão crescendo em relação ao que eram antigamente. A capacidade dos sistemas de saúde ela está totalmente sobrecarregada. Se nós olharmos apenas para o número de médicos, há a possibilidade de detectar um déficit de caráter mundial. A força de trabalho também está envelhecendo, portanto, foi perceptível isso mais do que nunca na pandemia. O Brasil ele se encontra, como grande parte dos países que perfazem o sul global, nesse espécie de entusiasmo completo pela chamada Health Tech, e no Brasil nós já temos, segundo esse relatório, Health Tech Report, nós já temos 1.200 Health Techs. Nós temos também já uma experiência digital na medida em que 80% dos usuários brasileiros hoje utilizam aplicativos, principalmente esses serviços de mensageria, sobretudo o WhatsApp, para a confirmação, por exemplo, de consultas. Também se utiliza para o agendamento de modo geral, mas também até possível dizer que a saúde no Brasil inclui desde o pagamento de consultas até a solicitação de exames, até a própria consulta feita por WhatsApp ou pelo próprio Então, no Brasil, nós podemos dizer que há um vácuo legislativo que foi parcialmente enfrentado durante a pandemia, por meio de medida provisória, mas que, de fato, somente em 2022 é que nós tivemos a primeira iniciativa legislativa de regulação de telesaúde. E aqui nós podemos dizer que esse instrumento normativo, ele coloca, primeiro, a percepção de que é preciso ampliar a noção da saúde para além do viés ou do enfoque biomédico e estabelecendo alguns critérios para a prestação de serviço na telesaúde. Esses critérios seriam a prevalência do consentimento livre e informado do paciente ou do representante legal, direito de recusa, portanto, a prioridade é do tratamento presencial, assistência segura e qualidade ao paciente, confidencialidade dos dados e responsabilidade digital. O que a pandemia da Covid-19 desvelou? A pandemia desvelou vários impactos sociais, econômicos, culturais, políticos, gerados por aquela situação que parecia totalmente inesperada, mas, de fato, nós sabemos que não é assim. Também nós vimos, a partir da pandemia, um estado da arte de tal sorte que ficou mais claro a questão da desigualdade e mais clara também, conforme as palestras anteriores também deixaram de maneira muito visível, o acesso à saúde por parte de alguns e em detrimento de outros. O Brasil, portanto, ele trouxe à tona essa extrema necessidade de repensar a questão da telesaúde, como eu disse, demonstrou-se também, a partir da pandemia, as imperfeições e inconsistências do SUS, né? E também a incapacidade do Brasil de atender às expectativas, principalmente em lugares mais remotos. Podemos alinhavar aqui também a necessidade de colocar a posição extremamente preconceituosa de alguns médicos no Brasil durante a pandemia. Esse é um dado triste, pouco tratado, mas que mostra ainda a dificuldade de alguns agentes dessa área, de alguns médicos, sobretudo, de compreender a sua função social. De qualquer sorte, olhando para o plano atual da saúde, de modo geral, nós podemos dizer que esses são os seus 4 P's: a prevenção, a predição, a personalização e a participação. E aí a inteligência artificial generativa, ela, dentro dessa perspectiva, poderia trazer algumas vantagens potenciais. Primeiramente, nós podemos dizer que, por meio do uso da inteligência artificial generativa, ou seja, a inclusão de chats como o GPT, por exemplo, nós poderíamos ter planos de atendimento personalizados. Na medida em que cada paciente é diferente, nós poderíamos também desenvolver cuidados mais singulares, atendendo de maneira mais acurada também às características do paciente, a partir da análise de dados. Também poderíamos dizer que uma segunda vantagem seria quanto à imagem médica aprimorada, ou seja, a análise das imagens, elas poderiam ser muito mais definidas, e também outras soluções poderiam ser verificadas, né, a partir da utilização da inteligência artificial, sobretudo para reduzir o tempo geral de verificação. Aqui, nós pensamos num atendimento mais rápido e sabemos que, em algumas circunstâncias, o tempo do atendimento é tempo de vida, portanto, tem um caráter essencial. A manutenção preditiva também seria uma outra vantagem, porque, nesse caso, a inteligência artificial poderia ajudar a evitar problemas operacionais, alertando equipes médicas com relação a falhas futuras que poderiam acontecer. A inteligência artificial, por exemplo, poderia ser usada para encontrar padrões em grande conjunto de dados que apontassem para falhas de atendimentos ou falhas mesmo dos equipamentos que estavam sendo utilizados. Por exemplo, poderiam ajudar a as equipes médicas para manter em bom estado seus equipamentos e também para atender, de modo geral, melhor ao paciente. Nós sabemos que a grande questão que se colocou no Brasil também foi a alocação de recursos e o apoio administrativo. Nesse caso, a inteligência artificial ela poderia concluir essas tarefas manuais mais tediosas, ela poderia realizar a entrada de dados, receber pagamentos, comunicar a equipes quais os pacientes que deveriam fazer exames, quais exames, e, na verdade, essa é talvez uma das áreas em que está sendo mais utilizada, por exemplo, no Albert Einstein. Quais são as perspectivas? Aqui nós sabemos que é possível dizer que há uma espécie de entusiasmo em relação às inteligências artificiais generativas, quando a gente olha, por exemplo, para os executivos de plano de saúde. Como não poderíamos deixar de ser, a saúde é uma das áreas em que há mais recursos, né? Parece muito claro que os planos de saúde tenham interesse em utilizar esse tipo de aplicação, até para que pudessem também trazer uma melhor alocação de recursos e tornar a sua prestação de serviços mais eficiente. Bom, quais seriam os desafios? Desafios são muitos, eu apontei apenas alguns. Claro, esse é um tema ainda muito recente e ainda falta muito para se entender o que há no porvir. De qualquer sorte, nós sabemos que essa é uma das modalidades de inteligência artificial fraca, portanto, assim como as demais, ela tem como seu principal combustível os dados. Por isso, nós temos que mostrar que a privacidade do paciente, sobretudo no que se toca em relação aos prontuários, né, os prontuários clínicos, ele precisa ser receber uma atenção redobrada. Aqui é importante também destacar que o Brasil está na linha dos cyberataques, né, e que durante a pandemia também nós fomos vítimas de vários cyberataques e que no Brasil a proteção de dados é considerada, sem sombra de dúvida, o step 1, ou seja, o passo número 1 para a construção de um sistema protetivo robusto, suficiente e seguro, que ainda não existe. Bom, há também aquilo que a doutrina costuma chamar de alucinação, outros acham que a alucinação seria apenas um termo adequado se houvesse a autopercepção doente. De qualquer sorte, nós podemos dizer que esses grandes modelos de linguagem geram muitas imprecisões de dados, e isso, quando se trata da saúde, por exemplo, na área do diagnóstico, pode gerar grandes problemas inclusive fatais. Há uma falta de governança que ainda precisa ser alvo de bastante atenção, porque, na verdade, a inteligência artificial generativa, como qualquer outro recurso tecnológico, requer uma governança adequada para que seja garantida a segurança, a robustez, a eficácia e uma espécie de organização. E nós não sabemos ainda suficientemente sobre a inteligência artificial generativa para poder, de qualquer sorte, desenhar ainda instrumentos, por exemplo, de impactos algorítmicos quando se trata dessa aplicação. Portanto, nós não sabemos ainda muito bem como pensar e estruturar uma espécie de governança no que toca à inteligência artificial. Bom, preconceitos e outras questões éticas. Na verdade, nós sabemos que a inteligência artificial como um todo, ela pode gerar, e tem gerado, infelizmente, vários resultados no processo de tomada de decisão discriminatória, agudizando uma realidade social como no Brasil, por exemplo, marcadamente misógina, discriminatória e racista. Nesse caso, a utilização de uma inteligência artificial, seja ela qual for, que ainda não se tem devidamente mapeado quais são os riscos, pode ser uma tomada de decisão por parte de um agente público ou até mesmo de um CEO ou de um diretor de um hospital, algo extremamente perigoso, porque, na verdade, esses dados que são fornecidos ou o próprio desenvolvimento dos algoritmos ainda são imantados por uma certa opacidade. Existe também no Brasil uma falta de conhecimento muito grande, uma falta de conhecimento que é bastante significativa quando a gente olha para a chamada brecha ou divisão digital, que ainda caracteriza o Brasil. Esse é um problema do sul global, na medida em que nós temos no Brasil e nos outros países que fazem essa faixa no globo terrestre, vários problemas com relação não só ao acesso, quer dizer, a quantidade do acesso, mas também a qualidade do acesso. Então, nós podemos dizer que, segundo a última pesquisa da CETIC, nós tivemos pouco avanço em relação ao acesso, mesmo após os leilões do 5G. Seria a inteligência artificial, portanto, um novo anel de Giges, no qual essas empresas e as próprias elites, elas teriam essa possibilidade de imputar responsabilidade única e exclusivamente a esses sistemas e, assim, se eximir da necessidade de contribuir ativamente na reestruturação e na manutenção da nossa sociedade, do próprio Estado democrático. Um outro problema que recentemente veio à tona foi o uso da inteligência artificial generativa na produção de armas químicas. E aqui nós temos um exemplo, a Collaboration Pharmaceuticals Incorporation, foi recentemente colocada sob as lentes porque, utilizando alguns experimentos, chegou a um desenho de uma nova molécula que poderia ser considerada uma arma química de alta devastação. Bom, e aí é interessante a gente perceber que é preciso, talvez, pensar em recomendações para impedir que a inteligência artificial crie novas armas químicas. E aí seria interessante perceber a importância das diretrizes éticas de AIA, envolver também institutos de ética e outros especialistas, aumentar o treinamento ético para os estudantes de computação, aumentar o treinamento de estudantes, colocando às claras o potencial uso duplo de inteligência artificial generativa, manter a centralidade e o protagonismo humano, colocar também a lista de espera para limitar o acesso em relação a essas novas inteligências artificiais generativas, usar dados criptografados para treinar modelos, sem descriptografá-los, divulgar o potencial do uso duplo e regulamentar softwares e aplicativos. Algumas considerações finais já podem ser colocadas em relação ao que eu venho pesquisando. A verdade é que a inteligência artificial ela nos projeta a necessidade de voltar ao ponto inicial, que é a confrontação com a necessidade de se pensar nas perguntas. Muito mais do que as respostas, a inteligência artificial nos projeta a necessidade de pensar o todo a partir das perguntas adequadas para que, a partir dessa ferramenta, não só no setor da saúde, nós pudéssemos pensar realmente no bem-estar da humanidade. Portanto, nós podemos dizer que é possível já detectar alguns efeitos positivos no setor da saúde, mas ainda falta muito para que ele seja implantado. Por exemplo, como eu falei, a questão dos vieses, imprecisões, a falta de governança, dificuldades com a relação de uma linguagem comum que trouxesse, de fato, os direitos humanos como uma forma de pensar toda essa realidade que se apresenta e parece estar se adensando. É necessário pensarmos de maneira clara e efetiva quais seriam os instrumentos de impacto algorítmico a serem utilizados e até mesmo a serem tornados obrigatórios com a implantação de sistemas dessa natureza. O letramento continua sendo extremamente importante nesse caso, e aqui um olhar mais atento para a relação médico-paciente, na medida em que, se a inteligência artificial ela for utilizada para tornar mais difícil a produção de um diagnóstico como troca de saberes e, portanto, adensar a assimetria entre médicos e pacientes, então essa ferramenta, de fato, para o olhar bioético, para o olhar dos direitos humanos e fundamentais, ela não é benéfica. Também nós podemos falar da ética e da privacidade by design como uma possibilidade, a bioética digital é, de fato, um novo capítulo da bioética que precisa ser contemplado, precisa ser reestruturado a partir desses novos desafios. Nós sabemos que, talvez, de fato, o olhar que nos projeta e que acho que acabou sendo a linguagem comum nesse evento até o momento é exatamente a busca por novas ontologias. E, como eu disse, o reposicionamento das perguntas, na medida em que hoje se torna absolutamente necessário entender quais são as perguntas eticamente razoáveis e quais são as perguntas que, num prognóstico de futuro, possam, de fato, projetar o uso da tecnologia para o benefício da humanidade. Sem esquecer essa relação que parece ser um pouco nublada, que é a de que há um artífice e há um artefato. O artefato é a inteligência artificial e o artífice será sempre aquele ou aqueles que a projetaram, desenvolveram e implementaram. Muito obrigada pela atenção. Eu espero ter contribuído um pouco para o debate.
Muito obrigado, professora Gabriela Salle. Agora nós, lembrando, vamos diretamente para a palestra do professor Augusto Jobim do Amaral e depois perguntas para os palestrantes. O professor Augusto Jobim do Amaral é professor do PPG de Ciências.
Desculpa, eu não estou conseguindo tirar aqui o compartilhamento. Só um minuto.
Não, tranquilo.
Só um minuto.
Não tem problema, Gabriela,
Pronto.
deixa aí.
Tranquilo.
Deixa o contato.
Não. Pronto.
Tranquilo.
Desculpa.
Não, sem problema.
Posso ir lá, William? Não precisa. Fica à vontade, tá?
PPG é professor do PPG.
Professor da PUC, né, Nythamar?
Tá bom, é isso aí.
Professor da PUC. Bom, obrigado. Obrigado, boa tarde a todas, todos. Desculpa ser o último a falar e vocês já estarem, evidentemente, muito cansados e cansadas, mas faço questão de agradecer. Faço questão de agradecer, sobretudo, Nythamar, pelo apoio, pela organização. Me desculpar, inclusive, por não estar mais envolvido quanto eu queria. As nossas atividades aqui na PUC e fora dela também explicam muito disso, mas eu agradeço demais a confiança e a oportunidade de estar entre vocês. Eu gostaria de ter agradecido, não estão mais por ali, mas o Julian, o John, a Beatriz e a Gabriele agora por ter podido não só pensar muito a respeito, mas também ter o que dizer um pouco a mais até para tentar contribuir. Eu vou ser bastante direto, na verdade, e até pelo tempo que nós temos, e a gente poder talvez maximizar um pouco mais a questão que o Nythamar e o William estavam obviamente favorecendo, que é o diálogo e as perguntas. Bom, a primeira coisa, eu vou usar uma provocação do último texto do Morozov, que foi catalogado pelo Julian como pessimista. Engraçado esse regime de emoções, né? Mas aí depois a gente pode falar um pouco sobre isso. Mas a provocação que o Morozov faz no último texto dele é que nós devemos, de alguma maneira, o texto, inclusive, é bastante provocativo, porque ele vai chamar a atenção dizendo que inteligência artificial não existe, até porque não é inteligência, muito menos artificial. E uma das coisas interessantes que ele provoca é um debate público sobre isso, que eu gostaria de conversar um pouco, sobre a banalização do rótulo. Banalizações de rótulos, algoritmos, inteligência artificial, ou mais, internet, e assim vai. Talvez as primeiras e elementares perguntas sejam sobre o que nós estamos falando, ou mesmo a palavra tecnologia, né? Sobretudo, eu acho que o importante a gente consegue ver bastante bem vamos chamar assim, pelo menos dois grandes cânones, né, quando a gente está trabalhando em termos desse regime semântico, por assim dizer, ou seja, dessas produções de sentido em torno desses conceitos. Tá? Eu conseguiria, de uma maneira muito esquemática, vocês me perdoem, porque eu vou fazer isso de maneira muito rápida, estimulando talvez a reflexão futura que a gente possa fazer em outro momento, mas sempre buscando identificar uma espécie e essa é a minha hipótese, quando eu trabalho isso dentro dos seminários, por exemplo, do PPG da filosofia, e aquilo que é de bom está nos alunos, e qualquer bobagem que eu disser, a culpa é minha, mas o estímulo vindo deles, sempre eu repito isso, vai na direção de tentar perceber uma espécie de estrangulamento de uma espécie na potência política em torno da crítica, quando a gente fala de inteligência artificial, internet, ou mesmo tecnologia em geral. Ou seja, eu gostaria de tentar identificar por onde vai esse estrangulamento da potência crítica, quando a gente está falando desses termos. Eu partiria de uma hipótese que não é muito incomum, é bastante fácil de perceber, de dois grandes cânones, quando a gente está trabalhando nesse grande horizonte tecnopolítico, vamos chamar assim de maneira mais geral. Né? Que seria um cânone, por um lado, uma espécie de tom, por assim dizer, celebratório, às vezes até histérico em torno da tecnologia, às vezes falso, ingênuo, poderia-se dizer assim, e de outro também, por outro extremo, que eu também acho extremamente complicado, é uma espécie de tom ressabiado, defensivo, talvez paranoico, às vezes, né? Pouco crítico, às vezes, também. Ou seja, me parece uma questão fundamental nesses dois cânones, que ele peca numa premissa elementar, que é fazer a gente acreditar que é uma espécie de mero ponto de vista, ou de perspectiva. Ou seja, como se a tecnologia, como se houvesse a tecnologia, que ela fosse um mero instrumento, seja serviços bons ou ruins. Ou seja, há uma espécie de neutralização da crítica. Ou seja, é como se a tecnologia fosse algo externo a nós, fosse um mero instrumento, como se todo artefato não fosse exatamente um aparato sociotécnico, ou seja, desde que o ser humano se catalogou como tal, nós somos técnica o tempo inteiro. Desde o meu óculos até a minha bengala, até eu resolver subir numa árvore como Homo sapiens sapiens, a gente utilizou técnicas. Não é esse o problema. A grande questão para mim envolve isso, primeiro, é essa premissa, para mim, equivocada de uma espécie de neutralidade técnica, ou neutralidade tecnológica, em que basta eu apontar o que é de bom e o que é de ruim. Para mim, isso, eu tenho tentado pensar isso de maneira um pouco mais rigorosa, para chegar a um ponto que tente tornar, e aí talvez a minha mania, vamos chamar assim, como professor, como investigador, que eu tenho tentado fazer isso, é tentar tornar visível as relações de força estabelecidas com as práticas tecnológicas. Ou seja, mais do que a gente tentar perceber o que é perceber que tipo de relação de força se produz, ou melhor dizendo, até de maneira um pouco mais direta, que forma de conhecimento se produz através dela, ou vem se produzindo através dela, que tipo de relação de poder vem se estabelecendo através dela. Em resumo, que tipo de modo de vida vem sendo produzido através daquilo que a gente chama de tecnologia. Porque aí talvez a gente entenda que aí a expressão não é minha, do Yuki Rui, que tipo de experimento monotecnológico nós viemos desenvolvendo. Ou seja, nós viemos desenvolvendo de uma maneira muito simplista, mas um modo de orientar aquilo que nós chamamos de tecnologia. Sobretudo, pelo menos através de duas grandes características, automatização e abstração. Talvez aí esteja o grande sintoma a ser interrogado das mais diversas maneiras e nos mais diversos campos. Esse, para mim, parece ser o primeiro ponto elementar para a gente começar, talvez, a discussão. Ou seja, entender a tecnologia como um aparato sociotécnico. Entender a internet como uma plataforma concreta de troca, vamos chamar assim, ou de intercâmbio, de produção de informação, chamado dado. E é por isso que, na minha opinião, o Julian não está mais aí, mas não faz muito sentido uma divisão, a não ser de maneira pedagógica, entre digitalização, internet e algoritmo. e algoritmo. Na medida em que o mundo chamado digital é formado através de relações, de plataformas, de trocas de informação chamada internet, e os modelos de sucesso são orientados através de algoritmos. Pelo menos nesse sentido, não vejo pelo menos a necessidade, a não ser pedagógica, como o Julian fez, de maneira espetacular, mas, ao meu juízo, esse seria talvez um momento de juntar as coisas e perceber o que significa, qual o sentido, ou o que se representa quando falamos desses aparatos sociotécnicos. Então, e aí eu passaria para o meu segundo ponto, e William, qualquer coisa, e professor Nythamar, me caçem a palavra, tá? Porque senão a gente fica aí até as 8 horas da noite falando, incomodando todo mundo. Que é a segunda questão que eu acho fundamental. Primeiro, já vimos, o meu estímulo é tornar visível essas relações, ou melhor dizendo, o que se produz em termos de forma de saber, relações de poder e modos de vida, com aquilo que nós, hegemonicamente, entendemos por tecnologia. Que, repito, é apenas um modo de organizar a relação com a técnica, em termos de automação e abstração. Esse é o primeiro ponto. Segundo ponto, que talvez se desdobra a partir do primeiro, que é, me parece que a pergunta não é, e aí como o Nythamar, professor de todos nós aqui, vai lembrar, a filosofia não é para dar respostas, a filosofia é para deslocar as perguntas, fazer novas perguntas, talvez de outro espaço, torná-las mais ainda produtivas. Talvez o segundo ponto não seja orientar a nossa pergunta se, aspas, os algoritmos, ou uma sociedade digitalizada, ou chame como quiser, o capitalismo de plataforma, uma sociedade de vigilância, bom, chamemos dos termos mais díspares. Mas a pergunta é que esse contexto, esse horizonte sociotécnico, a pergunta talvez não seja se ele é orientado a uma maior individualização, a um ensimesmento, ou seja, uma ideia de fechamento em si, ou seja, um fechamento em todos nós em si mesmos, ou seja, uma espécie de processo de individualização extremo, de isolacionismo, ou se ele pode ser propenso à cooperação. Para mim, eu acho que esse talvez seja uma armadilha, porque, novamente, a gente dá aquele passo atrás e diz, bom, pode servir para uma coisa, pode servir para outra. E aí, talvez, o âmago da história se perca, ou grande parte da história se perca, que é a outra pergunta, ou deslocar a pergunta, e talvez a pergunta que eu faria seja, por que há uma propensão a nós fazermos um enquadramento tecnocêntrico de todos os problemas sociais, humanos, biológicos, de saúde, de criminalidade? Por que há uma espécie de problematização em torno, ou melhor dizendo, qualquer tipo de problematização é feito em função da perspectiva tecnológica, dessa perspectiva tecnológica. Ou seja, o que eu estou tentando problematizar aqui é, bom, a grande questão não é se serve para o bem ou para o mal, é pensar que existe um aparato sociotécnicos que funcionam de certa forma e que fazem como um efeito talvez primário capturar qualquer tipo de criatividade política, inclusive da democracia, para dizer, bom, temos inclusive como fazer algo por aqui. Então vai resolver problema de saúde, de criminalidade, vai resolver problema de... Né, é aquilo que o Morozov chama de um solucionismo tecnológico. Ou seja, a grande questão me parece sempre uma dinâmica de governamentalidade algorítmica, um termo já bastante usual. Por quê? Porque me parece interessante que nós indaguemos que tipo de ações vêm sendo induzidas através desse tipo de tecnologia. Isso me parece algo elementar para a gente deixar mais expresso quais tipos de relação de poder nós estamos envolvidos, para que a gente desloque, na minha opinião, uma espécie de ponto de neutralidade da chamada inteligência artificial, que o Morozov dizia, nós temos que parar com essa bobagem de chamar de inteligência artificial, é aprendizagem de máquina, Se a gente quiser falar o termo não é meu, é do Morozov, né? Se nós quisermos falar de inteligência artificial, em termos até maravilhosamente falado pela Gabriele, né? Generativa, lembremos que isso é um termo do Rosenblatt, da década de 50. O primeiro texto sobre neural networks é de 57. Ou seja, há também um enorme... repito, que tipo de ações se induzem? Que tipo de ações vêm sendo induzidas nos mais diversos campos quando, aspas, a política é capturada pelos algoritmos? Ou chamemos isso de política dos algoritmos, ou os algoritmos da política. Sabemos que os algoritmos são formas de sucesso. Esse é o termo que a Cathy O'Neill chama no livro dela, exatamente assim, né? Os algoritmos são fórmulas de sucesso. Agora, a grande questão é, como ela diz, o que significa sucesso, qual é a finalidade e qual é o meio que tu utiliza para isso. Perguntas simples. Mas são perguntas que são politizadoras da relação com a tecnologia. Politizam a relação com a tecnologia. E não despolitizam em função dos seus efeitos. Esse é o regime de regulação algorítmica. O termo não é novo, o termo de regulação algoritmo, se a gente jogar no Google, a gente vai lembrar que é um texto do Tim O'Reilly, que é clássico, em que a base da regulação algorítmica, diz ele, é a ideia, o princípio fundamental, é um governo como plataforma. Um governo como plataforma. Ou seja, uma ideia de compreensão pelo um resultado desejado eficiente, que não é discutido, é dado de antemão. Porque não vamos esquecer que quando nós falamos de tecnologia, nós falamos sobretudo de aspas, muitas aspas, agora já podemos colocar essas aspasinhas, de inteligência artificial, nós estamos falando de proxies, de aproximadores, de critérios classificatórios, de taxonomia. Os bons filósofos e sociólogos sabem de onde é que vêm as estatísticas no século XIX. Esse regime agora, claro, desde um princípio de autocorreção, vamos dar um nome bonito para isso, né? Generative Adversarial Network Systems, GANs é o nome disso, né? Que nós chamamos de inteligência artificial generativa. Isso nada mais é do que sistemas que vão auto se corrigindo. Essa é a ideia do Rosenblatt da década de 50. Agora, o que é interessante desse aprendizado constante é a meta, que está nesse texto fundamental do Tim O'Reilly, que é um arauto da regulação algorítmica, que por ele os estados se transformariam em governos como plataforma, segundo o texto dele, diz assim, o princípio fundamental é aprendizado constante e adaptação. Só que tem uma circunstância fundamental como finalidade, que é produzir estabilidade. Claro, numa sociedade profundamente desigual, a gente está falando desde a perspectiva que talvez nos interesse mais, que é a nossa, uma sociedade profundamente desigual, marcada pelo colonialismo, pela escravidão, pelo racismo, procurar estabilidade nas relações sociais, no mínimo, é uma falsa ingenuidade. No mínimo. Ou a gente perdeu de vista aquilo que estrutura de fato, ou as forças necessárias de violência para manter certa estabilidade num meio como esse. Eis a questão, eis o nosso, vamos chamar assim, o nosso enfrentamento que a nossa imaginação vai ter que ter diante de um cenário do século XXI em torno do digital, aspas. Ou seja, a nossa inteligência da vida cotidiana colocada agora a serviço, né, de uma reflexão profundamente política em torno disso. Ou seja, se eu consigo me fazer entender, o que me salta mais aos olhos em termos de problematização é exatamente vamos chamar assim, deixar de perceber, às vezes, né, que existem efeitos concretos e que os regimes de organização desses aparatos sociotécnicos não são disponíveis ao nosso bel prazer. São colocados de diversas formas. Isso não quer dizer que nós não possamos resistir a eles, usá-los de outra maneira, isso não está em questão aqui. A questão é que, quando nós falamos, vou dar 2 exemplos bem concretos. A palestra do John, Nythamar e colegas, maravilhosa a palestra do John, né? Maravilhosa, né? E ele tocou num detalhe que é o de uma empresa, inclusive, né, que acabou ficando responsável pelo gerenciamento de grupos vulneráveis para chegar na vacina, nesses grupos vulneráveis, que era a Palantir. Não sei se vocês lembram que a gente vai falar. Você sabe o que é a Palantir? A Palantir foi a primeira empresa, sabe por que surgiu a Palantir como empresa? Empresa de prediction criminal. Ou seja, uma empresa que lá, sabe onde é que ela foi instaurada, onde é que ela a primeira vez foi instaurada? Isso está num livro da Jack Wang, da professora Jack Wang, traduzido recentemente para o Brasil. A Palantir era a empresa responsável por gerir o software de prediction da polícia de Los Angeles, que inclusive depois foi declarada inconstitucional pela Suprema Corte norte-americana. Depois ela migrou para o sistema de saúde, para o monitoramento de populações vulneráveis. Ou seja, isso não são situações neutras, não são situações que possam, inclusive no livro, se vocês quiserem a fonte, é o livro da Sarah Brain, se chama Predict and Surveil. Exatamente é o termo ali está toda a história da justificação, inclusive racista, segundo a autora, dessas técnicas ou métodos de predição. Ou seja, a gente talvez precise perceber essas nuances um pouco melhor. Um outro exemplo, que é o segundo que eu gostaria de dar, para não tomar muito tempo e a gente poder conversar, se houver ainda fôlego de todos nós, não houver tanto cansaço da parte dos colegas. Mas um segundo exemplo, que é bem interessante, porque parte da ilustração maravilhosa que a Gabriele fez com relação aos planos de saúde. A gente sabe como funciona exatamente obviamente, não se trata de extração propriamente de dados, se trata de produção de dados, através do behavior surplus, né? Ou seja, de mais-valia comportamental. Esse é o termo da Shoshana Zuboff, né? É disso que se trata. Não se trata simplesmente de uma extração, não é uma mineração de dados, como nós estamos acostumados a pensar, como se houvesse uma coisa lá que eu extraísse. Não. Se produz o dado. O dado é o resultado de produção de informação. E eles são combinados e, obviamente, estabelecidos através de padrões. A técnica para isso se chama algoritmos. Bom, olha que interessante. Nos Estados Unidos, a gente sabe muito bem como funciona esse monitoramento de dados para plano de saúde. A gente já tem isso como um efeito para que a gente não perca a experiência norte-americana. Hoje, o estabelecimento, por exemplo, de preços para plano de saúde depende das informações que são colhidas, não raro monitorados de maneira opt-in, como a gente costuma dizer, né? Porque a gente cede esse tipo de informação, porque senão não utiliza nada, não abre nem o site da Amazon, né? Sem aceitar um cookie qualquer. Ou seja, todo esse conjunto de dados é hoje, sem dúvida nenhuma, personalizado exatamente para a precificação, por exemplo, de plano de saúde nos Estados Unidos. Em regime de trabalho, por exemplo, hoje esses mesmos algoritmos vamos chamar assim, de individualização, que na verdade é personalização, gerenciam mais de 80% dos dados estão no livro da Cat O'Neill, armas de destruição matemática, mais de 80% da seleção de empregos nos Estados Unidos são feitos por sistemas algorítmicos. Ou seja, aqui serve esse tipo de dado colhido ou esse tipo de personalização. Talvez a resposta esteja na informação que não sei se é de hoje, vocês me corrijam se é de hoje, mas a Amazon e a One Medical acabaram de fechar uma parceria para vender plano de saúde. Hoje, a Amazon e a One Medical tá $145 ao ano. A grande pergunta que eu sempre faço é quem é que vai usar? Ou se nós gostaríamos de usar esse tipo de plano ou esse tipo de serviço. Eis a questão. Ou a gente preferiria usar outro. Essa talvez sejam as grandes questões, de fato, essas são as questões políticas. A quem vai servir esses planos? Quem é que vai se servir deles? Nós? Não sei quanto a vocês, mas eu vou continuar indo no médico pessoalmente, retirando receita, quero conversar com ele. Eu não sei quanto vocês. Eu quero saber a quem vai servir. Esse talvez sejam as perguntas políticas, como eu falei antes, né? Fazer a pergunta voltar para o nosso sistema de, vamos chamar assim, de maior conteúdo imaginativo, que é enfrentar os desafios dessa era digital. Enfrentar exatamente os desafios em torno da própria regulação, como a gente já falou, mas, sobretudo, perceber que esses aparatos sociotécnicos são construções de mundo. O termo é muito antigo, né? O termo é da década de 70, mas são construções de mundo. Deleuze já falava sobre isso também, e outros autores, Ivan Illich, por exemplo, né? Com seus aparatos que ele dizia de convivencialidade, que ele chamava as tecnologias, ou seja, são construções de mundo. Mais do que meras perspectivas, são construções concretas de mundo. E aí talvez a gente consiga perceber que não dá, ou dá, dependendo do ponto de vista, né? Mas não dá para se ter, por exemplo, pegar o termo da Shoshana Zuboff para encerrar, não tem como ter uma sociedade de vigilância democrática. Ou tem uma coisa ou tem outra. Aí, bom, chegamos num brete fundamental. Bom, e aí, né? Eu não tenho resposta, tá? Eu tô, como eu provoquei antes, eu tô mais para trazer algumas perguntas aqui. Muitas. Eu acho que a filosofia serve também para isso, sobretudo para isso. Mas o que eu consigo apontar é que tem aparentado, em raros campos como esse que a gente tem aqui, que são fundamentais, de profunda reflexão crítica, as conferências demonstraram exatamente isso, fundamentais para a reflexão, mas em geral, que não é o caso aqui, evidente, né? A gente sofre de uma espécie de falta de imaginação para enfrentar os problemas políticos em torno daquilo que a gente pode chamar de um colonialismo de dados ou colonialismo digital, por exemplo. Usar os dois termos mais emblemáticos para isso. Um deles, para encerrar, talvez seja a gente pensar em outras soluções, uma hipótese que a gente poderia usar para deslocar o problema tentar deslocar, vamos chamar assim, o trem chegando da governança democrática na governança computacional, tentando desviar com que eles não se encontrem de maneira absoluta. Mas um dos elementos seria pensar, e aí o termo é da Shoshana Zuboff, não é meu, tá? É sair de um sistema downstream arguments, que ela chama, né? Ou seja, argumentos, por assim dizer, cima para baixo, vamos chamar assim, né? Que vai ter a solução voltada para esses problemas extremamente complexos em torno de categorias nossas. Eu venho do direito, a Gabriela sabe muito bem o quanto a gente não raro fica apegado a categorias extremamente, a um contexto extremamente complexo, com categorias que, meu Deus do céu, o quanto nós já devíamos ter pensado a respeito e tentar superá-las. Que é, por exemplo, nós entendemos o problema relacionado com dados, e hoje a gente tem isso tanto na Europa, nos Estados Unidos, na Europa em menor medida, mas nos Estados Unidos em alguma medida, e na América Latina também, que é a fixação da regulação dos dados em torno de estruturas legais. Isso aqui é uma provocação, vai por último aqui, de entender as soluções em termos contratuais, como se o dado fosse uma coisa, que eu disponho, que eu vendo, que eu alieno, que eu pego, que eu retiro. Não é uma coisa o dado é um rastro, o dado é produzido a posteriori. Não há estrutura legal capaz de fazer com que haja um tipo de regulação que, aspas, proteja o dado, percebendo de maneira prévia que ele é uma coisa. Ele não é uma coisa. E aí que está a grande questão. Bom, mas então não se faz nada em termos de regulação jurídica? Não, ao contrário. Se questiona, por exemplo, o modelo legal dos negócios dessas plataformas. Eis uma questão interessante. Que modelo de negócio é esse que as plataformas realizam dentro do Brasil ou no mundo inteiro? Que vão ser modelos transnacionais, como bem falou o Julian e a Beatriz também. São modelos transnacionais. Dados nesse aspecto, vistos dessa maneira, vai ficar no mínimo restrita a nossa solução, ou melhor, vai ser uma solução de muito pouco impacto, que talvez não perceba os nuances mais fundamentais quando se trata dessa dimensão. último ponto, 15 segundos, eu acho que, bom, em termos de estruturas legais, bom, não se faz nada, então não se regula? Não, ao contrário. Primeiro se questiona qual é a base do negócio que nós estamos conversando. Dando um exemplo básico, se a gente acha que o negócio da Amazon é vender livro, se a gente acha que o negócio da Google é fazer publicidade, como a gente andou discutindo nesses últimos meses, bom, a gente está no outro planeta. Não faz a menor ideia do que significa o capitalismo de plataforma ou uma sociedade de vigilância. Não é disso que essas empresas vivem. Agora, tendo isso muito claro, bom, conseguimos pensar numa regulação. Quer ver uma delas? Aí eu vou falar desde do calcanhar de Aquiles, que eu venho das ciências criminais. Proibir produtos de predição. Proibir produtos de predição, por mais bem intencionados que sejam. Reconhecimento facial, por exemplo, a Europa, dei uma olhada na normativa europeia que saiu há 2 dias atrás, proibiu a utilização de reconhecimento facial. Claro, tem uns buraquinhos, né? Dependendo da necessidade e da conveniência, pode ser utilizado. Como a gente sabe que funciona dentro do mundo do direito, né, William? Tu vem de lá também. Mas a regra eu achei interessante. Proibir reconhecimento facial para fins jurídico-criminais. Está aí uma belíssima estrutura legal que pode ser muito bem aplicada como uma espécie de projeto de lei em termos de algoritmos. Desculpa, a minha fala é muito menos organizada que os dos colegas, muito menos elaborada, mas creio que a gente possa, creio que eu tenha podido trazer alguns elementos que me parecem interessantes para a gente entender um pouco melhor e para, claro, levar em consideração outras perspectivas que vão ao encontro também das preocupações que os colegas estavam tendo. Fico muito feliz, mais uma vez, William e Nythamar, em especial, a professora Gabriele, que está escutando, e colegas também estão por aqui pela sala. Fico muito feliz, estou muito feliz mesmo, e vou ouvir depois as palestras que eu não consegui ouvir no YouTube, que eu sei que estão todas registradas lá. Já faço o merchandising do evento, assistam todas, e agradeço muito pelo convite mais uma vez, professor Nythamar. Uma boa tarde.
Obrigado, professor Augusto. Agora partimos para as questões. Com certeza, as 2 palestras deixaram bastante questões para a gente fazer. Eu já tenho as pessoas inscritas. Eu também me inscrevi, apesar de eu ser mediador, porque, né, o senhor Augusto Jobim do Amaral levantou questões, mas se sobrar tempo, eu faço uma pergunta, senão, tudo bem. Professor Nythamar, por favor. O senhor tem a palavra.
Muito obrigado, Gabriele e Augusto, pelas excelentes falas. 2 perguntas bem rápidas, assim, e que, na verdade, têm a ver com a mesma coisa, de certo modo, porque é um pouco a questão de como nós, brasileiras e brasileiros, podemos responder a esse cenário atual, não é, de predomínio de novas tecnologias e, particularmente, de certos usos da inteligência artificial em nosso país. Então, para a Gabriele, especificamente, eu queria te fazer uma pergunta sobre a governança de inteligência artificial, que é um dos eixos e temas de nosso grupo de pesquisa RAIES. Eu queria saber, Gabriele, assim, desde uma perspectiva jurídica como a tua, como é que se dá a justificativa normativa da governança? Porque essa palavra, a governança, obviamente, foi um certo modismo, que nem tantas palavras, né, que entram no direito, né, como compliance, e entram assim em inglês, e aí a pessoa, né, não entende de onde é que veio isso. Mas governance, até o termo em inglês já existia desde muito tempo. Até eu fui dar uma busca ali para ver um termo ainda do século XVII, por aí, mas sobretudo século XIX, e mais ainda começo do século XX. Mas com esse sentido atual de estender para além do governo de um Estado-nação, é um uso que se usa tanto para o âmbito público como privado. Então, isso aí só a partir dos anos 90, e aí que entram as ONGs, e até condomínio de apartamento, né, num prédio, é um tipo de governança. Então, minha pergunta a Gabriela é justamente para ti, enquanto filósofa do direito e grande jurista, como é que você abordaria esse problema? Porque eu imagino que, se for numa perspectiva da sociologia do direito, ou mesmo da história, é simplesmente dizer, ó, foi assim que a Constituição brasileira chegou nessa versão de 1988 e é assim que nós a temos hoje. Mas eu queria ver como é que você leria de uma maneira crítica como é que a gente deve tratar essa questão da governança e até, se você quiser dizer, a questão da regulação. Porque aí me traz para a pergunta para o Augusto, porque eu acho muito interessante, Augusto, e é bom dizer aqui para os colegas que, às vezes, a gente não se dá conta do pluralismo de abordagens que temos, né, na PUC-RS. O professor Augusto Jobim do Amaral tem há muito tempo trabalhado questões de IA e novas tecnologias, e muitas vezes com outros textos, outros autores, em particular esse trabalho do Morozov. Eu até comecei a lê-lo a partir do Augusto. E a minha pergunta para ti é essa, porque eu entendo essa leitura de um ceticismo, até assim mesmo um pessimismo crítico, como Morozov e você mesmo tende também a assumir essa posição, mas eu também penso que seria possível ter uma leitura mais otimista, sem necessariamente ser entusiasta das novas tecnologias. É o meu caso. Eu acho que a gente deve sempre manter o ceticismo metodológico, e temos aqui o grande mestre do ceticismo brasileiro, o professor Otávio Bueno, né, que vem dessa escola cética. No Brasil, nós tivemos, desde o professor Oswaldo Pochá, não é, Otávio, grandes correntes do ceticismo no Brasil, mas eu queria saber, assim, do ponto de vista de possibilidade de um uso positivo para a democracia digital, não é? Porque eu entendo a questão do controle social, etc., sociedade de vigilância, mas eu penso também que poderia haver, eu gostaria de ver como é que você vê, mesmo do Morozov, como é que ficaria essa leitura mais positiva de vislumbrar um uso, assim, no caso do Brasil, que, por exemplo, pudesse corrigir um monte de patologias sociais que existem sem nenhuma tecnologia. A meu ver, qualquer coisa que vier com tecnologia já é melhor do que o que temos atualmente no país. Essa é minha... nesse sentido, eu sou realmente muito crítico com relação a tudo que nós temos nesse país, que é uma das sociedades mais desiguais e injustas do planeta. Muito obrigado.
Por favor, quem gostaria de
Gabriele,
começar?
quer
Professora
começar?
Gabriele.
Tanto faz, fica à vontade.
Obrigada, professor Nythamar, mais uma vez, por essa provocação que faz parar um pouco para poder respondê-lo, na medida em que o senhor até já adiantou a resposta trivial, que é a ideia da governança a partir do sistema que está posto, e naturalmente a gente tem um sistema centrado na perspectiva constitucional. Só que hoje, aliás, não podemos dizer que hoje, mas já há algum tempo, há a perspectiva de uma nova visão, né, da governança a partir da ideia do funcionalismo digital. E aí a gente pode dizer que, além das molduras legais e da moldura constitucional, que é totalmente imprescindível, aí a reflexão que nós vamos começar a ter, e aí não há resposta ainda, é qual seria a natureza jurídica do algoritmo ou a natureza jurídica da produção algorítmica. Isso ainda não há, de fato, a resposta pronta e acabada. Por quê? Porque nós temos algumas pesquisas em curso. Por exemplo, recentemente, na Espanha, o professor Paco Balaguer, ontem foi até um momento no meu grupo de estudos, nós discutimos isso. Nós estávamos discutindo algo que, como eu disse, é uma contribuição de uma das pesquisas, de pensar qual seria a natureza jurídica do algoritmo, pensando, por exemplo, que dentro da perspectiva de governança, o algoritmo e a própria produção algorítmica deveria ficar abaixo da lei. Isso, numa projeção de governança, daria a necessidade da gente fazer uma releitura do que já existe. Por exemplo, no Brasil, nós não temos legislação específica no que toca a um marco legal da inteligência artificial ainda, nós sabemos disso. Por outro lado, nós não podemos dizer que a falta de um marco legal específico significa um vácuo legislativo completo, porque nós temos uma Constituição principiológica, cujo catálogo de direitos fundamentais é amplíssimo, e nós temos também meios de torná-lo eficaz. Então, na verdade, o que toca à inteligência artificial é passível de regulação e já existem meios eficazes para se tentar minimizar riscos ou até preveni-los. De fato, o que acontece é que existe aí um panorama cuja percepção de riscos ainda não é dimensionável. Por isso mesmo que nós estamos, no meu sentir, um pouco à mercê dessa ideologização que há em torno de certas aplicações de inteligência artificial. No que eu concordo inteiramente com o professor Jobim e com outros palestrantes, que há uma espécie de hiperinflação em relação a essas tecnologias. Não que elas não vão causar impacto, mas elas também têm que ser vistas a partir do que nós já construímos em termos de traço civilizatório. Dizendo em outras palavras, nós já temos como falar em governança, sim. Essa governança ela vai desde o sentido tradicional, né, das molduras, como eu falei, que já existem, como também nós podemos dizer que já existe a possibilidade de nós falarmos nos chamados instrumentos de impacto, de riscos algorítmicos, e esses instrumentos fazem parte dessa conjugação que eu acredito que já possa ser utilizado em termos de governança. Qual é o problema que se avizinha? É exatamente o que, para nós pensarmos de maneira mais fria e, na verdade, um pouco mais adequada em relação a tudo isso, seria necessário que nós não estivéssemos já num estado de total exaurimento. Com esse volume, com essa velocidade, né, volume de informações e a velocidade com que as informações nos atropelam, é muito difícil para nós, cidadãos, mas também para nós juristas, começarmos a ter um pouco de lucidez para ver o que já existe e tentar empregá-lo da maneira mais apropriada. Eu não sei se eu respondi, professor, eu anotei, e pode ter certeza que essa é uma das minhas preocupações. Eu vou passar agora de manhã, tarde e noite pensando nisso. Muito obrigada.
Bom, obrigado, professor Nythamar. Fabuloso, fabuloso, porque me permite deixar até mais claro aquilo que eu não consegui. Primeiro, se a gente pode ter uma leitura, por assim dizer, mais... e eu não gostaria que, pelo menos a minha, pudesse ir nessa direção, né? De dar a entender que uma leitura, vamos chamar assim, estrutural, né? Invariante da história. Bom, tudo muda para ficar igual. Aí tem a tecnologia aí que apenas aprofunda o racismo que nós já temos antes. Aí é um brete, não saímos disso. Ou seja, uma leitura, por assim dizer, demasiadamente invariante, né? Desconhece, claro, traz algumas coisas interessantes. Por quê? Porque percebe, joga, de alguma maneira, a participação, por exemplo, da inteligência artificial num agenciamento concreto, por assim dizer. Ela funciona de determinada forma. Ela não está à disposição do nosso uso apenas. Ela é agenciada de maneira concreta, de certa maneira, sobre a qual nós não dispomos. Então, isso é bastante interessante em termos estruturais para a gente pensar, mas também não dá para dizer, bom, é uma invariante, tudo muda para não mudar, então segue tudo igual e acabou. Não, uma espécie de niilismo puro, não. Exatamente levar em consideração que a inteligência artificial, por exemplo, participa de um agenciamento concreto é percebê-la como uma expressão mutante, já que, evidentemente, o mais importante, na minha opinião, é fazer uma pergunta inicial. Bom, que tipo de tecnopolítica, e aí a gente consegue mudar a chave da leitura, professor, que tipo de tecnopolítica vem sendo mobilizada? Que tipo de tecnopolítica vem sendo mobilizada? Bom, aí é essa, que a gente acabou de tentar demonstrar um pouquinho como funciona. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, a gente, bom, se ela participa de maneira concreta, porque se dá através de relações de forças completamente maleáveis, dispostas a resistências, a formar novas maneiras, bom, então ela é mutante ao mesmo tempo. Só que a grande questão me parece ser a gente tentar fugir de uma espécie de nudismo pós-moderno, dizer, vamos nos libertar das máquinas, que não é isso, porque é impossível. O artefato faz parte do humano. Já estamos demasiadamente velho para pensar em sujeito-objeto, né? Um sujeito que cria a sua criatura. Bom, nós fazemos parte disso o tempo inteiro. Já estamos um pouco velhos demais para isso, para acreditar nessa história. Estamos sempre falando de artefatos sobre os quais nós somos investidos o tempo inteiro neles e a partir deles. Então, bom, mais do que pensar numa espécie de libertação dos homens das máquinas, uma espécie de ludismo pós-moderno, que aí, às vezes, o Morozov cai nisso, não me serve, mas é perceber como ou quais as estratégias para liberar as máquinas, aqui no sentido bem superficial, liberar esse tipo de estratégia desse quadro de agenciamento sobre o qual eu tentei descrever. E que medida é possível libertar esse tipo de máquina desse tipo de funcionamento? Para além de uma espécie de reprodução, por assim dizer, um preço a pagar. Por exemplo, nós temos um mecanismo que é feito para excluir, que é feito para categorizar, para fazer taxonomias, para classificar pessoas, e assim, não, de vez em quando ele funciona. Bom, sendo que ele serve para a maioria das vezes exatamente para o contrário, porque o agenciamento é concreto. Ou seja, talvez perceber as estratégias para que as relações de força possam ser invertidas. Esse talvez seja a pergunta de R$1 milhão. Quais tipos de estratégias são hábeis para inverter as relações de força sobre as quais nós estamos enfiados? E esse tipo de inteligência artificial está enfiada? Porque há algo muito importante que é uma tecnodiversidade. Vou insistir, eu falei 2 vezes de autores mais pessimistas, vamos chamar assim, mas vamos pegar o Yuki Rui, por exemplo, entre vários outros. Nós podemos e devemos falar em tecnodiversidade. Existem diversidades de técnicas possíveis. Nós é que pensamos numa só, num monotecnolinguismo, inclusive, um monotecnologismo, baseado na automação e na abstração, que vai ter uma funcionalidade que não vai dar para escapar desse horizonte que eu acabei de escrever de maneira mais pessimista. Mas isso não quer dizer que seja a única maneira de a gente organizar as formas de vida em torno da tecnologia. Ou seja, resposta que não dá resposta, mas estabelecer novas relações com a tecnologia. Logo, se produzem novas tecnologias. Mas aí até que ponto essas tecnologias não são mera reprodução estratégica do mesmo? Esse talvez seja a nossa dificuldade de discernimento. Discernimento é crítica, né? Essa capacidade de discernir as coisas. É mais do mesmo, os washing da vida, né? É um math washing, por exemplo? É uma lavagem matemática simplesmente por preconceito? É uma lavagem matemática para segregação? É a questão que tu colocaste bastante importante, professor Nythamar, relacionado a, bom, por exemplo, saúde ou educação. Tudo que possa vir em termos de tecnologia pode ser melhor do que nós já temos agora. Eu tenho dúvidas. Porque se houvesse a garantia de que, por exemplo, um EAD ou algo parecido aumentasse o número de professores ou aumentasse o número de pessoas educadas no Brasil, eu topo, assino embaixo. Da mesma maneira que o acesso a uma saúde eletrônica, se me garantisse que vai ter mais contratação de médico, mais abertura de hospital e mais discussão sobre a prioridade do SUS, bom, eu assino embaixo. Mas eu duvido, porque o agenciamento concreto sobre o qual essas tecnologias são dispostas não estão à nossa disposição de como ele vai funcionar. Ou melhor, já sabemos como ele vai funcionar. Reduzindo médico, atendimento, hospital, e havendo seletividade com relação a quem vai ser atendido por um e por outro. Esse me parece a grande questão que a gente pode, às vezes, perder de vista. Mas é só uma provocação. Só estou tentando jogar como uma outra provocação para a gente pensar juntos. Muito obrigado, professor. Muito obrigado pela pergunta.
Professor Otávio Bueno, sua pergunta. Se o senhor não se importar, o senhor faz as suas perguntas e daí eu já encaixo a minha e daí respondidas em bloco. Pode ser?
Ok, pode ser sim. É uma pergunta, na verdade, para a Gabriela, mas também tem implicação para algo que o Augusto falou. Gostei de ambas as palestras, muito elucidativas, muito interessantes e instigantes. Uma pergunta que eu tenho, Gabriele, é um fato que, da forma como o GPT é desenhado, o tipo de algoritmo que ele tem, ele é intrinsecamente não confiável, porque ele busca na internet com a frequência de sequências de palavras. Isso não tem nada a ver com a relevância, evidência e razoabilidade dos textos que ele gera. Quer dizer, eu jamais aceitaria de qualquer tipo de recomendação feita por um chatbot desses para a minha saúde. Eu acho que isso é um troço inaceitável. Então, a questão é, quando se fala de inteligência artificial generativa, para que ela possa, em princípio, ser usada na medicina, ela tem que ser confiável, porque, do contrário, vai ser um desastre para as pessoas, né? Então, a questão é qual é o tipo, né, de inteligência artificial que é generativa e qualificaria para isso, né? Porque o que se tem hoje, usado em medicina, não é generativo, porque é simplesmente baseado em recursos que se tem, que são testados por médicos, reavaliados com protocolos. Do contrário, sai loucura, né? E a minha pergunta para o Augusto é, num momento, quando ele é uma questão análoga, né? Mas se eu entendi bem, em um momento você mencionou um critério de autocorreção que certas tecnologias teriam. Quer dizer, essa é uma maneira, quer dizer, se você tiver um recurso de autocorreção que seja confiável, ao longo prazo isso pode gerar produtos melhores, né? Claro que você tem que chegar a ele. Então, a pergunta é como fazer isso, né? Quão longe estamos de tanto. Mas muito obrigado por ambas as palestras.
E agora eu faço minha pergunta breve para o professor Augusto Jobim do Amaral, que muito me recorda meus debates ainda tentando mestrado em ciências criminais, quando eu tentava um projeto falando de imaginação criminológica do Jock Young, com a tese do Dieter de criminologia atuarial. Eu acho que eu não era o momento, talvez agora, para alguém que queira trabalhar com esse tema, muito interessante. É interessante, professor, que o senhor coloca a questão justamente aonde eu estou pesquisando no momento, que é se dentro do capitalismo de plataforma, obviamente a gente está formando mais formas de vida ou mais do mesmo. A gente está reproduzindo a forma de vida capitalista. A gente está agenciando, como no seu termo, né, concretamente mais produção de mais vida dessa forma. E foi a partir de algumas leituras e de alguns estudos sobre movimentos sociais que se criaram através de mídias sociais, e o próprio Tony Negri, no Assembly, que tem um momento onde ele coloca que a criação desse espaço, né, do espaço da internet, dá abertura para um potencial de um espaço comum, de algo que pode sair de si mesmo, né? E isso a gente vê já em algumas iniciativas locais de construção de datasets de próprias comunidades. Nós vamos construir o nosso dataset porque a nossa língua não é entendida no mundo, né? Então, isso a gente já vê se construindo. Então, a minha questão de pesquisa agora, né, que eu coloco para o senhor para reflexão é: se o meio que estamos, ele é pautado para a reprodução, né, desse tipo de subjetivação, será que a partir das experiências que a gente tem ali, a gente tem espaço para algo que seja experiencialmente para fora disso? Será que existe uma instância de poder que tenha o potencial de realmente repensar o próprio meio que ela está surgindo, né? Será que esse potencial pode surgir daí ou a gente está fadado a reproduzir mesmo? Então, esse é o approach que eu tento buscar, tentando cravar. E, sim, particularmente a partir da crítica da professora RAIES, né, de tentar um contextual transcendente, né, tentar ver, mas já na minha opinião, né, da posição dela, que é uma genealogia como crítica imanente da forma de vida, né? Então, eu queria saber do senhor se isso é possível ou se realmente é mais difícil esse processo, e eu estou sendo muito incauto em pensar isso. Professora Gabriele, por favor.
Agradeço muito a pergunta, professor Otávio. A sua pergunta ela me faz lembrar que essas inteligências artificiais generativas, das quais a gente tem uma atenção voltada para o ChatGPT, em razão da própria profusão de publicidade e todo esse envolvimento que a gente já pode calcular, já pode perceber, na verdade, a saúde, assim como todas as outras áreas, também foi impactada e está impactada. A gente pode dizer que, na verdade, o grande impacto que já se tem notícia não é apenas na área do ensino da saúde, como eu tive a oportunidade de participar, mas também alguns eventos acerca da avaliação de tecnologias em saúde têm apontado que, em razão do processo de adensamento da saúde diagnóstica por meio de inteligência artificial, é bem possível que a gente tenha aí o uso indiscriminado de ChatGPT em razão também do panorama altamente, vamos dizer, peculiar da saúde no Brasil. Por que eu digo peculiar? Porque no Brasil nós temos um panorama no qual a indústria farmacêutica ela tem uma força muito grande. O número de farmácias, por exemplo, no Brasil, e não precisa ir longe, superem muito o número de hospitais, de clínicas e, sobretudo, de livrarias ou de bibliotecas. O outro ponto importante é que o brasileiro, desde a idade mais tenra, e se a gente for aprofundar, a gente pode dizer que desde o período colonial, ele tende a se automedicar. Então, nós temos vamos dizer, essa característica que é típica de espaços no qual a assimetria é bastante significativa, é quase um traço cultural. E, para muitos, isso é, inclusive, intransponível. E olhando, que, por sorte, eu estou escrevendo sobre isso agora, olhando para esse perfil de quem se automedica no Brasil, nós temos aí que as mulheres e os jovens, né? Os jovens de 10 a 24 anos, eles encabeçam a lista, né? Sobretudo em questão da ansiedade, da própria estrutura do mercado de trabalho. Quem também se automedica as mulheres que vão naquela faixa de 45 até 64 anos, quer dizer, mulheres que já chegam na fase da menopausa e que normalmente sequer têm condição de chegar a ter um acompanhamento. O outro ponto importante é que são as classes menos desfavorecidas que realmente vão ser as grandes vítimas da automedicação e que fazem um total de 20 mil pessoas que morrem por ano no Brasil em função da automedicação. Então, se o ChatGPT, por exemplo, vem a ser um instrumento bastante utilizável e muito comum, é óbvio que as pessoas que têm muita dificuldade para conseguir um atestado, que têm muita dificuldade para ser atendida e que também estão numa situação em que o mercado de trabalho cada vez mais se torna restrito, elas vão preferir o ChatGPT em razão da facilidade e dessa ideologização com a qual essa ferramenta tem sido incensada. O outro ponto, professor, só para terminar, que também eu acho extremamente importante a gente lembrar, como pesquisadores, é que tudo isso é feito num ecossistema em que a internet, 92% da internet é privada. E que ainda no Brasil, por exemplo, nós ainda não definimos a questão do compartilhamento de dados internacional. e também não definimos áreas muito importantes, como, por exemplo, a proteção de dados na área da segurança pública. Então, são situações, como disse o professor Nythamar, que forçam nosso estado de alerta, embora exaustos, como eu também disse, forçam esse estado de alerta para que a gente possa refletir juntos em fóruns como esse, para encontrar algumas medidas que não sejam só paliativos, que eu acho que é esse o grande problema da academia. Parece que a gente sempre procura um paliativo e na verdade, os paliativos como a automedicação, como a assimetria, como a ineficácia de alguns direitos fundamentais, como a saúde, paliativos não resolvem, né? Paliativo seria o chat GPT. Então, agradeço mais uma vez.
Obrigado, Otávio, pela pergunta e o William também. Eu vou tentar ser bastante esquemático, mas eu me proponho, claro, a gente poder sempre, Otávio, conversar bastante. Eu fui muito rápido nessa parte, eu confesso, peço desculpa. Eu falava do modo de funcionamento vamos chamar assim, de uma governamentalidade algorítmica, que é a sua regulação algorítmica, né? Que é o termo do Tim O'Reilly, que é um desses grandes arautos dos princípios do governo como plataforma. Eu tentava salientar exatamente os limites e os problemas disso. Os problemas, na minha opinião, não está fundamentalmente na ideia de um aprendizado constante, adaptação e de autocorreção, como são as redes neurais. Não é necessariamente aí. É exatamente o fundamento dessa adaptabilidade, ou melhor dizendo, desse aprendizado constante. Porque isso são alimentados através de dados, né, produzidos ali. Isso é o princípio da cibernética, né? Desde o Norbert Wiener, a gente já sabia disso, né? Ou seja, é uma ciência do governo, que aí tem um termo bastante importante para saber de onde o governance vem, né? É uma ciência do governo, cibernética é a ciência do governo, baseada em comunicação, ou seja, no estímulo de troca de informação, de comunicação virada em informação. E esse, para mim, é o grande problema, porque se a gente está pensando num princípio da cibernética em que apenas os inputs vão sendo auto-adaptados, vamos chamar assim, vão se autocorrigindo, o que a gente tem como resultado final é vamos chamar assim, um estreitamento de horizonte. Em termos filosóficos, é acabar com aquilo que é da esfera do possível e tornar simplesmente aquilo que é provável. E, para mim, esse é o solapamento da política. Se a política é exatamente uma possibilidade de a gente pensar o impossível, a hora que eu fico... não é nem prediction, a palavra, na minha opinião, correta, eu tenho escrito sobre isso, não é prediction, é preemption. Ou seja, é estreitamento de horizonte. É ceifar alguns horizontes, como o Franco Berardi chama, né, de futurabilidade. É ceifar. Quando a gente fala de uma regulação algorítmica, é ceifar a possibilidade de criatividade política e de algo que não seja automaticamente corrigido por si mesmo, através dos dados que são colocados. Esse é o ponto, para mim, mais importante para demonstrar o limite desse tipo de regulação algorítmica que, ao fim e ao cabo, está preocupado com os efeitos. Vou usar um termo bem superficial. Está preocupado com os efeitos, não com as causas. Mas, de resposta de maneira irresponsável que eu daria, seria mais ou menos por aí. A pergunta da tese, né? Eu acho que é a pergunta da tese de doutorado, né, William? Então, a gente conversa na banca.
No pós-doc. No pós-doc.
a gente não, mas brincando. Eu acho que, sem dúvida, tu percebeu o ponto mais importante, a pergunta de 1 milhão de reais, de bitcoins. Bom, como é que a gente sai de uma espécie de verão da inteligência artificial, né, que virou mina dos olhos para todo lado, e pensa de maneira concreta como reverter ou inverter relações de poder. Poder não é uma instância, é uma relação, portanto, inversível ao tempo inteiro, são relações de força. Como é que eu tensiono e induzo ações? Governance, vem de kubernai, né? O Nythamar é o nosso professor de doutorado, vem lá do grego, quer dizer dirigir, é o timão do barco, é induzir ações, é ação sobre ações, é o termo que o Foucault utiliza, né? Ação sobre ações. Isso é governo. A gente acha que o governo é atrelado ao Estado, à lei, a gente vai perder grande parte do campo de análise. Mas voltando, quais são as possibilidades, que é o que tu levanta, né? de inversão dessas relações de poder. Sim, são possíveis o tempo inteiro. O Tony Negri, que eu já aviso o Nythamar, tem uma entrevista, eu fiz uma entrevista com o Tony agora no início do ano de 3 horas e meia. Eu estou tentando degravar isso e certamente podermos disponibilizar para todos, degravado, fazer isso na Veritas, por exemplo, né? E uma das perguntas para mim foi essa, a que eu fiz para ele foi essa, uma das perguntas para o Tony, que é exatamente isso. Bom, como é que a gente faz lá no Assembly, que ele trabalha com o Michael, como é que isso se perfectibiliza? Bom, a minha provocação para ele, antes da resposta que ele deu, mas dá a minha provocação, como é que nós saímos de uma semântica que já foi capturada? Tem um capítulo do Assembly que se chama Empreendedorismo do Comum. Tu sabe? Foi essa a pergunta que eu fiz. Como é que a gente sai de uma semântica para outro sentido? Para usar um termo da semiótica, né? Como é que a gente sai dessa semântica aí? Então, essa foi uma pergunta. O que ele se preocupa, e eu acho muito importante, e é possível, a resposta é sim, é possível e a inversão de relações de poder exatamente tensionando de maneira diferente essas forças e fazendo com que se produzam novas formas de vida. Que tu colocou as formas, literalmente, de sobrevivência, vamos dar um nome para isso, de ajuda mútua, mutual aid, de redes de apoio, já estão aí. Não é um porvir de um horizonte lá muito distante. Não, não, não. As práticas já estão aí. Quero ver um exemplo prático? A pandemia fez isso. Pergunte para as comunidades periféricas mais vulneráveis que não tinham como sair dos seus lugares, como é que sobreviveram. Pergunte para eles. Tecnologicamente, inclusive, com ajuda mútua, através de aplicativos, um cuidando do outro, subsistência, água, tudo. Redes de apoio, sem dúvida nenhuma. E passa por reapropriação, para dar a resposta do Tony, né? A reapropriação daquilo que é o nosso capital imaterial, que é o que a gente produz, que é vampirizado, para usar o termo que o Tony utiliza do Marx, né? Que é vampirizado por esse capitalismo de plataforma e é produzido através de dados. E é comercializável, é trocável, assim por diante. Há diversas estratégias sobre as quais se discute hoje em dia, de novas formas de tecnologia, de relação com a tecnologia, e inclusive de plataformas de, aspas, né, de apoio mútuo, né, de suporte comum. Porque o comum não é o público. O comum não é o público, é exatamente o que transcende o público, que dá base para ele, inclusive. É anterior, né? Então, também é algo interessante para se conversar. Só para a última coisa, para dar um exemplo, eu falei com o professor Nythamar essa semana, o professor Eric Bordelot, que é um grande pesquisador, tomara que ele consiga vir para a PUC, está submetendo para o CapSprint para ver se ele consegue vir como professor visitante, ele é um dos maiores especialistas em anonimato, que é outra estratégia interessantíssima em termos de produção, captura, regulação, modulação de dados através do nosso dia a dia. Ele trabalha com anonimato. Anonimato. É uma das estratégias também para a inversão da ideia da comunicação em informação. Estabelecer mais comunicação sem que ela se verta em informação, que é exatamente aquilo que faz as grandes plataformas. É um outro tipo de prática. Ou seja, a gente poderia ficar falando bastante a respeito disso, mas eu estou de acordo contigo, sim, é possível. As estratégias estão aí e não são um futuro idílico que nunca se realiza, não, ao contrário, elas são práticas capilares, são muito bem estabelecidas e que precisam, de fato, esse é o nosso desafio, né, que elas ganhem consistência e escala. E que, por exemplo, a regulação jurídica potencialize isso. Ganhar escala desse novo tipo ou novas formas de se relacionar, que não sejam essas subordinadas a essa estrutura que nós falamos antes. Mas o papo é grande. Obrigado pela pergunta. Obrigado pela pergunta, William. E obrigado, professor Otávio, professor Nythamar e colegas.
Então, muito obrigado a todos que ficaram até agora. Desculpa se eu estendi a questão, mas é um prazer estar aqui com vocês e eu vou deixar aqui para o professor Nythamar encerrar mais um dia do nosso Colloquium. Foi muito proveitoso, na minha opinião.
Muito obrigado, William. Muito obrigado, Gabriele. Muito obrigado, Augusto, Otávio e demais colegas. Boa noite a todos e todas e até amanhã temos mais. Mas, thank God, it's Friday. TGIF. Amanhã, sextou. Boa noite.
Sem código. Sem código. Ai, ai, tchau, tchau.
Tchau.